Yes. Yes, please give me confirmation regarding audio and video, then we can start the session directly. Online. So please give me confirmation about audio and video clarity. Straight away we can start with the first chapter.
Yes, sir, I can see and hear.
Yes, please give me confirmation regarding audio and video, then we can start the session directly. Ever audio?
Yes, sir, I am Radhika, sir. I can see and clearly. Here I can see and hear.
Who is talking?
From online live.
Okay. Come here. How they are watching this audio and video? Huh? Zoom. Where it is connected? So please disconnect these things. Please disconnect everything because. Please disconnect. I will record on my own and I will give that access also. Don't record on your own anything, sir. Yes. Now we can start. Paper number 15. Okay, this is also very important. Paper number 15, direct tax laws as well as international taxation. So to be honest, we have two parts in this entire paper. Okay, the first part is direct tax laws, first part is direct tax laws, second part is international taxation. The many of the students doesn't know about this fact also. So why this is a very important thing? Direct tax laws means some of you already learned these topics in your intermediate level itself. You know some concepts already. But this weightage is just 60 plus or minus 10. On an average, just 60 marks only. But coming to that part 2, we have an weightage of 40 marks. Sir, this is a less weightage. No, I can say in section B, we have only 4 topics. One is, anyone can you tell me? Transfer pricing. Second one? Super. DTAA. Third one? Yes, very small topic. We can conclude within half an hour in this batch. GAR. The last one I can classify on my own, non-resident as well as advanced ruling. These 4 topics will come in our examination for 50 marks for sure. Zoom student, already I connected YouTube live, sir. You can connect them to YouTube live. Today I will give an access through our website, sir. Zoom means everything will compromise within a second, sir. I don't want to go Zoom live. Already in YouTube, this streaming will be there. Already Venu sir know about these things. He can share the YouTube link. Then after tomorrow onwards, I will give the live through our website, and all our students also now watching on live only YouTube. Okay, yeah. So what is the transfer pricing chapter? What is that weightage? Minimum 25 marks, DTAA 16 marks, all together 8 marks. We can get 50 marks from these chapters only. Sir, so then what about this chapters coverage, sir? I will take regular class only for these chapters, sir. If you listen also, if you don't want to listen also, I will take regular class. Everything I want to cover in these chapters, including problematic also. But straight away I don't want to go with the transfer pricing, DTAA, GAR, non-resident, advanced ruling topics. So first we'll go with the basic concepts. Okay, yeah. I think you know question paper pattern, but I want to give that one important note point to all of you. Okay, section A, 15 MCQs, each one carrying 2 marks, totally 30 marks. Main point I want to tell you, please bubble these MCQs in OMR sheet. If you know this already, okay, ignore. If you don't know, many students are writing MCQs answers in the answer sheet. Simply you will lose nearly 25 to 30 marks on your own. Please bubble MCQs answers in the OMR sheet only. Every attempt, the many students are messaging about, sir, I forgot to bubble the OMR sheet. So that will not at all accepted. Next. So we have in descriptive questions how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of 7 we have to write only 5. Sir, and in many faculties are saying, sir, question number 2 PCBP, question number 6 and 7 international taxation. I don't want to say these things to you. I don't want to say, sir, this question come from this chapter. There is no specific rule by the ICAI. Okay, if you are following the last trend, question number 2, trust chapter. So no one can predict the paper pattern, but mostly important chapters will cover in these entire 7 questions. Out of the 7, we have to write only 5. 2 questions, you can take it as a choice. Okay. Now, first, in this session, I will cover the basic concepts. You know basic concepts very well. That's why I will go in a speed way. Okay. So nothing but who given power to levy the taxes in India? I don't have any power to collect the taxes, but I can collect only the fees. Whatever the services I am given to you, I can collect the fees. But who haven't power to collect the tax? For that purpose, we have to refer the Constitution of India. What is it? Constitution of India. So Constitution of India, article numbers we have to check. Sir, in every act we have an section numbers. Like that in Constitution of India, we have an article number 1 to some article numbers are there. In that we have to refer only 2 article numbers, MCQ purpose important. First article number 265, second article number 246. Many will remember in a reverse way, that is also danger. Okay, first we have to refer 265. What is a 265? Simply, if you have an authority of law or if you have an support of law, then only you can collect the taxes. Already I informed to the earlier in charge also. Okay, no problem. Yes. So article number 265 is saying that if you have an authority of law or if you get a support from the law, then only you can collect the tax. Suppose we are collecting income tax. What is the supporting law? Income Tax Act 1961. We are collecting customs duty. Definitely there is a law. And we are collecting GST. There is a separate law. So 265 saying that if you don't have any law, you cannot collect the tax. If you have a law, definitely you can collect the tax. Then second article number 246 is saying that, yes, who can frame the laws regarding it? Whom? Central government, state government. Central government or state government have a power to make the laws. So nothing but article number 246 is given power to whom? Central government, state government. Now, already many laws are framed. Already many laws are framed from the 1950s to till now many laws are framed. If you refer the article number 246 within the Constitution of India, in that article number 246 we have to refer 7th schedule, schedule number 7. So just you can imagine one book. If you open the Constitution of India, you will get article number 246. Many schedules will be there. If you are going with the 7th schedule, we have 3 headings. What are the 3 headings? List 1, list 2, list 3. You can open the PDF on your own also. Directly you can imagine everything will be there. How many lists are there? 3. List 1. Second one, list 2. Third one, list 3. Easy to remember, list 1, list 2, list 3. But there are other names also. The first one is nothing but what? Union list. Nothing but whatever the laws still now framed by the central government, that all the laws will be stored in the union list. So central government related union list. Then state government. Suppose Tamil Nadu state government framed any law, that will be stored in state list. AP, Telangana, any state governments, if any law framed, that will be stored in the second list, that is in state list. Third one, combinedly if any laws are framed, both the central government, state government, combinedly if any law framed, that have in yes concurrent list, that is list 3. Now I have a biggest doubt. Sir, how central government as well as state government will frame law? Central government can frame the laws in the both the houses of parliament. Nothing but MPs will be there. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Within that both the houses of parliament, if any bill approved, that is only called as law. Yes. So nothing but central government will frame the laws within their parliament. Next, state government, where it will be framed? Assembly. Yes. Now we have to check what is that law related to income tax. If you open the Constitution of India, article number 246, within the 7th schedule in list 1, the many laws list will be there, but our income tax entry number is what? 82. Before that, 81 laws are already entered into that list. That's why they given entry number 82 is talking about the Income Tax Act 1961. Income Tax Act 1961. This Income Tax Act 1961 is given the power to collect the taxes other than what? Agricultural income. So nowadays, I think if you remember, no one is paying the tax. Farmers is not paying the tax. The reason, they are excluded directly from the scope of income tax itself. But on this, state governments can collect the taxes. Yes, on agricultural income, state government can collect the tax, but now state government is also not collecting the taxes on agricultural income. Understood? Now I want to know the flow again. Constitution of India, article number what? 246. Within that 7th schedule, list 1, entry number 82 is given the power to collect the income tax. Again, I want to know the flow. Constitution of India, article number 246, 7th schedule, list 1, entry number 82. Because of this entry number 82 only, now central government is collecting the taxes on income other than agricultural income. Just listen, everything is already, the same colored copy will be given it to you. No need to write it on anything, just listen, that's enough. Okay. What are the two article numbers we referred as of now? First article 265, then 246. These two are interconnected or not? Yes. They are saying you need law. So 246 saying who can frame the laws. Understood? Now. Okay, after qualification we want to do the practicing. So then just whatever that Income Tax Act 1961 we referred, can I do practice? Answer is no. If you want to know the income tax law completely, you have to know the 5 components or 5 sources. Act, it's not all sufficient to learn about the income tax law. Along with the Income Tax Act 1961, you need to refer the other 4 components. Totally how many components we have to refer and read? 5. Components also, sources also. Totally how many? 5. So first one is, please pronounce along with me, just 12 days. After these 12 days, I will not at all taking any class for you. Just if you spend this 12 days time, definitely you can learn many things. And automatically confidence also will be increased at least 1% also. Please pronounce along with me, otherwise tomorrow I will back to Hyderabad. There is no, definitely I will say. Because okay, from hometown now I am staying here, I will be also very lonely. So that's why if you are spend some time, just participation is required, then automatically I can also take the class very energetically. Okay, just participate. I don't want any extra money or any other thing from you. Okay, just participation. Okay, for my satisfaction, lip syncing is also okay. Okay, now first one, Income Tax Act 1961. Second one, Income Tax Rules 1962. Remember, after 1961, the next year what? 1962. They come up with the rules. Third one, Annual Finance Act. Fourth one, Circulars Notification. Fifth one, Case Laws. So these are all 5 components we have to refer. Then only we can get the complete knowledge about our income tax law. Okay, first one we can refer Income Tax Act 1961. It is applicable whole of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. Second point is very important. It came into force on which date, ma? 1/4/1962, not 1961. It framed on 1961 only, but it came into applicability on 1/4/1962. How many sections are there? 298 sections. How many schedules, ma? 14. Definitely you have to clear your examination in June as well as December. Otherwise you have to refer 500 near sections in the direct tax code. Now we have in 298. So in direct tax code, whatever that Income Tax Act 2025, we have to refer 400 sections change. I don't know what is that simplification also. Simplification is done, but not in sections wise. Okay, grouping wise they done so much simplification, but not in sections wise. Sections content are always used. Okay, now how many sections? Now 298 only, that all the sections are combined into the some schedules. How many schedules? 14 schedules. Done. Now, so income tax rules 1962. Whenever they released the rules, in some areas we can't implement the act perfectly. I will give you one example. Okay, if you have a knowledge about PCBP, you can understood this point. Otherwise, just listen. For this, you will get sufficient understanding only. Listen. In PCBP, we have in one section 40A subsection 3. That section saying that if you are making that payment in the form of cash more than 10,000, that is disallowed or allowed? Disallowed. So while computing PCBP, that amount is not taken as an expenditure. Disallowed means. So entire amount is disallowed. Suppose I am making the payment of rent for my premises in the form of cash, that is in 50,000 in a day. Definitely this provision will attract, that is disallowed. The same provision can I implement while making the payments to the farmers? Extremely difficult. Always the farmers want cash only. So this section they given in Act 1961, but this section implementation is difficult in certain areas. So that's why they come up with the rules. What is a specific rule in this case? Rule 6DD. Rule 6DD. Even though payment in the form of cash more than 10,000 in certain exceptional cases, allowed or disallowed? Allowed. Example, while you are making the payment to the farmers for purchase of forest produces, fishermen, in certain exceptional cases, you can do that payment in cash more than 10,000 also. Understood? Yes. So that's why with the help of rules, act implementation is difficult or simple? Simple. So that's why rules are step by step guidelines for implementation of this act. You have to remember only this point. Many, okay, intermediate level onwards, you know rule. But what is the purpose of rule? With the help of rules, act will implement smoothly. Best example, this is only. Like this, we have many rules in our Income Tax Act, Income Tax Rules 1962. Some of already in our syllabus, we can discuss later. Next, who will release the rules? Act framed by whom? Central government. You know already. Act framed by whom? Central government. Then what about rules? Rules will given by the CBDT. What is the full form? Central Board of Direct Taxes. The first and foremost authority in income tax department, it is a CBDT. The CBDT can release the rules time to time. Whenever the rule is necessary, they will release the rule. If rule is there, definitely act implementation will simplify. Done? Two components done. Shall I go with the third component? Yes. Annual Finance Act. Our Income Tax Act 1961 framed in 1961. On that time the rupee value is more or less? More. The same rates or same points can I implement now also? No. Because it is related to finance. So that's why every year we have to change the income tax as well as indirect tax laws also. So that's why there is a concept of Annual Finance Act. Can you tell me? Annual means yearly. Can you tell me the date? Very important date. February 1st. Every year, February 1st, Union Finance Minister, not state ma, Union Finance Minister, yes, will introduce the bill in the both the houses of parliament. Both the houses of parliament. Can you tell me what do you mean by the both the houses? Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Automatically this bill will approve. Sir, what bill contains? Proposed changes. So up to now this is a tax rate. We want to increase the tax rate. We want to decrease the tax rate. We want to increase the TDS rate. We want to decrease the TDS rate. We want to exempt some persons. We want to tax some person. That all the proposed changes they will insert in a bill. That bill will be presented in the both the houses of parliament. If they give an assent, means if they are giving voting in favor of that bill, yes, next that bill will be sent to whom? President of India. Yes, next that bill will be sent to President of India. Once a President of India also given the assent, that bill will be converted into what? Act. This is a finance bill. Now this is a finance act. Every year in the month of February 1st. Okay, now we are in 2026. February 1st, 2026, already Finance Act frame. That is Finance Act 2026, not applicable for our exams. February 1st, 2025, that means in the last year, one bill passed, that bill converted into act. Which act ma? This is an Finance Act 2025. This is only applicable for our June 26 as well as December 26. Understood? Sir, now already recently 1 month back bill framed, sir. That converted into act also. That is for your 27 term examinations. Understood? Now, please let me know, ma. First, Union Finance Minister introduced the bill after getting the assent from the both the houses of parliament and President of India, that converted into Finance Act. Because of this Finance Act, we can get every year amendments to that which laws, ma? One to the income tax law, second one to that indirect tax laws. GST also got amended because of this Finance Act. Both the tax laws will get amended because of this Finance Act. Now, present Finance Act for our examinations is what? 2025. For our examinations, June as well as December 2026. Okay, what is the previous year by heart it? 25, 26. What is the assessment year for our examination? 26, 27. 26, 27. Now, sir, I will tell you these things again in this session. Within next 20 minutes, I will tell you previous year assessment year on Finance Act again. But this is one of the component while you are learning the income tax. Suppose I qualified in 2018. If I don't know about Finance Act 2025, do I know complete income tax law structure? No. That's why you have to refer the Annual Finance Act also if you want to get the knowledge. Done? Next component is what, ma? Circulars, notifications. Okay. First we'll discuss about the circulars. Who will release the circulars, ma? Central Board of Direct Taxes will release the circular. General meaning of circular, passing some information to others. But here you have to listen. Ma'am, one new section introduced on that time, that is in the 2021 time, one new section of TDS introduced, that is in TDS on purchase of goods. TDS on purchase of goods. Newly introduced provision. Many are involving in the purchase of goods. They have many doubts how we can deduct the TDS, whether this provision is applicable for me or not. Many doubts are there. How we can get the clarification regarding all these things, ma? FAQ simply frequently asked question, they will release it as a circular. Circular number 13 of 2021. Every year like this, the many circulars will release by whom? CBDT. For what purpose? In order to clarify the doubts about the provisions. Example, I am not purchasing the goods. This circular is applicable for me? No. If you are involving in the purchase of goods, for you this circular is useful. Otherwise, you can ignore this circular. But who have to follow this circular? Department. So that's why department will bound by the circulars. SSCs can take the advantage over the beneficial circular. We are students, that circular is not at all useful, simply we can ignore, but department must and should follow that circular because they have to implement entire income tax structure. Can you tell me circular means? You have to remember which word? Clarify the doubts over regarding the provision. Simply frequently asked questions. They will give you examples also. They will give you simplified examples in order to understand the entire meaning of the provision. Who will release? CBDT. Rules will release by the CBDT. Act released by central government. Now, notifications. Some cases, I think you know, due date of the return of incomes can be extended. How we know about that information? Notifications. Simple. Act related notifications, central government will release. Rules related notifications, who will release? CBDT will release. Again I am saying, okay, again I am saying, act related notifications, నేను అన్నీ చేస్తాను, ఓకేనా, కూల్గా ఉండు. Act related notifications, central government, because act released by central government, rules also, sorry, notifications also central government. Rules issued by whom? CBDT. So that's why notifications related to these rules also will issued by the CBDT. But here important, notifications should create a binding over on the both SSC as well as department. Circulars will bound by the only department. SSC, if they want to follow, they will follow, otherwise they will ignore. But notifications can bind at the both the parties, department as well as SSC. Mandatorily all the parties required to follow the notification. But purpose of notifications important. Okay, rules purpose, please tell me, in order to implement act in a smooth manner, they release rules. No circulars purpose, to clarify the doubts over provision, they given the circulars. Then notifications, why they will give you? In PCBP, we have a provision, we can discuss after 10 days. Section 35 CCD is there. That is nothing but approval of skill development project. So simply if you are starting the skill development project, 100% of your expenditure you can take it as deduction. How much amount? 100%. Now, they given only that content in the act. Simply you and me also can start the skill development project and we can do the some activities in a fraudulent manner also. Additionally, in notifications, yes, what is the notification number? 54/2013. Okay, I think on that time maybe you are in an +2 or +11. Okay, now on that time they given the guidelines. Simply if you want to take this deduction, we are giving some additional conditions and guidelines. If you satisfy that additional conditions and guidelines, then only you can take section 35 CCD deduction. That means just they given the 100% of your expenditure as a deduction in act, but in notifications they given the what must some effect to this provision. Without notification, you can't take this deduction, because in the notifications, how much square feet we have to maintain the skill development project, how many electronic devices you have to maintain, so how much staff requirements, these are all the things are given in guidelines. Now can you tell me, without this notification, can I take the deduction? No. If you satisfy the conditions mentioned in the notification, then only you can take the deduction. That is only given to affect the provision. Provision already there, but we want to give the more and more effect to that provision. That's why they given the notification. Who can give the notification? Both the parties who are central government as well as CBDT. Act related central government, rules related CBDT. Understood? How many components are already done? 4. Act, rules, finance act, circulars, notifications. Done? Now we can go to that next one, case laws. And one more important point. If you not understood any point, because I am going a speed way only, definitely. If you not understood any point, ignore that point, continue for the next point. You haven't time in lunch break also, evening also, or many times you haven't time, you can ask with me, or okay, I will provide the backup also, you can watch again. But if you are stuck with the same point, you can't understood the further entire chapters also, entire 12 days also. If you are not understood any particular point, ignore. And just maintain that note. Okay, circulars, I haven't doubt. Yes, write it down one place. At the end of the session, we can discuss again. Okay. Now, case laws. So definitely, I will tell you one local case law. What is that? Soundarya Nursery case law. Okay, nothing but it is Madras High Court only given this judgment. So what is the concept of nursery? So nothing but they are growing some plants and they are selling to the others. That may be agriculture related plants also, flowers or any decoration related plants also. Now, sir, our nursery is saying that our income is agricultural income because growing of plants is there, that is an agriculture. But department is saying that if you want to do that agricultural activities, you have to conduct some basic operations on land. So that means we have to cultivate the land, then after seeding and watering and cultivation, all the things should attach to land. But imagine nurseries, all the things are attached to land on tray or vessels or in plastic covers, they are growing the plants. So that's why department is saying that it is not an agricultural income. It is not an agricultural income. Again I am saying. Both the views are correct only. Growing activity is there. They are saying agricultural income. Department is saying that it is not an agricultural income because you are not carrying any activities on the land. Okay, first we have how to listen. Section 35 CCD is there. Provide the backup also. Yes, sir. Voice is clear, sir. ఫ్యాన్ సౌండ్ వస్తుందా? ఓకే, ఐ విల్ ఆఫ్ రా. ఇదేంట్రా ఒకసారి ఇన్ఛార్జ్ని కాల్ చేయ. ఓకే, ఐ విల్ టర్న్ ఆఫ్ ది ఏసీ ఆల్సో రా, దెన్ యూ కెన్ లిసన్ ది వాయిస్ క్లియర్లీ. సో బోత్ ద పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూస్ ఆర్ కరెక్ట్ ఓన్లీ. So that's why there is a difference of views between these fellows. That's why they approach to the Madras High Court. So Madras High Court is given the judgment favorable to whom? Nursery only. The reason, even though basic operations are not carried out on the land, growing activity is there. That's why that is treated as agricultural income. Yes, the favorable judgment given to the yes, sir, Soundarya Nurseries only. Turn off this AC, sir. Okay, agricultural activity. Now again, sir, which judgments we have to follow? Batteries are not there, please check. That is projector remote. Okay. So, sir, which type of judgments we have to refer, sir? Remember, only the judgments given by the High Court and Supreme Court we have to follow. Sir, if anyone is establishing the nursery, if they are approaching for you regarding tax consultation, you have to tell directly, no need to pay the income tax. The reason? Based on case law. Landmark judgment already given by the Madras High Court in Soundarya Nurseries case law. So that's why no need to pay any income tax, that considered as an agricultural income. Now based on this case law, all over India, no one is paying the tax related to nursery activities. So that's why if you know this, then only you can know about entire tax. Like, sir, how many case laws we have to remember? The recent case laws, whatever that High Court and Supreme Court given the judgments, you have to refer. But for examination purpose, not required. After qualification, you can learn everything. But till now, just refer whatever the case laws I given in the class. The one case law already done. What is that case law? Soundarya Nurseries case law. Understood? Now, in order to study the income tax law, which case law is important? Ma? Whatever the judgments given by the High Court and Supreme Court, that also important. Now, next, sir, in this first chapter, we have to refer the hardly 4 sections. Section 1, what is that? Already you know, short title. For entire act, we given in one short title. What is that? Income Tax Act 1961. Second one, applicability. From 1/4/1962. Extent, whole of India, including JK, Jammu and Kashmir. Section 2, always we have in definitions. Whenever we want to know the meaning of any word, we can refer to section 2 of the act. Section 3 is also definition of which year? Previous year. Definition of the previous year. Section 4, which is very important, charging section. Okay, income tax we want to collect. On which we have to collect the tax, at what rate we have to collect that, from whom we can collect the tax, that all the things will be clarified in section number 4 of the act. What is that? Charging section. Now, okay, first directly I will start with the charging section. If charging section is over, this chapter will be over. Okay, now, section 4. I think these 3 lines, now it's difficult to remember these 3 lines on your own, but after few minutes you can remember the entire 3 lines. First, every person. Can you tell me? Every person. Now I want to refer the meaning of person. Person meaning is defined in which section? 2 subsection 31. Person includes. Meaning they are expressed in that inclusive definition. Person includes 1 individual, 2nd HUF, 3rd firm LLP, 4th company, 5th AOP BOI, 6th 7th combinedly I will allocate. In 2014, this is the most important MCQ. In person definition, how many parts are there? How many parts? 7. Not 8, 7 only. Okay. For ASAP, one of the example is cooperative society. For ASAP, one of the example, not only one example, one of the example is cooperative society. Now I will tell you some points. Individual, you know, natural born person, male, female, minor, major, all are included. HUF. HUF related I will discuss. In India, HUF will follow the 2 laws. One is what? Dayabhaga School of Law. Second one, Mitakshara. You know, I think in your +1, +2 itself about these laws. If you are in commerce background, if you are in science background, now I will tell you about these laws. That means Hindu undivided families will follow the 2 laws in India. How many laws? 2. First one, Dayabhaga. Second one, Mitakshara. Simply law. Okay, right. Now we are located in TN, Tamil Nadu, right? Okay. For us, which is applicable? Mitakshara is applicable. For us, which is applicable? Mitakshara. Definitely, we are from one of the lucky state. The reason I will tell you. Okay. I think many of us having the differences with our parents in any area also. On that time, I think I will ask always with my parents, please give my share of property. I can live my own. So many times we can ask these issues also. Okay, definitely you are in lucky state means definitely they will give the rights as well as the share of your property also by born itself. If you are born in a family, automatically you will get a right of share in that property by birth itself. That means you have a right in that family property. Yes, every children born in family acquires rights or share in the family property. Nothing but, okay, birth itself enough. automatically you will get a share. That means you can go for the court of law also. Court of law also will say, please give him a share. But if you are in major, they will give. Otherwise, automatically they will allocate the any authorized representative as well as any principal and agent also will be there. Automatically, you will get property anyway, but the trustee or manager will be different. Because rest of India. But if you are born in West Bengal and Assam, yes, as long as our head of the family lives, you don't get any share from your family. Yes, nobody will acquire the right or share by birth as long as the head of the family is living. So that's why I am saying our all the states, TN, AP, TS, okay, Kerala and all other states having the lucky only. So nothing but okay, you can go to your home and you can file any other cases also. Definitely they will give property, but along with that they will give you any other punishments also. Just take care. Now, how many schools of law? 2. For our states, which law is applicable? For these 2 states, Dayabaga. Now okay, then next firm or LLP. You know partnership firm and LLP. Partnership firm related, I don't want to discuss anything, but I will tell you some words related to LLP. Sir, partners are increasing, capital also increasing. So that's why if the change to LLP, that administration will become easy. LLP means simply I can say, it is similar features like a private company. It is not a private company, but it having the similar features like a private company. It's governed by the LLP Act 2008. Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008. Understood? Now, so company means here we have to refer only 2 companies. One is a domestic company, another one is foreign company. Okay, in law maybe you have an kinds of companies, different types of share capital or based on the shareholders, all the things, but in Income Tax Act 1961, domestic as well as the foreign companies only. So next, AOP BOI, Association of Persons as well as Body of Individuals. Now I will talk about this also for 2 minutes. Association of Person means nothing but in person definition, we have an individual, HF, AOP, BOI, AJB, partnership firm, company, many others are there. Any person can become the member in AOP. Example, sir, one company, one partnership firm, one individual associated together and they want to do the business, that is only called as what AOP. In your accounting language, simply it is only joint venture. It is only joint venture. That means any person can become the member in where AOP. BOI, full form individual. Body of individual. Individuals only can become the members. 10, 12, 20, 30 individuals can associate with each other for doing the business. That is only called as what BOI. The tax rates will be the same, but structure of formation structure only the different. The tax rates will be the same. That's why AOP or BOI. Next. Local authorities. What is central government now? Central government, NDA. State government, DMK. Huh? Correct na? Malli wrong chepte eskuntaru. Okay. Okay. Next ruling party that will decide. Okay. Remember, but in our villages, we have a panchayati. Okay, town level, municipality. City level, corporations. Less than the state government, we have a local self-governments. Panchayat can act their own. Municipality also can act their own. Corporations also the same. Mayor is there, MPTC is there, Sarpanch is there. These are called as a local self-governments. That is only local authority. Can you tell me 3 things? Panchayat, municipality, corporations, these are the local self-governments. Less than which government? State government. If they have an income, they are also required to pay the tax. That's why they are included in the person definition as a local authorities. Local authority means local self-governments. Dana? Now, now till 6 covered, can you identify trust in anywhere from 1 to 6? No. Universities? No. RBI? No. Courts? No. That means if any person cannot classify from 1 to 6, they have a place in AJP. That is residuary. AJP, artificial judicial person. Artificial judicial person. Simply, if any person cannot having the place in 1 to 6, automatically we can classify in AJP. One of the example of AJP is cooperative society. Why you written separately, sir? I want to tell you tax rates for the cooperative societies separately. So that's why I mentioned cooperative society separately. That is also example of what, ma? AJP only. Sir, few more examples for AJP. AJP means residuary, trust, universities, RBI, etc. One more example you can write it down, that is an cooperative society. Done. Clear up to now? Now, sir, every person, height and weight we have to check, huh? Every person height and weight and incorporation and age we have to check, huh? No, we have to check what? Total income. Every person total income we have to check. How to calculate the total income? I don't want to drag the discussion. Total income means aggregation of how many heads? 5, huh? Okay, aggregation of 5 heads of income after giving the effect of clubbing provision. Example, minus income will be clubbed in the hands of parent. In certain cases, wife income, husband income is clubbed in the opposite person hands. Because of clubbing provisions, our total income always will increase. That's why what is the effect we given? Adding. Last year I have a loss. Can I set off that loss against the current year incomes? Yes. Because of the set off, what will be the done to that our total income? Decrease. That's why I am giving the less effect. 5 heads of income after giving the set off and the clubbing provisions effect, that is called as gross total income. From that gross total income, if you are eligible to take the chapter 6A deduction, you can take it. Finally you will get the what, ma? Net total income, taxable income, net income, etc. Any name? Okay. Net income, net total income, taxable income, total income. Done. Now, every person total income we verified. Total income from birth to death we have to check, or only for particular period? Particular period we have to check. That particular period only previous year. Now I want to tell you some points related to previous year, assessment year, both the things combinedly I will tell you. Okay, I will tell you one fact, whether you are going to accept or not also I don't want to check. Many of the students don't know about the previous year and assessment year structure. For that exam purpose they are trying to remember. Okay, many even after qualification also, CA qualification also, they have a confusion regarding the assessment years and previous years and finance acts. At the time of releasing the finance act on February 1st, everyone is putting the status. What is involving in that finance act, everyone doesn't know. Okay, now I will try to give the some clarification, not much. Okay, for accounting purpose, they are given the golden rule, golden rules. I think you know 3 golden rules are there, right? Okay, for now they have a golden rule. That's why we can also create the golden rule for our income tax. That's why I given the golden rule. But in act you will get the name as a general rule only. What is it? What is a general rule or golden rule? I will tell you. Remember, in Income Tax Act 1961, always we have an financial years, not calendar years. Every year is financial year. Okay, I will take the previous year 25-26. Can you tell me 1/4/2025 starting and 31st March 2026 ending? During this period, if you earned any income during the year, if you earned any income, can I pay the tax at the night of this last day of the year? No, impossible. Books of accounts will close in the next 30 days or 40 days. In case of companies, it will take 3 months also. Board approval also will take after 3 months. Can I pay the tax at the night or evening of this day? Impossible. That's why you can take some time and you can pay the tax in that immediately next financial year. The next financial year is called as what, ma? Assessment year. Next financial year is called as what, ma? Assessment year. Remember. Why? Name given as an assessment. Assessment means computation. We are computing our income and we are paying the tax also in which year? Assessment year. That's why they are given the name as an assessment year. It is also financial year. It is also financial year. In that financial year we are paying the tax. That year is called as what, ma? Assessment year. Again I am saying income earning year is called as an previous year. Tax payment year is called as an assessment year. So that is only here we mention income and during the previous year on that we are required to pay the tax in assessment year. Done? Now I can define in anywhere income earning year, previous year. Previous year next financial year is what, ma? Assessment year. This previous year definition only given in section 3. Already we referred. Section 3 is talking about the definition of which year? Previous year. Now easily you can define. It is a financial year in which you earn the income. In which you are earning the income. What is the present previous year? For our exams, 25, 26. Always it having the 12 months. In these two exceptional cases, we have an previous year less than how many months, ma? 12 months. Okay, suppose I started my business in October month. New business or profession I started in which month, ma? October. For my business or profession purpose, what is the previous year? October to March ending, not 12 months. Understood? So that is an October to 31st. Okay, I started a job. Okay, nothing but I entered into employment on the September 1st month. For salary source, what is the previous year? September to March. In these two cases only, we have a previous year less than 12 months. In remaining all cases, 12 months only. Assessment year means, can you tell me it is a financial year? Yes, it is a financial year in which you are required to pay the tax. In which you are required to pay the tax. That is called as what, ma? Assessment year. It's always how many months, ma? 12 months. Now, for our, can you tell me which term? June, December 2026. Previous year is 25, 26. Assessment year is 26, 27. For this assessment year related finance act is what, ma? 2025. You need to remember these facts. What is that previous year? 25, 26. What is that assessment year? 26, 27. Related Finance Act 2025. You know already something about the Finance Act. So for which term? June as well as December 2026. Now we can back to the discharging section. Every person whose total income of previous year we computed. If that exceeds the basic exemption limit, if the total income of the every person during the previous year exceeds the what, maximum amount not chargeable to tax, simply that you can call it as a basic exemption limit. Okay, for me basic exemption limit is 4 lakh. If I earned 10 lakh or 20 lakh, that income is exceeded the basic exemption limit, right? Yes. Now I required to pay the tax. Everyone is a person only. If the person total income exceeded the basic exemption limit, they are required to pay the tax. That persons only now we can call it as an SSC. All we are persons only. When we can become as an SSC, if our total income during the previous year exceeds the basic exemption limit, where we can call it as an SSC. Now, if that exceeds, automatically from person status to you are upgraded to the which status? The SSC. If you become SSC, automatically you are required to pay the income tax. Entire income we have to pay as a tax, no. By using some rates, we have to pay the tax. The rates are mentioned in the Finance Act related to the assessment year. Now you can tell me, what is the previous year? 25, 26. What is the assessment year? 26, 27. This assessment year related Finance Act, already we know Finance Act 2025. By using the rates, you have to pay the tax in which year? Assessment year. Now easily you can say this charging section without seeing akka is వస్తుంది 1 2 3 third first fourth row first person without seeing akka every person whose total income of the previous year exceeds basic exemption limit, that person now we can call it as an SSC. He is required to pay the tax by using the rates given in Finance Act related to the assessment year. Okay, now we have to know the basic exemption limits. We have to know the basic exemption limit. In exam, maybe they can give it as a maximum amount not chargeable to tax. This is a maximum limit in my hands, not chargeable to tax. Okay. Remember, very important, very important. In person definition, whoever is there, for all we have to know the basic exemption limit. Who are there? Individual is there first. Individual, non-resident here only. Resident less than how many years? 60 years. Non-resident irrespective of age, always here only. Resident less than 60. Next, resident more than or equal to 60, less than 80, senior citizen. Next, resident individual more than or equal to 80, very senior citizen, as well as what super senior citizen. In exam, always they will give you in a question exactly 60 years of age. 60 means senior citizen. 80 means super senior citizen. 60 attracted he is a senior citizen only. 80 attracted senior citizen only. Understood? Now, individual we are classifying in 3 ways. Then what about the others? Individual, after that we have an whom? HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. Please combine this AOP, BOI, AJP, HUF into the first category of individual. Who are that? Individual non-resident, individual resident less than 80 years, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. These fellows, who are that? Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. They have an option to follow any of the 2 regimes. Any of the 2 regimes. First, if you are open the income tax returns forms, defaultly they will give the which rates? 115 BAC rates they will give you. So that's why that is a default tax regime. Remember, in default tax regime, basic exemption limit always how much? 4 lakh. In this default tax regime, there is no need to check the age, there is no need to check the residential status also. For non-resident also 115 BAC is applicable, basic exemption limit 4 lakh. There is no age classification, there is no residential status classification in 115 BAC. No sir, I don't want to follow the 115 BAC, I want to shift from this to which rates? Optional. We are taking an optional rates, opting out from the 115 BAC, and you are choosing these rates. That's why we can call it as an optional rates, old rates, normal rates also. In this, for individual non-resident, resident less than 60, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, how much basic exemption limit? 250 only. Next, individual having the resident individual having the more than or equal to 60, less than 80, what is the basic exemption limit? 3 lakh. Next ma, 5 lakh. Where we have a differential basic exemption limit in optional rates. In 115 BSc, fixed. How much? 5 lakh. 4 lakh. Okay. Now, then in person definition, individual covered. Okay, you can check this, right? You can check this. Who are covered ma as of now? Individual covered, HF covered, AOP BOI covered, EAJP covered. But pending, right? Yes, sir. Already covered, already covered, already covered, all, sorry. Covered, covered. Next ma, covered, covered. Who are pending, right? Firm, LLP, firm, LLP, company, cooperative society. For them we have to check the basic exemption limit. Remaining all we discussed under the first only. Who are uncovered as of now? Firm, LLP, company, cooperative society, local authority. For them basic exemption limit will be how much? Akka please. Nil. How much? Nil. That means you have to know everything clear. In person definition, all are covered. Who having the income of that particular previous year more than this basic exemption limit, they are required to pay the tax. Okay. That means even though they have a minimum income of 1,000 and 2,000 also, they are required to pay the tax. If any person is required to pay the tax under Income Tax Act 1961, that person now we can call it as an SSC. Understood? All are persons only. Out of that persons whose total income exceeded the basic exemption limit, that person will be called as an SSC. If you are become an SSC, you must be a person. Clear? Now, tax rates. What is that? Tax rates. In Income Tax Act 1961, if you want to compute the tax liability, we have to calculate how many components ma? 3 components. Please add these 3 components together, you will get a tax liability. You will get a tax liability. Again I am saying, again I am saying, income tax liability first you have to compute. Then after surcharge. Then after health and education cess. I will give a break at 11. Okay, 10 now, 11, 15 to 20 minutes I will give. Don't think about the break timings. Okay, more than you, for me break is required. I will give you at a regular intervals break. But sir, why you are telling all these in a detailed manner? In further discussions, I don't want to go into basics. If I am telling everything in my own way in first or second day, in third or fourth or fifth or next days, I can go in a speed banner also. You can take that everything easily. Okay, please bear with me. And even though now you can felt it as a slow also, yes, no problem. Everything I will tell you. And I have a recorded versions of every batch. If anything is not covered, I will give a regular recordings also. Okay, but so directly if I am jumping to the questions and solving of everything, it will not give you the marks in final examination, especially DT. If it is work out now, 5 days batch only I will take, other than why I need to take the 14 or 15 days. 12 only, na? Okay. That will be in a God hands only, na? Now, so how many components we have to check, ma? 3. First, income tax, surcharge. If you want to check my incomes, maybe some incomes are normal incomes, some incomes are special incomes. Example, casual incomes like bettings, lotteries, as well as capital gain incomes. That are the special incomes. Normal incomes are taxable by using the, yes sir, old regime as well as new regime. Which one you want to follow? That is your wish only. But these rates you have to follow on which incomes ma? Normal income. Example, salary income, business income is there, house property income is there. On that normal incomes you can apply any one of the regime. But if you have any special incomes, on that special incomes we have to apply only special tax rates. Only special tax rates. If I am combining both the tax, that is called as what ma? Income tax liability. Definitely first step you have to check with different types of incomes. Normal income, special incomes. Normal income related, any regime you can follow. Special incomes related, special tax rate. Combine both the taxes, that is what ma? Income tax liability. For this income tax liability, I want to add the surcharge. I want to add the surcharge. Okay, sir, why surcharge, sir? I will tell you. My direct tax is a progressive based nature. Progressive based means simply I will tell you, there is a clear difference between rich and poor. Or I haven't 5 lakh, less amount of tax only. If you haven't 200, 300 crores income, you want to pay the more and more tax. If income increases, tax also required to increase. So that's why for rich people like you, we want to levy the surcharge. In future, sorry. Okay, I want to levy the surcharge. Sir, surcharge means it is not levied on income, it is levied on income tax. Already we computed income tax. On this we have to implement the tax. You can get the surcharge. Many students are doing the mistake. They are applying the surcharge rates on income. Definitely you will get exemption. And after examination, many students are asking, sir, they are asking tax liability, sir. I calculated only income tax, sir. I forget to add these two things. Because you are not listening the basic concepts. Tax liability means always we have to add how many components? 3. First one, income tax liability. Second one, surcharge. Third one, health and education. Surcharge required to be calculated on what ma? Income tax. Okay, I will tell you simple example. I calculated income tax liability. I got 1 lakh. I got how much ma? 1 lakh. Surcharge rate is 10%. This 10% is required to be applied on how much ma? 1 lakh. Because you have to apply on income tax. How much you will get? Anna, 10,000 you will get. Okay. On income tax plus surcharge, you have to apply 4%, that is an health and education. Says how much, ra? Use calculators. 1 lakh 10,000 into 4%. 4,000? Super. Now you can combine these 3 components. You will get 1 lakh 14,400. This is only income tax liability. Indirect taxes are regressive based. Regressive based means there is no difference between rich and poor. I will tell you simple example. Even rich fellow purchasing that one product also same GST. Beggar purchasing also same GST. In old age person paying also same GST. Minor is purchasing also same GST. That's why there is no difference between the rich and poor in indirect tax structure. In direct tax structure there is a clear differentiation. So that's why we have a surcharge. Income tax is same for all, but what is the difference ma? Surcharge. If you become rich, then you have to pay the surcharge. Sir, when you can call me as a rich, sir, I will tell you in surcharge discussion separately. Clear? How many components we have to add? 3 or 4? 3 pakka. Income tax liability, surcharge, health and education. Next. Now I will tell you tax rates. Are up to now, if you are not listening also, if you are imagining someone also in your dreams, ignore. As of now, you have to come to that class. These rates are very important. Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. Why we are grouping these fellows? They have an same basic exemption limits and the same regimes also. For whom? Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. What is the default tax regime for these fellows? 115 BAC. Now I am giving the 115 BAC 1A default tax regime, or we can call it as a new regime. Yes, every book will be sent to you. Already handwritten is received by our staff. Today they will dispatch. 3 books, workbook, concept book, handwritten. Okay. Now you are getting 115 BAC subsection 1A default tax regime. Next one, new regime. Anyone they can give an exam. Newly introduced, that's why new regime. If you open the website, ITR forms, which rates will given automatically? 115 BS, that's why default. Can I know the reason why they given this regime as a default one? Because of rebate. Because of rebate, it is a default one. I will tell you in a rebate concept, listen. Okay. In this, no need to check the age, no need to check residential status. No need to check age, no need to check residential status. Always BL is how much? 4 lakh. Understood, ma? Non-resident also can follow 115 BSc. Super senior citizen, minors, majors, every person can follow this. The same basic exemption limit of how much? 4 lakh. Now, every 4 lakh income increases. 0 to 4 lakh. Next one, ma? 4 to 8, 8 to 12, 12 to 16, 16 to 20, 20 to 24, above 24. Every 4 lakh income increases. What is that rate increases? 5%. Nil 5%, 10%, 15, 20, 25, 30. This limit you have to remember. Like this you can't extend. The last will be 24 lakh above 30%. Understood? Amendment. Amendment. Previously we have a basic exemption limit 3 lakh. Amendment. Now you have to remember this updated 115 BSc rates. Clear? Now. Sir, I am following 115 BSc, sir. For calculating income tax liability. For calculating what, ma? Income tax liability. If I am following the 115 BSc, these rates. Now. After calculating that income tax liability, what I need to add, ma? Surcharge. Surcharge for whom? Individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP who are following 115 BSc. I want to exclude one type of AOP. One type of AOP. I will give you two examples. Ma. This is an AOP. This is also AOP. Here one company is there, one partnership firm is there, one individual is there. Here 3 companies are there. I want to exclude this AOP from this discussion. If AOP consisting only companies as an members, in this AOP only who are the members, ma? Companies. So that's why please exclude. Other than one AOP consisting only companies as a members, now I am excluding this, I am including this AOP only. Sir, you excluded, sir, one AOP. For that, what is the tax rate? I will tell you separately. I will tell you separately. AOP consisting only companies as a members. That I will tell you separately. Now, sir, which regime they are following, ma? 115 BSc followed and they computed the income tax liability. Now I will need to levy the surcharge. So already you know, if you are rich, then we can collect the surcharge. How we can know whether you are a rich or poor? Based on total income. If your total income is just 50 lakh equal or less, you are a poor only, no surcharge. 50 lakh up to. Equal also no problem. If exceeded till 1 crore, 10% of income or income tax? Income tax. Next, 1 crore to 2 crore, 15% of income tax. More than 2 crores, whatever income you have to pay 25% on income tax. Under 115 BSc, what is the maximum surcharge rate? 25%. What is the maximum surcharge rate? 25%. Sir, you have to remember, up to 50 no need to pay surcharge. 50 to 1, 10%. 1 to 2, 15%. Above 2, maximum 25%. Now, sir, I don't want to follow this 115 BSc. No problem, you can shift or you can opt out. That words in exam they can give it as an shift out or opt out. Opt out means what? You are changing from this one to this. Opt out. Opted for means this is only you are opting. Opted out, shifted out means you are landing at an normal tax rates, old or optional. These are old rates, normal rates, but now these are all optional. Sir, this opting out facility given in section 115 BAC subsection 6. 115 BAC subsection 6 is given, you can opt out from the, which section? 115 BAC 1A. Sir, if I am opting out, what are the rates are applicable? Tell me, ma. Individual, non-resident, resident less than 60, HUF, AOP, BOI. For this set, what is the basic exemption limit, ma? 2.5 lakh. 2.5 lakh up to nil. Next slab up to 5 lakh, 5%. 5 to 10 lakh, 20%. Above 10 lakh, 30%. Remember, slabs they are classifying up to basic exemption limit. Then after, up to 5 lakh. Next, up to 10 lakh. Over and above 10 lakh. Next, individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. HUF, AOP, AJP, BOI covered. But individual only, resident 60 less only covered. Then what about the remaining? Here we can cover. Individual more than or equal to 60, less than 80, senior citizen. What is the basic exemption limit for this fellow? 3 lakh. 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 lakh to 5 lakh, 5%. 5 lakh to 10 lakh, 20%. Above 10 lakh, 30%. Next, one more fellow is there. Who is that? Resident individual having the 80 or more. Super senior citizen or very senior citizen. What is the basic exemption limit? 5 lakh. Up to 5 lakh, nil ra. Next slab is what ra? 5 to 10 lakh, right? 5 to 10 lakh slab, how much rate ra? 20%. Yes, many are writing in that exam. Instead of 20, they are writing 5. There is no 5% slab in this case. Up to 5 lakh only we can levy the, what is that rate? 5%. But up to 5 lakh here exempt. That's why there is no 5%. Directly 20%. 0, 20 and what? 30%. Ma understood? Next, if you are following the optional rates, then what is the surcharge? Here also we want to exclude one type of AOP. What is that AOP we want to exclude? AOP consisting only companies as a members. Now, here also the same, up to 50, no surcharge. 50 to 1 crore, 10%. 1 to 2, 15%. Here 2 to 5, 25%. Above 5, 37. What is the maximum surcharge rate? 37%. What is the maximum surcharge rate? 37%. Remember, important ma. In 115 BSc, maximum surcharge rate is 25%. In the normal tax rates are optional as well as old. What is the maximum surcharge rate? 37. Sir, AOP consisting companies as a members. Already these companies will pay surcharges and taxes also. How we can levy on this AOP more surcharge? That's why we are restricting. Now, simple ma, same limits. Up to 50, no. 50 to 1, 10%. Above 1, 15%. Only here maximum rate is how much? Maximum surcharge rate 50. So normally in both the regimes we can levy 25, 37. But if AOP consisting only companies as a members, for that AOP, what is the maximum surcharge under both the regimes? 1500. Understood? So now we discussed everything about the individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. They have a liberty of following any of the two regimes, 115 BSc or optional. You can decide whichever you want to follow. Done? Now, next we have to refer partnership form including LLP local authority. Including LLP local authority. Sir, if any person having the basic exemption limit, they have to follow slab rates. Individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP having the basic exemption limit, that's why we followed what? Slab rates. If you don't have any basic exemption limit, flat rates, directly one rate you have to apply on income. Can you tell me? Partnership form LLP local authority. There is no basic exemption limit. Already we discussed in basic exemption limit concept. There is no basic exemption limit. For whom? Partnership LLP, local authority. Yes, companies, all others. Remember. Now we are discussing partnership form, LLP, local authority. Income tax rate directly what ma? 30%. Surcharge ma? Just I am given this type of presentation. Surcharge always 12%. Always how much ma? 12%. If the total income exceeded how much ra? 1 crore. Sir, why you given both the things, sir? For correlating these slabs with the companies, that's why I given the both. 1 crore exceeded till 10 crores, 12%. 10 crore exceeded also 12%. But this rate required to be applied on income or income tax? Income tax. Surcharge rates always applied on income tax. Next, domestic company. Companies will be two types. Now first I will discuss the domestic company. Next I will tell you foreign company. Domestic company have an liberty to follow two regimes. The first one, normal or old. If they don't want to follow this, they can go for the optional. They can go for the what? Optional. Again I am saying, for individual HF, AOP, BOA, AJP, two regimes are there. Partnership form, LLP, local authority. Only one regime they have. That already we discussed. For domestic company, both. Now, first we will discuss about the normal as well as old income tax rates. For these years, I want to know the tax rates. But reference we have to take the 23-24 year turnover gross receipt does not exceed 400 crores. Sir, why sir? This year turnover I have to check, sir. But turnover will not finalize it for this year. Last year may not be finalized. We can inflate and we can decrease or increase based on our requirements. But immediately previous year is 24-25. This also you can't take. This also you can't take. Before the 23-24 year you have to take. Remember, does not exceed 400 crores or lakhs? Crores. We can treat it as a small companies, 25. Other cases, 30. Other case means if exceeded 400 crores. How much ma? 30. Remember, which reference years we have to check? Preceding years. That too what ma? Immediately or 1 year before that? 1 year before that year we have to take. Now, sir, surcharge rates are what, sir? For domestic companies, surcharge rates ma? 1 crore to 10 crore, above 10 crores. What is the total income, not turnover? Ma, remember, for knowing the income tax, we are checking the turnover or gross receipts. For knowing what ma? Income tax rate. But while levying the surcharge, we have to check the total income. Okay, 1 to 10, above 10. What is the rate ma? 7, 12. Sir, I don't want to follow this old, sir. Is there any optional regime is there? Yes, optional regime is there, ma. 115 BA, BAA, BAB is there. BA, BAA, BAB is there. Can I follow all of these three? No. Only any one of these three you have to select. Or it is out of race, remove. But our study material is still continuing that. That's why we can discuss that also. First I will take the 115 BAB. What is that ma? 115 BAB. For domestic companies or foreign companies? Domestic. That too manufacturing company. Manufacturing is very important. That's why we can give the optional rate for them. Okay. Remember. If two conditions are satisfied. What are the two conditions ma? First one, set up and registered on or after this date. 1/10/2019 on or after you have to take the registration and set up. Commencement of the business on or before 31st March 2024. If these two conditions are satisfied, that company can pay just 15% of income tax.
Generally we have to pay 25, 30, not required, just 15 is enough. Surcharge generally 7, 12 depending upon total income, but in this 115 BAB directly 10% surcharge, 4% health and education cess. Altogether if you are counted effective tax rate, how 15 plus 10% plus 4%, you will get 17.16. You have to remember directly 17.16. Understood? Now, sir, our company is not manufacturing company, sir, but domestic company. That's why other domestic company. Instead of 15, you have to pay 22, but not required to pay 25 also. Just how much? 22. Please count it down. 22 plus 10 plus 4%. How much effectively? 25.168. Arey, don't add all the things all together. Please calculate 1 on 1. That means 22 on 10. Both the things on 4%. Understood? Now, arey, previously, yes, this is there. Now, all are covered. If manufacturing this one, other than manufacturing this one, no one is following 115 BA. In 115 BA, you have to pay what? 25. No one is interested to pay 25. Even the option is given, 22 is there. Why I need to follow 25? First they given this, then after they given this one or this one, definitely I will go with these two only. This is an outdated one, 25. But surcharge here not fixed, depending upon total income. Next, what is that? Health and education says 4%. For domestic companies, how many optional tax regimes are there? 3. BA, BAA, BAB. For domestic manufacturing company, BAB. Other manufacturing company, BAA. Other than these two, BA is their outdated one. Which one I want to follow? It's your wish. Dana. Domestic company, okay. Now, what are the surcharge rates under normal tax rates? 7, 12. 1 to 10, above 10. Foreign company. My foreign company tax rate, can you tell me what? 35. Remember, for foreign company, what is the tax rate? 35. In some cases, yes, suppose foreign company is given the services to the Indian government. Yes, ma? Indian government or Indian concern. Concern means entity. Regarding the service, already we have an what, ma? Agreement. If you provided the service, definitely that Indian government or Indian concern will give the royalty to foreign company or fees for technical services to foreign company. Now this foreign company is required to pay the tax at the rate of what, ma? 50% on those two incomes. What are the two incomes? Royalty or fees for technical services. Dana. But this agreement date you have to remember, there is no alternative for us. Long ago agreements. 1/4/1961 to 31st March 1976 regarding the royalty. Fees for technical services 1964 March 1st to 31st March 1976 regarding the FTS. So special case, special tax rate. Only which incomes are taxable at a 50% in the hands of the foreign company? Royalty income, fees for technical service. This income can be received from the whom? Indian government and Indian concern pursuant to agreement given under Act. Done. What is that? My foreign company only one regime. What is the regime? Normal only. There is no optional for the foreign companies. Now surcharge 1 to 10, above 10, 2%, 5%. I have a big doubt. So for domestic company 7 to higher, foreign company just 2 to 5. Already income tax is levied 35. On income tax, this surcharge we have to collect. Already it is used only. In domestic company, just 25, 30. On this we can collect 7, 12. Many are writing reverse. That is not correct. Domestic company 7, 12. Foreign company 2, 5. Now, last we have an cooperative society. All are done. Next we have an what? Cooperative society. Listen. cooperative society, there is no basic exemption limit, right? There is no basic exemption limit. For cooperative society, there is no basic exemption limit. But we have to follow slab rates only for this. It isn't one exception to that rule. Previously I said if basic exemption limit is there, slab basic exemption limit is not there, flat. But it is an exception. Cooperative society related, there is no basic exemption limit, but still we are following the slab rate. Normal tax rate is there, optional also there. Normal tax rate, simply there is no basic exemption limit, up to 10,000, 10%, 10,000 to 20,000, 20%, above 20,000, 30%. My cooperative societies will be formed on self-help basis. They don't want to earn that more and more profits. The minimum profits only they can earn. That's why that income levels also given as a minimum. 10, 20, 30. Surcharge, same like a domestic company. Same like which company? Domestic company. Next. Sir, what are the optional tax rates are there? 2 ma. B, AD, B, AE. Remember, if that is a domestic manufacturing company, what is that? Domestic manufacturing company. Domestic manufacturing cooperative society. Upon satisfaction of these two conditions, what are the two conditions, ma? Registered on or after 1/4/2023, commencement before this date. That means these dates will be given in the previous year, what, ma? 23-24. Starting on or after 23, 1/4/2023. Commencement before that year end. 23-24 year. One is the starting date, another one is an ending date. These rates will be similar to section 115 BAB. 15-10-4. Yes, other than manufacturing, we can follow this, ma. This is similar to what, ma? Section 115 BAA. Same rates. Understood? Now, out of, we know some SSEs who having the two regimes, right? Individual HF, AOP, BOI, AJP having the two regimes. Domestic company, two regimes is there. Cooperative society, two regimes. Other than only one regime. Many are having the doubts, sir. In our discussion, you said only two regimes for some SSEs only. Then what about remaining? Then remaining SSEs have to follow only one regime. Can you tell me examples, sir? Partnership firm, foreign company, LLP, cooperative society, they have to follow one regime only. Clear? Now, so if you allow me for 1 minute, I will give you the summary of this. Okay, if you want, you can write, otherwise no problem. Okay, if you want only, you can write, otherwise also no problem, just listen. Ma, first of all, individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. For these fellows, which is an default tax regime? Default, yes, ma? 115 BAC. But optional is what, ma? Old rates. Clear? Now, for domestic company, for which company? Domestic company. Which one is default? Normal tax rates is default. Normal tax rates is default. If they don't want to follow the normal tax rates, they can follow 115 BA, BAA, BAB. Next one, ma. Resident cooperative society. Resident cooperative societies. Can you tell me for resident cooperative society, normal tax rates are default? What is that, ma? Normal tax rates are default. If they don't want to follow the normal tax rates, section 115 BAD BAE. And if you are observing, all sections are covered. BA, BAA, BAB, BAC, BAD, BAE. First, domestic companies, BA, BAA, BAB. Then after BAC. Then after BAD, BAE. The remaining SSEs only having the one regime. Who are that? Partnership firm, LLP, local authorities. They have an only one regime. Done? Yes. Sound effects. Now, already you know, normal incomes related we have to apply the old regime or new regime. But special incomes related we have to apply what, ma? Special tax rate. Remember, this tax rates is applicable for all SSEs. I am an individual, you are an HUF, company. Every person who having this special incomes, they are required to follow special tax rates only. They have to follow special tax rates only. First I will tell you special tax rates in the capital gain head. Then after few special incomes related I want to tell you. Okay, capital gains first. If you holded any capital asset, if that is in short term capital gain, if that capital asset is a long term capital gain. Suppose I have one short term capital asset, but that short term capital asset is listed equity shares, units of equity oriented mutual funds, units of business trust. I invested in the listed equity shares or mutual fund units, that too equity oriented mutual fund unit or business trust units. These three are capital asset. If short term, I will get a short term capital gain. That short term capital gain is required to tax under 111A. With section 111A. What is the tax rate? 20%. Special tax rate at the rate of 20%. Suppose you have these three assets, the two short term, then you have to pay the tax by using 111A at the rate of 20. What are the three? Equity oriented mutual fund units, listed equity share, units of business trust. If these three are short term, okay, sir, but I held these three, sir, but these are long term, sir. That's why long term capital gain under 112A, under which section? 112A. These assets are called as an financial assets. Financially I invested in one asset. That's why these assets are called as an financial assets. What is the rate of 112A? 12.5. But there is a basic exemption limit of how much, ma? 1,25,000. Listen. If I have 10 lakh, or I didn't place any advertisement, that is defaultly they are given. In YouTube, I didn't place any advertisement related things. I will check it out if anything is there from my side. Defaultly, if they are allocating any advertisement, you can watch it. Now, listen. If I have in the 10 lakh long term capital gain under 112A, out of 125 is exempt. That means 10 lakh minus 1.25 lakh is exempt. The remaining 8.75 is taxable at the rate of what part? 12.5%. Now, I have an other short term capital asset other than financial asset like gold, land, short term assets are there. Now, what is the section? There is no section other than 111A. What is the taxable at a normal tax rate? Highlighted point, short-term capital gain other than triple 1A is taxable at a normal tax rate, not special tax rates. Normal means what, sir? Already we discussed. If you follow 115 BAC, 115 BAC rates, normal means normal. Now, sir, any asset other than financial assets we have, that is long-term capital asset, long-term capital gain. Here we have two rates. In capital gains we can check which rates we have to follow. Just one is simple, 12.5% without indexation. One is you can calculate with indexation 20%, without indexation 12%, you can take lower of the two. Sir, in which case, which points we have to follow, I will tell you later in a capital gain chapter or revision video of capital gain also. Remember, with indexation 20%, without indexation 12.5, you have to take lower of these two. Okay, sir, other than this, directly 12.5 without indexation. So many of us are having the thinking like capital gain is entirely taxable at a special tax rate. No, no, no. Capital gain 111A, 112A, 112 is taxable at a special tax rate. Other than triple 1A is taxable at a normal tax rates. Capital gain related discussion is over. Now 3 points. Every attempt or MCQ you will get from these 3 sections. Listen carefully. If you have an casual incomes 115 BB, section numbers also you have to remember 115 BB. What is the tax rate, ma? 30%. Sir, net winnings from online games, extension 115 BBJ. What is that, ma? 30%. First we have an BB only. Because of online games encouragement, they introduced BBJ. What is that? 30%. Now what is the next one, ma? 115 BBE. If you have an undisclosed income, I will tell you at the end of this chapter, we have in some sections, section 68 to 69D. In this section, if AO identified undisclosed assets, undisclosed means we are not paying any tax on certain incomes, but you accumulated that incomes in your bank accounts, or you created any other assets with that. That is undisclosed income. That undisclosed income taxable at 60%, on that surcharge 25%, on that health and education says 4%, effectively how much, ma? 78%. Ma, undisclosed income related income tax rate is given under 115 BBE. What is it? 78%. I think you have one thinking, sir, if I have 1 crore undisclosed income, they are collecting only 78%, remaining is our money only, no problem. This is a tax rate, there will be a penalties also on that. Okay, there will be a penalties also on that, just the tax rate itself 78%. Ma. Clear? Okay, just for your knowledge purpose, if any virtual digital assets is there under section 115 BBH, no problem, already this point is covered in TDS TCS chapter. Just now I want to tell you, virtual digital asset if you have any income from the transfer of virtual digital asset, taxable under which section? BBH. What is the rate? 30%. What is the rate, ma? 30%. Now, please repeat. BB, casual incomes. BBJ, net winnings from online, both are 30%. 115 BBE, undisclosed income, 70%. Breakup, ma? 60, 25, 4%. Next one, virtual digital assets. 115 BBH, 30%. Okay, last one, health and education says, you know already, health and education says is applicable for all SSEs, ma? But income tax and surcharge minus rebate. Sir, for rich people's rebate, for poor people's, sorry, for rich people's surcharge, for poor people's rebate. Sir, both the things can I get? No, any one only you can get. If surcharge is there, add to that income tax. If rebate is there, minus to that income tax. On that, you have to apply 4%. One important step you have to remember, health and education says you have to do at a last step. After finalizing everything. What do you mean by everything? Income tax, surcharge, rebate. Last step you have to add the health and education says at the rate of 4%. Done? No. we can go with the concept of rebate. We can go with the concept of rebate. There is an amendment also in this, please listen carefully. Rebate means discount on the tax payment. Discount is not open to all assessees, only for individual, that too resident individual. Clear? First point. Only rebate can be claimed by the individual, that too resident individual. Done? Okay. Sir, individual can follow both the regimes. What are the both the regimes? 115 BAC 1A, default, new regime. Either if they don't want to follow this, they can shift from this to normal, old, optional. If you follow any regime also, rebate is available. You can follow any one of the regime, but rebate is available. First I will tell you this one. First I will tell you this one. If total income is less than or equal to 5 lakh, then only you will get rebate. Rebate for poor people. Poor people means nothing but in this section. What is that? If your total income is does not exceed 5 lakh. Rebate amount will be income tax payable 12,500, whichever is lower. Generally, please calculate income tax on 5 lakh. 0 to 2.5 lakh, what nil. 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh. 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh. What is the slab rate? 5%. How much? That means entire 12,500 we are going to give as an rebate. Right? Income tax payable itself 12,500. That entire 12,500 or income tax payable, whichever is lower. Simple. Under optional rates, old regime, normal tax rate. If resident individual having income less than or equal to 5 lakh, no need to pay any tax, because entire amount you can take it as what? Rebate. Understood? Now sir, if SSC, that to whom resident individual is following the 115 BAC, if total income is less than or equal to 12 lakh, we can give rebate. How much ma? Income tax payable or 60,000. I will tell you how these 60,000 are. 0 to 4 lakh, nil. 4 lakh to 8 lakh, 5%. Means how much ma? 20,000. 8 lakh to 12 lakh, 10%. How much? 40,000. That means entire amount you can claim it as rebate. In the default tax regime, if you have a total income up to 12 lakh, no need to pay any tax. Remember, I given both the options. Which one is better for you? Rebate point of view. 115 BSc. If you don't have any special incomes, etc., salaried employees, imagine. In our India, more salaried employees are there. If they don't have any special incomes, which regime is better for them? Default. So many of the SSCs want to up the 115 BSc only. That's why they given this is only as a default. There is no background reasons. Because of rebate only they given default. If you don't want to follow, shift out to the normal. Clear? Now, important. If total income is more than 12 lakh also, we can get rebate. How sir? Up to 12 lakh you will get rebate directly. More than 12 lakh also you can get rebate. Under marginal relief concept. Under what ma? Marginal relief concept. Under marginal relief concept. So now I will tell you simple example. You can understood why rebate is required. Listen. After this I will give a break. Okay. Ma, total income just 12 lakh 15,000. More than 12 lakh or not? Okay. Marginally more than or drastically more than? Marginally. Okay. First step 1. What is the total income in excess of 12 lakh? 15,000. Up to 12 lakh, there is no tax for you. More than 12 lakh, you earn how much? 15,000. Step 2. Please calculate tax on entire. 4 lakh nil, 4 to 8 lakh, 20,000, 8 to 12, 40. On balance 15,000, 2250. Total 62,250. Ma, if you observe that, up to 12 lakh no need to pay tax. But because of earning the additional 15,000, they are asking tax how much? 62,250. Arey, remember, department expectation is nothing but you have to pay how much? 62,250. But my capability, SSC having the capability of how much? 15,000 only, because up to 12 lakh, no need to pay tax, I don't want to pay. Additionally, I earn 15,000 only, but because of additional earning of 15,000, they are asking the tax how much? 62,250. Horrible or not? Instead of this, I can give the total extra income to the department. Why I need to pay the tax 62,250? I earned only additionally over the 12 lakh 15,000 only. I will give it to them only. Income directly I will give it. Now, if remember, step 2 is more than step 1. That means here I am unable to satisfy their demand. Department demanding this by my capability is that, that's why they are going to give the rebate. Difference between these two, how much ma? 47,250. Are anyhow, you have to pay this amount as a tax, but department is given the rebate. Finally, you have to pay the whatever additional income you earn. Finally, you are paying whatever that additional income you earn. That is only the concept of marginal relief. Why I have to pay the entire amount of tax? I will give that entire income to them. But last step we have to add what ma? Health and education cess. Whatever additional income we earn, for that we have to add the health and education cess. That is only the rebate under marginal relief. Now, sir, how to remember? Step 1, pronounce along with me, total income in excess of 12 lakh. That is only we done. That is our capability. I can give that entire income to you. Sir, step 2, compute income tax liability. Why income tax ra? Poor fellows ra, there is no concept of surcharge. No need to add education cess. Only we have to calculate income tax liability. Here I am not adding health and education cess. Only income tax liability. If step 2 is more than step 1, in our example step 2 is more than step 1, yes, department expectations is more than our capability. So that's why rebate is step 2 minus step 1. Okay, in your free time, right? In your free time, I will open the, okay, please check it out, the workbook just ma. This is a direct question. Question number 1, no need to practice it also. Yes, sir. What is that ma? They are given the total income 10 lakh 50. SC following what ma? 115 BSc. Can you tell me directly he will get rebate because his total income does not exceed 12 lakh. Are they will not ask rebate thing. They will not ask you anything like rebate. They will give total income, SSC status, and they are asking tax liability. You have to remember they will get the rebate. How you can remember? Total income under 115 BSc for resident individual does not exceed 12 lakh. No need to pay any tax because we have a rebate. This one ra. Question number 2. Tell me ma. Resident individual, total income 12 lakh 15,000. This is only our example. Marginally more than 12 lakh. Here also we can get the rebate by using marginal relief concept. This is only our example we discussed in our handwritten. Sir, I will give you one just working for you for 2 minutes. Working only. I will give you 3. 12 lakh, 12 lakh 10,000, 14 lakh 30,000. Here directly we can get rebate. Directly we can get rebate. Here directly you can't get, but rebate by using rebate under marginal relief you will get. Rebate under marginal relief concept you will get, already we solved. But here no rebate. Here you will not get any rebate. Sir, how you know, sir? Please calculate the 3 steps. Step 1 is what? Total income. Total income more than 12 lakh. How much is there? 2 lakh 30,000. Array, this is only SSC capability. More than 12 lakh, how much we earn? 2 lakh 30,000. Second step is what, ma? Income tax liability on what, ma? Total income. Total income how much? 14 lakh 30,000. Please calculate income tax liability up to 4 lakh 5%. Sorry, up to 4 lakh nil, 4 to 8 lakh 5%, 8 to 12, 12 to 14. How much you will get? 94,000. It is department expectation. Are simply you can meet the department expectation or not? Yes. They are asking just 94,500. You have a capability of how much? 2,30,000. Why you need a relief? Why you need a rebate? Yes, remember, rebate you can get if step 2 is more than what, ma? Step 1. Step 2 is more than step 1, you will get rebate. But here reverse case, that's why you will not get any rebate. So that's why this amount you have to pay directly. Please add health and education cess. Sir, how I will know, sir? Simple. If they are given 115 BAC up to 12 lakh, directly you will get rebate. 12 lakh to, okay, 12 lakh 30,000. Just check it out whether you will get rebate under marginal relief or not. I don't want to say exact figure, up to this you will get marginal relief, etc. You can check it out steps. Or it is marginally more or huge more? Huge more. That's why you will not get any rebate under marginal relief concept. So this is our own example for understanding the relief, sorry, rebate under marginal relief. Pakka? Adham kalada? Are you understood the rebate concept, ma? Okay. Now, next point. Important amendment, I will tell you in a concept book now, you have to refer. This is only I given, okay, 87A, old regime, new regime. What is that important point? Listen. No rebate on taxable under section 112A. Ma, what is that 112A income? Long-term capital gain on financial assets, right? What is the tax rate, ma? 12.5%. What is the basic exemption limit? 1,25,000. On this also, no rebate if you followed under what? Old. Previously, you will get rebate on this income. Simple, my total income comprises only long-term capital gain under 112A. My total income 4,95,000, ma. That 4,95,000 also this income. Can I get rebate? No. Salary income, you can get. You can't get rebate on 112A income. Special incomes related, anyhow you can't get the rebate. Why rebate you can't get? Directly special tax rate taxable incomes, directly you have to pay tax. Previously, last year, you will get rebate on 112A. Now what is that amendment? You can't get rebate on 112A income under old regime. Sir, new regime, sir. You will not get any rebate on special incomes which are taxable at an special tax rate. Yes, ma. Today mostly they will dispatch the handwritten content also. My amendment is what? Previously you can get rebate on 112A, now you can't get rebate. Here anyhow you will not get the rebate on special incomes taxable under any sections. Pakka. Finally, what is the conclusion? There is no rebate on special incomes taxable at an special tax rate. Pakka. Now, after rebate, we can go with the next concept, a small concept, just 2 to 3 minutes we can conclude. First one, rounding off of tax liability under section 288A, 288B. Sir, if you computed the total income, how we can compute the total income, please let me know. Aggregation of 5 heads of income, then after clubbing, set off, then you will get gross total income. From that gross total income, if you remove the chapter 6A deduction, you will get net total income. That you have to rounding off before computing the tax on it. So how to do the rounding off, sir? That rounding off amount related provisions given in 288A. What is the section? 288A. Next, on this total income, you can compute the tax liability. Tax liability means how many components? 3. Income tax liability, surcharge, health and education says you will get 288, you will get one tax liability amount that you have to rounding off under section 288B. Both the provisions are same. That's why I will combine. Exception and inexplicable teachers. Okay. Suppose if this is a total income also, tax liability also, ignore the paisas. Ignore what? Paisas. Last digits, remember. If last digit is 5 or more, you should be rounded off to next multiple of 10. Here what is the last digit, Anna? 6. What is the next multiple of 10? 40. Here 3. So 30. 5 also rounded off to next multiple of 10. In exam they will give 5 only. You have an confusion. Next multiple or below multiple? Next multiple only. 5 or more involving in the last digit. Much important point. Total income rounding up should be done. Then after you have to compute tax liability. At the end of the solution also you have to show the rounding off. For rounding off they will give you half mark. 288A total income rounding off, 288B tax liability rounding off. Next, maximum marginal tax rate as well as average tax rate. Shortcut we can call it as an MMR and it is what? ATR. This average tax rate we can use again in DTAA chapter. Which chapter? DTAA. Remember, suppose one example I will give you. Total income 1 lakh. I collected tax 31,200. If I am asking rate, how you can calculate? I will give you only 2 information. Tax income. I am asking about tax collection rate. Tax payable. How much tax payable? 31,200. Divided by total income. How much total income? 1 lakh. Into 100. How much ma? 31.2. This is only average tax rate. Sir, it may be first I collected income tax 30, surcharge 4%. Collectively, if I want to know the average tax rate, how much? 31.2. Yes. Huh? I didn't understand. You can tell. You can tell them.
1 minute I will give break. 1 minute only I will give break to all, then they will go. Ah. Last concept before break, maximum marginal relief. What is that? MMR. In certain cases, Income Tax Act 1961 saying that you have to pay the highest taxes. Example, PAN required to submit, but we are not submitted the PAN. Some defaults done in our Income Tax Act 1961. That's why they will not give a chance to pay the normal taxes. You have to pay tax by using the maximum marginal tax rate. How can I compute the maximum marginal tax rate? Simply I will tell you, if you are an individual, you can follow any one of these regimes, right? Okay, suppose if we are following the 115 BAC, what is the highest slab rate, ma? 30%. What is the highest slab rate? 30%. What is the highest surcharge rate? 25. Under 115 BAC, surcharge rate highest 25. Health and education says 4. Combinedly, if you calculated effectively, that will be 39. MMR for that individual, if they are following the 115 BAC, what is that, ma? 39. If they are following optional, yes, 37 is highest surcharge rate. Combinedly, what, ma? 42.744. 42.744. Like this, in our concept book, I given the different SSEs related maximum marginal tax rate. In your home at night, you can refer this. Don't buy it. Simply, highest income tax rate, highest surcharge rate, health and education says effectively you have to compute. Clear? Now, you can take a break for the 20 minutes. Yes, we can meet at 11:25.
Okay. Yes. What is the last concept we discussed, ma? Average tax rate as well as maximum marginal tax rate. Now, last concept in this chapter, marginal relief. Marginal relief. So, I will tell you some examples. You have to do the questions. Just I will tell you example as well as one question. The remaining you can do the practice related to marginal relief questions. Shall we? Okay. Please pick your calculator. Yes. I can bring for you in afternoon. Shall we? విజయవాడ తేజస్విని ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళి వచ్చా ఓకే case number 1, I am given the data. Mr. A having the 42 years of age. How many years? 42. Total income 50 lakh. Which regime is following? Old. Please compute tax liability. Please compute tax liability. Tax liability means what, ma? Income tax liability, surcharge, health and education cess, all together I want to know. Okay, what is the basic exemption limit under old regime? He having the 42 years of age, ma? 2,50,000. Okay, up to 2,50,000, nil. 2,50,000 to 5 lakh, 5%. In exam also you have to present like this only. Slab, rate and tax. Next, 5 to 10 lakh, 20%, 1 lakh. Above 10 lakh, how much is there? 40 lakh into 30%. Totally how much you will get? 13 lakh 12,500. But here no need to add surcharge. Why? Total income exceeds 50 lakh for an individual, then we have to apply the surcharge. Here exactly 50 lakh. No need to add surcharge. But altogether we have to add what, ma? Health and education says. Finally we get the tax liability 13 lakh 65,000. Now I will give you case 2. Okay, for understanding purpose only I am given this data. Case 2. What is that? Same SSC, same age limit also, same regime, but I am increasing the total income. How much, ma? Marginally or huge? Marginally. Additional income just I given the 1 lakh etc. Please compute tax liability, ma? Same. 0 to 2.5 lakh basically exempt, 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh 5%, 5 lakh to 10 lakh 20%, above 10 lakh 30%. Altogether you will get 13 lakh 42,500. Ma, above 10 lakh how much income is there? 41 lakh. How much above 10 lakh? How much income is there? 41 lakh. Here we have to add surcharge. Why? Total income exceeded the 50 lakh. What is the surcharge? 10% on income tax. Remember, 10% is on income tax. How much you will get? 1,34,250. Finally, income tax plus surcharge 14,76,750. Please add health and education cess on both the components. Income tax plus surcharge 14,76,750 on that 4%. Finally, you got how much, ma? 15,35,820. Here one fun is there. Additionally, I earned how much, ma? 1 lakh only I earned additionally. But here, additional tax I required to pay 1,70,820. Horrible. Instead of this 1,70,820, I will pay tax on 50 lakh. And I will give this additional income to the department. I will pay this tax and I will pay the 1 lakh also to the department instead of paying this amount. Why this happened, ma? Because of surcharge. Why this additional tax is more than the additional income? Because of surcharge. Now I want to write it down the basic limits for surcharge. What is that, ma? Basic limits for surcharge. Just listen, no need to write it down, ma. Just listen. All of you online also, basic limits for surcharge. Ma, surcharge is applicable for all SSEs, right? Now I want to know the individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. What is a surcharge basic limit, ma? 50 lakh is one limit. Below 50 lakh, equal to 50 lakh, no need to surcharge. Exceeds, I have to pay. Like that, 1 crore is also limit, right? Below 1 crore, 10%. Above 1 crore, 15%. Like this, we have a 2 crores limit also. In old regime, 5 crore limit also there. These limits I am calling is an basic limits for surcharge. Like for ma, partnership firm, LLP, local authority. Can you tell me what is the surcharge basic limit, ma? 1 crore only. More than 1 crore, always 12% for them. Next, domestic company as well as foreign company. Ma? 1 crore? Okay, cooperative society? 1 crore? 10 crore. These are the basic limits for surcharge for the different SSEs. Over and above this, if SSE and shortcut 1 lakh or 2 lakh, 3 lakh additionally, 3 lakh additionally, this is nothing but I will call as an marginally over the basic limit. 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh. If we end additionally, there is a chance of getting marginal relief. There is a chance of getting what, ma? Marginal relief. In exam, they will not give you heading, please compute marginal relief. Here SSE got injustice, ra. They are asking additional tax more than the additional income. That's why SSE needs to get some relief, that too huge amount or marginally he can get relief. They will give you question in exams like this one. Example number 1. Yes, Mr. A having 42 years of age, he having total income 51 lakh. They are asking tax liability. What is the regime he is following, ma? He exercises that option given under this section. What is that option given under which section, ma? 115 BAC 6. If he exercises the option, he will land it to which regime? Normal tax rates. 115 BAC subsection 6 is given the option to shift from the default to normal. He exercises that option means he is following normal tax rate. 51 lakh total income. Immediately you have to remember, for individual 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore limit is there. More than that we earned additionally how much? 1 lakh. There is a chance of getting marginal relief. Or if you want to calculate tax liability, simply you can calculate by using slabs. I can do that, but that is not a correct way. Here SSE is getting marginal relief. Definitely confirm. Why? We created one shortcut. If an SSE earned more than this basic limit marginally 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, he can get marginal relief. That's why tax liability we can compute by using some steps given under marginal relief concept. Okay. What is the tax liability? Computation of tax liability of Mr. A. First step, you have to remember these steps also. There is a chance of getting 4 mark question also on this, or MCQ also on this. That's why I given a break. Okay. In this entire chapter, day before exam, you have to refer this concept and rebate concept. Remaining things for your knowledge purpose only. For other chapters, computation of tax liability purposes only we refer. Day before exam, which things you have to refer in this chapter? Rebate, marginal relief. What is the step 1? Pronounce along with me. Tax liability on total income including surcharge. What is the total income given in this question? 51 lakh. Already we computed in that earlier example. Please check it out. 51 lakh tax liability including surcharge only. Health and education says we can do at the end. Last step in tax computation, health and education says. That's why tax liability including surcharge, how much ma? 14 lakh 76,750. This is expected by whom ma? Government. Department is asking this much of amount of tax from you. But I will pay tax on basic limit. In this question, what is the basic limit ma? 50 lakh. Excess over basic limit, how much I earn? 1 lakh. That also I will give it to the department. This is only my capability. More than that I can't pay. I will pay tax on basic limit. Which is a basic limit in this question ma? 50 lakh. And extra whatever I earned, I will give it to the department only. This is only my capability. Okay. Please calculate. Already we know tax on 50 lakh, how much ma? 13 lakh 12,500 plus 1 lakh I want to give it to the department only because excess I earned 1 lakh. How much it will be? 14 lakh 12,500. It is your capability. Now please let me know, department expecting more from us or less? More. How can I pay? More than my income, how can I pay the tax? So that's why you will get a marginal relief. What is that? If step 1 is more than step 2, you will get marginal relief. Difference between these two steps only marginal relief. Can you tell me how much? 64,250. Tomorrow everyone should bring the calculator. Okay. You don't know your luck also. This is only your 7-mark question. You can do mistakes in the simple questions. There is a high chances you can do mistakes for the simple question. Difficult question anyhow we can't do. Now, finally, they will ask your capability only as a tax. Plus, education says that is only answer. Okay, now. Tax liability means anyhow step 1 you have to clear. As per rules, it is only your tax liability. But they will give you what ma? Relief. Please minus it. You will get answer as an 14 lakh 12,500. Yes, you have to add health and education cess to this. How much tax liability? 14 lakh 69,000. I will ask a simple question. Why we are following steps, sir? Directly slabs I can follow. Surcharge I can add, health and education as also I can do. That is a simple way of computing tax liability. But why we are following steps? Here there is a chance of getting the marginal relief. That's why we have to follow these steps. Okay, I will give you better clarity related to this question. Please allow me for 1 to 2 minutes. I will give you another question. Mr. B having how many years? Please let me know. Otherwise I will go in a speedway. Please tell me along with me. What is the days? Who is an SSC? B. Total income how much? 2 crore 20,000. Which regime is following? Normal tax rate. He is opting out from the 115 BAC means normal tax rate. What is the basic limits for surcharge? 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore, 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crore only. Why? 5 crore is not a basic limit. Yes, this is also basic limit because he is following old regime. But I told one shortcut. Basic limit over and above, if you have an 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, you can get the marginal relief. But here, how much additionally we have, ma? 20 lakh. It is marginally, yeah? No. But still I have a doubt. Is there any chance of getting marginal relief? Okay. But I don't have any doubt. That's why I can do directly by using this alternative 2. I can compute tax liability like whatever we done in our intermediate level. 0 to 2.5 lakh nil, 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh 5%, 5 lakh to 10 lakh 20%, above 10 lakh 30%. If you apply these slabs, you will get in 64 lakh 12,500. What is the surcharge, ma? Our total income is above 2 crore. What is the surcharge? 25%. 25% we have to apply on what, ma? income tax, how much? 64 lakh 12,500. Plus you will get in that one, and finally we have to apply 4% on what ma? 80 lakh 15,625. So as an faculty, I know this question earlier, that's why I can compute by alternative 2. But you haven't doubt, sir. 20 lakhs is also marginally, sir. How you can consider it as an huge, sir? No problem. We can test whether we can get the marginal relief or not by using these steps. That is also you will get an accurate answer. Shall we do? Yes. What is the step 1? Tax liability on total income including surcharge. That means whatever question given the total income, on that we can compute tax liability including surcharge. Yes. 2 crore 20 lakh. Yes, you can compute tax liability including surcharge. How much you got, ma? 80 lakh 15,625. Ma, this is whose expectation? Department expectation. That means they are expecting this much of amount of tax. But my capability, how can I pay that much of amount? I will pay the tax on basic limit. In this question, what is the basic limit, ma? 2 crore. I will pay tax on basic limit including surcharge. Additionally, how much I earned, that I will give it to the department. This is only my capability. Yes. Please calculate tax on 2 crore including surcharge. Ma, surcharge 2 crores only. That's why how much, ma? 15%. 2 crores exceeded 25. Up to 2 crores, 15 only. That's why we levied 15 only. What is your capability? SSC. Amma, don't add health and education cess now. Last we can add health and education cess. Till surcharge only we have to compute. SSC capability. Are you having capability to pay 86 lakh change? But they are expecting only 80 lakh. Do we need to provide marginal relief to this fellow? No. He having capability of 86 lakh change, but department expecting how much? 80 lakh change only. No need to get marginal relief. Remember, step 1 is more than step 2. Yes, marginal relief will be there, but here reverse case. That's why marginal relief is how much, ra? Nil. Which thing you have to pay? Step 1 tax liability only you have to pay, right? For this we have to add what, ma? Health and education says. Finally you will get same answer in both the alternatives. 83 lakh 36,250, 83 lakh 36,250. Simple. Tax liability you can compute directly, ra. But why you are saying steps, are? If there is a marginal relief, we have to follow these steps. But if you have a doubt, you can compute by using these steps, you will get the same answer. If you got marginal relief, please reduce it from the here. Clear? Steps we can by heart again, ra? By hearting. By hearting means simply step 1 is more, step 2 is less. These are all the things will not work out in exams. Remember by using concept. Department expectation, your capability simply. If you are not at all capable to pay the department expectation, they will provide the relief for you. Step 1, tax on total income including surcharge. This is a department expectation. Step 2, tax on basic limit including surcharge, excess over basic limit, whatever that income is there, please add it to that. Marginal relief, when you can get, ma? Step 1 is more than step 2. Difference between step 1, step 2 is marginal relief. Next, last one, ra. Tax liability in step 1 minus marginal relief, you will get an answer as in step 2. For this we have to add the health and education says. Finally you will get an tax liability. Clear? Now, ra. Ma, as of now we discussed the marginal relief for individual. Now shall we discuss for company? Yes. X Limited, domestic company, having total income 1 crore 1 lakh. What is that surcharge basic limits for the domestic company? 1 crore 10 crore. 1 crore basic limit, additionally we earn 1 lakh, definitely you need to accept it as a marginally over the 1 crore. Can I calculate tax liability directly? No. Why? There is a marginal relief, that's why I have to compute by using steps given in marginal relief concept. Yes sir, SSE is not followed the 115 BAA or BAB, means the company is following what normal tax rates. If company is following the normal tax rates, yes, for knowing the tax liability, tax rate, previous year 23-24 turnover we need that exceeds 400 crores, not exceeds, exceeds, that's why what is the rate? 30%. Understood? Step 1, please let me know. Tax on total income including surcharge. What is the total income? 1 crore 1 lakh into 30%. What is the surcharge? 7. How much? 32 lakh 42,100. Please let me know. It is department expectation. It is department expectation. Now step 2. Tax on basic limits including surcharge. What is the basic limit? 1 crore. Excess over 1 crore, 1 lakh. Please calculate 30% plus 1 lakh. Finally, you can pay. That means SSE capability is how much? More than my capability they are asking or not? Yes. So that's why marginal relief is there. Yes, what is the marginal relief? Step 1 minus step 2. How much? 1,42,100. Anyhow, they will ask this. From this, they are given the relief. Answer you will get 31 lakh. Plus, you have to add health and education cess. That is only your tax liability. Understood? Yes. If you remove the step 1, step 3. Step 1 minus step 3. Step 2 answer. For this, you have to add the health and education cess. Final. Paka. Now, if I open the workbook, question number 4 is marginal relief related. Question number 4 is related to marginal relief. They are asking directly, please compute tax liability after marginal relief. It is we discussed as an example. This is also we discussed as an example in our notes itself. This you have to do as an home. This you have to do it as an homework. Definitely SSE will get marginal relief or not? Yes. Individual having 1 crore 1 lakh. That's why basic limit is 1 crore, more than he earned only 1 lakh. Dana? I will ask in a Telegram or WhatsApp group. Tomorrow if you done this, then only I will come for tomorrow session. You can come anyway. Okay. Next. Okay, question number 5. Question number 5. This is also now we discussed as an example. Domestic company, 1 crore 1 lakh. This is also we discussed as an example. Paka. Marginal relief is difficult. Easy. Because of surcharge only we have a marginal relief. If there is no surcharge, there is no concept of marginal relief. Now I will ask a simple question. Rebate is different, marginal relief is different. Rebate only for resident individual. Marginal relief is for all SSEs who are suffered due to surcharge. There is a huge difference between marginal relief and rebate. Rebate only for one fellow, resident individual. Marginal relief for all SSEs who suffered because of surcharge. Wow, super. Next question. I am expecting this question for this 7 mark. Okay. ICai module question. Many of us can do mistake easily. If you are doing this some first time, you can do mistake easily. They are asking simply tax liability. How much is? 65 years. Remember that properly. Resident only. They are asking tax liability in most beneficial manner. Total income 5 crore 1 lakh. How much? 5 crore 1 lakh. Most beneficial manner means he can follow the 2 regimes. Calculate tax under 2 regimes. Whichever is beneficial you can suggest. First regime is what? Default tax regime 115 BAC. Second, optional or old or normal. Clear? Now, under 115 BAC, 50 lakh, check it out the screen all of you, 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crore only basic limit. 5 crore is not a basic limit. 5 crore is not a basic limit. That's why no concept of marginal relief. Directly you can compute tax liability. Here students are calculating marginal relief. Why we need to provide marginal relief? 2 crore only the last basic limit. 5 crore is not a basic limit. Directly we can compute tax liability. Directly computation means every slab 4 lakh increases, we can increase tax rate of what? 5%. Surcharge maximum how much? 25. How much we got in an 115 BAC? 1 crore 89 lakh 93,000. Are you understood, or I can do it on screen directly? Understood? Akka, all of you? Now, second, if we following the optional, what are the basic limit? 50 lakh, 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore is basic limit. More than this 5 crore we earned additionally 1 lakh only. So that's why here we have to compute tax liability with marginal relief. Steps you have to follow definitely. What is the step 1? Tax liability on total income including surcharge. It is department expectation. Step 2, tax liability on basic limit 5 crore excess over basic limit. Step 3, step 1 minus step 2 is marginal relief. Yes, step 1 minus step 3 marginal relief if you removed, step 2 answer you will get. For that we have to add health and education cess. Like that I calculated already, I got 1 crore 93 lakh 57. Which is best? In this old regime 1 crore 90 lakh. In this default 1 crore 89. Which one is better? 115 BAC is better. Conclusion is very important. Here I written conclusion in my own words. You can write conclusion in your own words also, no problem. Okay. Under default tax regime, this is a tax liability. Under optional tax regime, this is a tax liability. Therefore, tax liability under default tax regime is lower compared to optional tax regime. That's why SSC can go with the 115 BAC. If you are not written the conclusion, you will lose 1 to 2 marks. Even though your answer is correct also, they will not allocate any marks for you. Understood? Definitely, if we are not solved at least once this question, we can compute marginal relief in both the regimes, that will leads to 0 marks. Paka? Now if anything I am not discussing in these sessions, you can ignore that concepts also. Overall, if I am saying, just remember, try to remember. If that is important for examination point of view, I will take more time. So next concept, I don't want to discuss here. Okay, I don't want to discuss application of income versus diversion of income. Not required for an examination point of view. Okay, next. Okay, this important for a MCQs now, I will tell you. There is a general rule or golden rule, already we discussed. What is that? Income earned during the previous year, on that income we have to pay the tax in assessment year. Paka. Now, there is an exception to this general rule. Means, exceptions means what ma? If you earn the income, you have to pay the tax in the previous year only, not in all cases. In 5 situations, you have to pay the tax in previous year itself. What are the section numbers ma? 172 to 176. 172 to 176. Side headings only I will tell you. Try to remember the side headings, that's enough. Okay, first, if any non-resident having the shipping business, if any non-resident having the shipping business, he started or he earned in a previous year. In assessment year, whether he is coming back to India or not, we don't know. So that's why we can ask the tax itself in which year? Previous year. Which section? 172. Try to remember side headings, that's enough. Paka. Non-resident involving in the shipping business, 172. Next, if any person living India, living means nothing but he wants to left India, yes, what is the section? 174. Don't think about 173, there is no. 172 directly 174. Person living India. Example, I have business, I am closing my business, I have an assets, I am selling all assets in order to settle in USA. Next year, assessment year, whether you are back to India or not, uncertain. That's why at the time of living India, directly you have to pay the tax. Remember, sir, just a trip purpose I am going, sir. Do I need to pay the tax? No, no. If you want to depart from India permanently, you have to pay the tax in a previous year itself. Next. AOP, BOI, AJP formed for a particular purpose or particular event. Array, Diwali crackers. Throughout the year I will do, or only for one event or for purpose, business. Diwali crackers business I want to do. After closing of that event and the purpose, I will close my business. So that's why in the previous year itself you have to pay the tax on that. No need to wait for assessment year. Person, if any person likely to dispose or transfer properties to avoid the taxes. The many can do the benami transactions, etc. in order to avoid the taxes. No need to wait for that assessment year. In previous year itself, we can tax that fellows. What is the section number? 174, 175. Till now, if you refer 173, 74, 74A, 75. Last, it is very important. I will say this is very important. Discontinued businesses. I think you know in many cities, business will start, businesses will close. If any business is closed in a previous year, I don't want to wait for an assessment year. AO can collect the tax in previous year itself regarding discontinued businesses. But in this case only, assessing officer have an option. He can wait till that assessment year also, no problem. At the discretion of AO only, yes, in discontinued business cases, he can collect tax in previous year or he can collect the tax in assessment year at his option. Whose option? AO option. In remaining cases, definitely tax required to be collected in what? Previous year. Now I will repeat the section numbers along with the side headings. First one, 172. What is that? Non-resident having the shipping business. 174. Persons living in India. Living India. Next, AOP, BOI, AJP formed for a particular purpose or event. After that, definitely we can dissolve that in registration things. So that's why you have to pay 174A. 175, if any person likely to dispose or transfer the properties for avoidance of tax. Discontinued business, it is very important. What is the section number? 176. To be honest, we have an 172, 174, 174A, 175, 176. Yes, there is no 173. 174 we haven't 2. Clear? Perfect. Now, audit. Why we need to check audit? If tax audit limits attracted, we have to go for the tax audit. If tax audit limits are attracted, we have to go for the tax audit. There is no tax audit in all cases. If turnover and gross receipts exceeded 1 crore or 50 lakh during that year, then we need to go for the tax audit. If any particular doubt, you can elaborate that. Expect cheser idu adugutarani. Now I will tell you. I will tell you only one case, remaining case you can imagine. I will tell you only one case, the remaining case you can imagine. First case. Sir, during this year, ship living from Indian port. Ship living from Indian port. Okay, Indian port to Australia. India to Australia. Now, I have a doubt. During the previous year, this ship is leaving the Indian port. Okay, our port only, Chennai. After reaching to Australia only, I can calculate income. Why? Okay, I am collecting the ticket, but what is that expenses I have to deduct. Finally, income I can know when if the ship is reached to destination. But I am asking, at the time of leaving the Indian port itself, you have to pay the tax because it is falls under exceptions. How we can pay? How much lubricant we can consume, that is in petrol or diesel or whatever it may be, other expenses, how we can know before reaching to the destination? For this purpose, we have a presumptive taxation. On these tickets, please 7.5% you have to apply. This is a presumptive income. On this you have to pay tax. There is a rules for the computation. In non-resident chapter, I will tell you this non-resident involving in the shipping business. What is a presumptive tax rate? 7.5% is on the freight. Freight means whatever the tickets we are collected, on that 7.5%. It is what presumptive income. On this income we have to pay the tax. Based on, okay, if business is discontinued, you have to show the records of your sales and all other things, then we can calculate income. In all other cases also, in a particular way we can calculate the income. For this, what presumptive taxation, 44BB. 44BB. Understood? Okay. What is the rate? Day after tomorrow I will ask this rate again. 7.5% income computation, freight into whatever the freight we collected into 7.5%. It is what presumptive income. On that we have to calculate tax. That you have to pay in which year? Previous year in which ship is departing from Indian port. Clear? Now, next. Already I given one section number. If you know, please let me know. 115 BBE. What is it? 115 BBE? Undisclosed income tax rate. What is that undisclosed income tax rate? 60%. 60% is an 60% is an income tax rate. 25% is an surcharge. 4% health and education cess. Effectively 78. Sir, how we can say one income as an undisclosed income? In these sources, if you got any income, that is an undisclosed income only, on that we have to calculate tax by using 115 BBE. What are that? 68 section 2 69D. If any income, if you found out, that is an undisclosed income. Who can found out these incomes? AO. Okay, don't think much about these things, just remember section numbers and headings, that's enough. Unexplained cash credits are in my books of account one income credited, but I am not saying anything about explanation to regarding that, explanation regarding that income. That is unexplained income. On that you are not paying tax, that's why it is undisclosed income. Like this we have in these section numbers. In these section numbers, if AO identified it as an undisclosed sources, that is liable to tax at the rate of 78% under section 115 BBE. Two connected sections are there. What are that? 68 to 69D. In this section, if AO identified undisclosed incomes, on this you have to pay the tax under 115 BBE. What is the rate? 78. Pakka? Okay. Now, please open the books given. Okay. As of now we can manage. This is also we discussed in that handwritten itself as an example. 5 crore basic example. 5 crores basic limit. Most beneficial manner how we can compute the tax liability by comparing the both the regimes also done. 7th question. It is a past examination question for 7 mark. For how many marks? 7 mark. I will explain you this question. Shall we start? This is the last question, right? Then we can go for MCQs, then we can close this chapter. First, they are asking answer in a separate manner. Means answer to the following questions by using these side headings. Please put these side headings at the time of writing the answer. What are the side headings they are asking? What is the issue involved in this case study? Second, provisions, if any, applicable from Income Tax Act 1961, we have to write provision. Then after, what is your analysis of the issue by comparing this issue and provision? Last, give me conclusion. Many experts are writing their own side headings in law or whatever they are. No. You will get exemption pakka if you are written any other exam side headings. In question paper, maybe they can give the other side headings. Please follow that only. In 8th question, they will ask always in this way. Shall we? Okay, most difficult thing, reading of question paper is the most difficult thing. You can experience these things in SCM, not in DT and SFM. That question length will be there and you have to read every fact. That is a difficult thing. I know that. Because, okay, I already faced everything in your, okay, whatever now you are feeling, already I faced in 2016-17 itself. I failed in AMA, that is an CI final casting paper for 3 times. Only for that exam I attended 2 times. In 3rd time I qualified. Remaining all exemptions. First group also cleared. Second group only for advanced management accounting, simply or casting. In last qualified attempt also I got 40. You don't know one thing, in your DM, transportation assignment simulation is there, no? The same is there in CA final old syllabus also. That is for 40 marks. Remaining questions, transfer pricing, standard costing, marginal costing, pricing decisions, these are all for 60 marks. Okay. In DM, that is in QT. In CA final QT, here DM. I can attempt 40 out of 40. Easily I can score 40, but they will allocate 35 out of 40. The remaining I will get only 4 or 5 marks in every attempt. That means in entire casting part I will get only 4 or 5. Okay, that is possible in every case, but only one thing, if you identified questions in exams, that means which chapter they asked this question, definitely you will get pass marks or exemption also. Maybe now you can treat this as a silly thing. No. Like this question, if you got an exam, you have to identify this is related to section 68 to 69, the basic concepts. Then you can write something regarding it. That is very important. In every paper also, you have to identify, okay, from which concept they given the question. Otherwise, you will write anything, they will allocate anything. So, our result also like anything. Listen. First, assessment of Vishal. Assessment of Vishal. Taken up scrutiny by the income tax department. Okay, if you are repeater, you know scrutiny assessment, which section ma? 143.3. For scrutiny assessment, what is the notice we have to issue? 143 subsection 2. Okay, it is just one verification procedure, whatever written we file. Okay. Assessing officer found that 20 lakh credited to the bank account of whom? Vishal. Okay, scrutiny means in-depth assessment. We verified every bank account of Vishal. How much amount credited to Vishal bank account? 20 lakh. EO obviously will ask the explanation regarding how you earn the 20 lakh. Why you are not paying tax on the 20 lakh? If that is credited to your account means that is your income, right? But you are not paying tax. That's why we asked Vishal explanation. Vishal explained this amount. Sir, it had been received from my friend Gautam. That is not an income, sir. That is, I am receiving from my friend Gautam. As a loan. As an loan. So now AO will, so first he asked Vishal, Vishal involved Gautam. Gautam is nothing but whom? A friend. Okay. Do I need to go for confirmation? Yes. I can go for confirmation with the Gautam. Arey, his friend ra, definitely he will say the same thing like Vishal only. Even though he is not a friend also. For name purpose itself, we can say, yes, that is an amount of what ma? Loan. The same confirmation AO got ra. Now, AO is maintaining the silence or he can do anything. He can't do anything because he is also saying same word, friend also saying same word. But, Arey Vishal is nothing but doing B.Tech ra. How he can give 20 lakhs amount loan to the Vishal ra? If he is earning something, he can give the loan. He is pursuing B.Tech ra. How he can give that amount? So that's why here not only confirmation, Vishal required to prove credit worthiness of lender. Yes, what is that? Credit worthiness of whom? Lender. Lender is nothing but who? Gautam here. Then I will satisfy. Understood? Many are finding this as a loophole. I am getting income, but I am saying as an what? No sir, these fellows are all are giving the loan to me, like exam oriented batch, every person I am collecting fees, but I am showing as a loan. If I am requested to you, definitely you can also say, we are given the loan sir, that fellow if he wants to repay that amount, he will repay after exam sir. This is a loophole, but I need to prove that credit worthiness of whom? Lender. Now we can ask. Yes. Gautam also saying that, that amount also taken by using what? My bank account, not in the form of cash. Where AO inquired the Gautam, Gautam also accepted what? I given the loan only as to my friend Vishal. Now, AO insisted that mere acceptance by the Gautam, he had given loan to Vishal, it is not sufficient definitely. If he is given the confirmation also, I will not satisfy. Vishal should prove the credit worthiness of the Gautam. Otherwise, if he not proved the credit worthiness of Gautam, the 20 lakh we can consider as an what? Unexplained cash credit. What is the section number? 68. One cash credited to your account, you are not given explanation, that's why that is unexplained. That is liable to tax at the rate of what? 78%. Now, AO is correct or incorrect in this case? Correct. What is a tax liability? What is a tax liability? What is a tax liability? 78% of 20 lakh. First, issue involved. Here, issue is whether AO is correct or not. Provision applicable. What is that provision? 68. Analysis. Your analysis simply, mere acceptance by the lender is not at all sufficient. We have to take the credit worthiness, or we have to prove. Who is required to prove the credit worthiness of whom? Vishal required to prove credit worthiness of the Gautam. Otherwise, that is treated as what? Undisclosed, and we have to pay the tax. Vishal is unable to prove the credit worthiness of Gautam. AO is correct in this case by using section 68. Tell me, this is a worth question for 7 mark? No. Worth question for 7 mark means the first time worth only. If you read it at least once, it is not at all worth question for 7 mark. But in exam, only one difficulty, how to write the answer. That is the biggest question. Once if you practice it by using the side headings, then only you can write. Clear? For all of you. So that's end with the workbook questions also in basic concepts. Every question we discuss, some from the handwritten, some from the workbook directly. In concept book, if you observe, after explaining the concepts, which workbook question you have to refer also, I given the reference numbers. First question, second question and third question you have to do after rebate concept. Next, after marginal relief concept, you have to refer 4, 5, 6 question numbers. Last, after reading the section 68 to 69D, undisclosed sources of incomes, you have to refer question number 7. In order only a given, not in that merged way. 1 to end only a given. Okay. Now, shall we go for MCQs? Okay. My in handwritten, at last I added the MCQs. Okay. Last I added the MCQs. Give me 1 minute time. So now we can discuss the MCQs related to basic concepts. Maybe you have a doubt, sir. What are that MCQs are already included, sir? What are that MCQs are already included? Past exams, workbook, okay, old syllabus workbook, new syllabus workbook, MQP papers, everything included. You can follow these MCQs directly and you have to listen class perfectly. Then you can score 12 MCQs easily. So ditto MCQs don't expect. At least you can get ditto MCQs 7 to 8. Remaining, by using that class only you can write. The remaining 2, you have to apply your luck only. Definitely 2 MCQs they will ask in a different way. Okay, if luck favors, that also you can write it. Shall we start? Yes. Basic concepts related, one by one you have to tell. You have to apply your mind. From this first chapter you will get 1 MCQ pakka in every attempt. First question. Partnership form is resident in India. Benefit of marginal relief is available. When marginal relief benefit is available for the partnership form, their basic limits for surcharge exceeded marginally. What is the basic limit for surcharge? 1 crore only for partnership form. More than 1 crore, any income is there, 12% only. Now marginally more than 1 crore, in which option we have? C. That is only the correct answer. They are not asking any tax liability, in which case you can get marginal relief. Second. Akka, shall we go? Cooperative society. Cooperative society has a total income of 42 lakh. It is eligible for deduction under ATP 22 lakh. What is the tax liability under section 115 BAD? Now please remember, what is a BAD tax rate? 15% plus 10% plus 4%. How much? 17.160. 168, BAD, that is nothing but 22 plus 10% plus 4%. How much, ma? 25.168%. Please apply on 42 lakh. Please apply first on this. How much you will get? 10 lakh? But remember, they are asking, ignore what? Within the bracket, they are asking what? Ignore surcharge and health and education cess. How much? Just 22% you can apply on 42 lakh. How much you will get? 9 lakh 24,000. But they are asking, ignore surcharge and health and education cess means 22%. Understood? Foreign company means it is not an domestic company. Many of us can pick an option what? A. That is wrong. Foreign company means if that is not a domestic company, the remaining is foreign company only, not Indian company. If you pick an Indian company, that isn't wrong. In Act, they given definition for foreign company, which is not a domestic company. Next. I don't want to solve this. Please accept this. Total income for the resident SSC having the age 50 lakh 65,000. Yes, sir. They are asking what is the tax liability after marginal relief SSC following the what? Old rates. Shall we calculate directly by using steps? Okay, we'll take some time also. We can take. Step 1 is what? Tax liability on total income including surcharge. Now, please tell me tax on 50 lakh 65,000 including surcharge. Tell me step 1 answer on calculator. Please calculate. Tell me. Ma, old rates is following. What is the basic exemption limit? 2,50,000. What is the surcharge? 10%. Please tell me, ma. 14 lakh? Are all of you please confirm? 14 lakh 65,200. Step 2. Tax on how much, ma? 50 lakh plus we have to give the excess over the basic limit 65,000. Please tell me this amount, ma. Akka, don't do that, akka. Definitely you will get confusion by using M plus MRCs, etc. 13 lakh? 77,500. I have an hearing disability. For your kind information I am saying. Okay. This is a department expectation. It is an our capability. Now, can I get marginal relief? Yes. What is that? MR? Step 1 minus step 2. Please tell me. Huh? 87,700. Okay. Step 4. Yes. At any cost you have to pay the 14,65,200. From this we given the marginal relief 87,700. You will get in 13,77,500. 13,77,500. Please add health and education says how much you will get? 14,32,600. Super. 2 marks. Next. Fifth one. By solving the MCQs only you can understood whether you are perfecting the chapter or not. There is no other measurement. Okay. Ma assessment of assessing officer observe he purchased the 18 lakh worth of diamonds which is not recorded in the books. And if assessing officer asked the explanation, we shall give an explanation or unable to give an explanation? Unable. That's why that is an undisclosed. If that is undisclosed, at what rate we have to levy the tax? 60%. If they are asking income tax rate 60%. Combinedly if they are asking 78. Which section? 115 BBE. Now I think we discussed this same marginal relief question as an example. Please refer. 51 lakh total income is there for that SSC who having the age 52 years. He opted the old regime. I think our first example. How much answer we got? 14 lakh 69,000, right? Ma, first example related to marginal relief. This one only we discussed. Next. Ma, Amar having the business loss of how much, ma? 15 lakh. Unexplained cash credit how much, ma? Here one point is there. Ma, unexplained cash credit 20 lakh. This is an undisclosed income. On this directly you have to pay the tax at the rate of 78%, including cess they are asking. How much, ma? 78. There is no set of things available for this. Even though you have a business loss, we can't set off against the undisclosed source of income. If any undisclosed source of income is there, flat 78% you have to pay it as a tax. Can I do set off? No. What is the answer? Akka? 15 lakh? 60,000. Okay. Next, ma. During the survey procedure in the premises of Jagan and Co. Yes, Jagan and Co. What is that? Amount identified as stock of goods 10 lakh found not recorded in the books of accounts. 10 lakh stock not recorded. That is undisclosed asset. Stock is an asset. We are not recorded in the books. Undisclosed asset. Yes. On this directly we have to pay the tax at the rate of 78% under section 115 BBE. Sir, we have a loss, sir. We have an unabsorbed business loss, sir. We can't do anything set off. Even though we have a loss also, we can't do set off against the undisclosed income that is taxable flat 78%. Answer is 7,80,000. Understood? we have a business loss and last year business losses, unabsorbed depreciation, we can't set off against the undisclosed sources of income. And this is a point I will discuss again in the capital gain revision lecture or EO class, etc. Generally, individual, what is the surcharge rates are available under both the regimes? Surcharge rates 10%, 15%, 25%, in old 37. But on capital gain incomes, on dividend incomes, yes, we have to apply the maximum surcharge is 15 only, 10, 15. Maximum you have to apply till 15% of surcharge only on which incomes? Capital gain incomes related tax, dividend income related tax if you got, while calculating the surcharge on those incomes, maximum how much? 15. Next, you have to tell me that answer for this. Yes, how much jewelry recorded, sorry, not recorded, undisclosed. That value is 22,60,000. You are not recorded in the books. What is the tax we have to pay? 78. How much? 17,62,800. I told already. While discussing this special tax rate, I given an information. Pakka you can get one MCQ. Repeated MCQs they given in MTPs as well as past exams. 78%. They are asking including such as, that's why. Which one is on progressive based? Income tax. Which one is a regressive? Indirect taxes. Next, same MCQs. 10 lakh stock not recorded. On the 10 lakh directly apply the 78%. We can't set off the present year business loss as well as earlier year business losses. Yes, they are asking the 115BAE tax liability including surcharge and education cess they are asking. BAE means what? 15% plus 10% plus 4%, how much? 17.160% is how much? Please check it out. 22.5 lakh into 17.160. 3,86,100. Next, same question. How much undisclosed item found? 300 lakh. But loss is also there, unabsorbed depreciation is there. Can I set off? No. On undisclosed sources of income, we can't do set off of business loss, unabsorbed depreciation. Any expenditures also we can't set off. Directly what? 300 lakh into 78%. How much? No. They are asking in a different way. Sorry. How much unabsorbed depreciation eligible for set off? How much? Nil. This is another way. You can expect this type of MCQs also. Directly, there is a 300 lakh of undisclosed income. On this, we have a 200 lakhs of UD. Can I set off? No. How much you can set off? Nil amount only you can set off. Next, they are asking 115 BBE tax liability again. Here one twist is there. 2 gold chains of 50 grams each. Value 1,30,000 each. Like that we have an how many? 2. 1,30,000 into 2 on this 78%. 2,02,800. Here each you have to remember. Value also they given for each. Like 2 gold chains worth 1,30,000 into 2 on this 78%. Dana? Yes. I think this you have to do a marginal relief question. I think we have an same question we have. Wait. No. You can do a. Now only you can do. They are asking the tax liability only. They are asking the tax liability only. But here, more than basic limits, you have an income. More than basic limits, you have an income. That's why surcharge by using marginal relief. Tax on 1 crore 1 lakh. But remember, he is following what? Opted out of default means he is following what? Normal tax rate. But basic exemption limit Please take how much ma? 3 lakh, because he having the 65 years of age. Please compute and tell me. Including surcharge. What is the surcharge rate we have to apply at the rate of 15%? Why? 1 crore exceeded. 50 to 1 how much ma? 10%. 50 lakh to 1 crore 10%. But here exceeded the 1 crore. That's why 15%. Please tell me. All of you. Huh? Sorry, I didn't check that fact. 2,50,000 only. No need to check, no need to solve. 2.5 lakh only basic exemption limit. Sorry. And I think we have an answer. This is a Murthy case only. 1 crore 1 lakh. Same basic exemption limit. That's why how much answer you will get. This is a Murthy one. 33, 21, 500. Same answer given. 33, 21, 500. Okay, no need to solve. Already we have a solution. That's fine. But this is I didn't check that fact. 2.5 lakh only basic exemption. You can refer on your own in your free time. How many MCQs I given? 70. Okay. Maybe one MCQ in entire chapters, maybe from past sources I ignored. But if repeated MCQs are given, I consider it as a repeated for practice purposes. First prepare from this material, then after you can do dance from any others. Clear? Shall we close this chapter and we can go for the next? Yes. Break I will give it a 1:30 to 2:30. Okay? Huh? Books are. My any one in charge is there, please call. Sir, books వచ్చాయా? Yes. Okay. Now we can start the next. What is the next chapter? Any idea? Okay. Which one? No. If they given 115 BAC subsection 6 means this is for individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. This option if opted, I will show you on the screen. Please check. Please check in. Okay. In this 115 BAC, they given one subsection 6. That subsection 6 is providing an option to shift from this regime to this regime. No. If option exercised under section 115 BAC 6, that means he is opting normal. Normal. 115 BAA, that means this one. If that company not opted BA, BAA, BAB means they are opting what ma? Normal only. Which question they given? No, I think in one question we given, I will show you workbook. So please check. Here domestic company question, right? That SSE not opted any one of this section means BAB also is not opted, BAA also not opted, means he is following what ma? Normal rates. For domestic company we have in 3 sections, BA, BAA, BAB. He is not opted any of the 2 or 3. Then he has to take what ma? Normal. Any doubt? Other means other than manufacturing. Other than manufacturing, service oriented. Domestic means how we can take it as foreign? Other domestic means other than manufacturing anything. Okay. No, not required. Yes, ma'am. Her doubt is simple. Sir, here you taken other domestic companies, sir. Simply, other than BAB, BAA, other than manufacturing anything. But that must be domestic company. Trading companies, they are not doing any manufacturing activities, they are doing just trading activities. Which section they can opt? BAA. Okay, but much discussion regarding this we have in assessment of various entities again. BA, BAA, BAB, I will take half an hour again in that chapter. Now, yes, return of income. Sir, expected weightage 4 to 8 marks. Already this is covered in intermediate level, but we given it as a choice anyhow. Now we can take this chapter in depth way. What is the chapter name? Return of income. Very easy chapter. If they given question 4 to 8 marks, easily you can score. Shall we start? But just introduction, already you know golden rule as well as general rule. If any income earned during the previous year, on that income we have to pay the tax in assessment year. How we can pay the tax? Orally we can compute and we can give the promise that this much of amount only we answer. Please accept this as a tax. Orally we can pay? No. By using one written statement we have to pay the tax. That written statement only known as return of income. That written statement is only known as what ma? Return of income. Sir, if there is no concept of return of income in assessment year, at any time SSEs will pay the tax. That's why there is a due dates also given by the act for filing the return of income as well as for payment of tax. How many due dates are there, Anna? July 31st. Next case 31st October. Next one 30th November. Particular due date is applicable for particular SSEs. We'll discuss after some time. But how many due dates we have? 3. 31st July, 31st October, 30th November. Clear? But sir, in your point of view, if you already filed the return of incomes practically, no need to listen this thing. But okay, if anyone not doing such things, just that's why I explained this. Just listen. Just I am an individual, I want to file my return of income. What are the details I have to fill? So I will calculate the gross total income. Up to this you know already. What is that? Gross total income. How to calculate that also. Next, after removing the deductions we can get total income. No need to calculate tax liability on your own. Software will calculate everything. Okay. But tax liability means these 3 components: income tax, surcharge plus health and education cess. Now, this is an amount you have to pay as a tax, right? But remember, in assessment year you are filing return of income. But in previous year, department is collecting the tax indirectly by using 2 concepts, TDS TCS, and next one ma advance tax. Why I need to wait till the which year? Why I need to wait till the assessment year? I can collect the tax by using the TDS, TCS advance tax in that which year? Previous year itself. I will tell you these two chapters also further. Separate chapters we have, TDS, TCS, advance tax. These two things I will pay in which year? Previous year itself. Now, finally, suppose I got tax liability 5 lakh. Do I need to 5 lakh again? No. In previous year, already I paid 1 lakh as well as 50,000. After taking this credit, finally how much I required to pay? 3,50,000. In this year, I computed tax liability, I got how much? 5 lakh. But already I paid during the previous year itself, already how much? 1,50,000. What is that? Net payable? 3,50,000. Another case, I computed tax liability, sir, I got 5 lakh. But during the previous year, in the form of TDS, TCS advance tax, I paid altogether how much? 5,50,000. Excess already paid. That's why you can get it as a refund. Many of the salaried employees are getting the refund by using this credit only. If you paid excessively in the form of TDS, TCS in the previous year as well as advance tax in the previous year, that excess amount you can get it as a refund by way of filing the return of income. By way of filing return of income. Now, this is practically just I am showing the computation format. There is a prescribed ITR forms also there. By using that ITR forms only you have to file the return of income. Theoretical definition. Return of income is a format, whether it is a format or just a paragraph format. In this format, SSE will declare the details about two things. One is an total income. By using this statement or format, can I declare my total income details as well as tax payable as well as refund. Just don't by heart it, just remember the steps. You can get an idea about the definition. It is a format. In this format, SSE will declare the details about two things. The first one, total income. Second one, tax liability. What is that? Refund also, payable also. These formats, can I create? No. Can I create these formats on my own? No. These formats will specified by whom? CBDT. These formats only known as ITR forms. These formats only known as ITR forms. This is an introduction, right? Okay. How many due dates? 3. You are saying due dates are not required. I am asking how many. That's enough. 3. Next. Now I will talk about this connection between the chapters. Connection between the chapters. SSE will file the return of income in an assessment year. That return of income will received by whom? Assessing officer in a department. In income tax department, various levels of officers is there who will receive this return of income, whatever we filed, assessing officer. What is the responsibility of an SSE? Responsibility of SSE is required to file return. Sir, 2 types. Mandatorily you have to file. If your total income exceeded the basic exemption limit, you have to file mandatorily. Some of the SSEs will file return of incomes even though that is not a mandatory. That is what? Voluntary. For getting the loan purposes or any other purposes. Even though income is not exceeded the basic exemption limit, also some of them is filing the returns. That is only voluntarily. Any type of return. Whose responsibility is filing the return of incomes? SSE responsibility. That means this chapter always will discuss from whose point of view? SSE point of view. Now, once if you file the return, that return of income is correct or incorrect, who needs to assess? Assessing officer. For verifying the returns filed by the SSE, assessing officer required to follow the assessment procedures. Who have a responsibility to complete the assessment? assessing officer. Sir, just I will tell you, different types of assessment procedures are there. Already we discussed 143.3 scrutiny, in-depth assessment, 143.1 summary assessment, 144 best judgment assessment, 147 income escapement assessment. Just I given the some assessment procedures followed by the assessing officer for verifying this written is correct or incorrect. This is the next chapter. Assessment procedures. Assessment procedures always we have to refer from whose point of view? Assessing officer point of view. These two chapters are interconnected. First we need to know about how to file return. Then after, how to verify that return by the AO also we have to refer. Okay, understood? This is a connection. If you know, then we can proceed. First we can target this chapter, then after 4 or 5 days we can start this chapter. Clear? No need to by head these sections now, because these are the main sections in the assessment procedures. These are the main sections in the assessment procedures, and that easily you can remember the section numbers also. But try to remember now only 143.1, 143.3, 144, 147. Now, I will start the first section. From this section only you will get the question directly. What is the section number? 139.1. Who is required to file the return? And what is the due date for filing of return? What is the content of 139.1? Who is required to file the return and when they are required to file the return? Shall we discuss? Please be concentrate for half an hour. First, company partnership form. Company partnership form including LLP. They are required to file return mandatorily. Company partnership form LLP. They are required to file the return mandatorily, irrespective of size, irrespective of turnover, irrespective of incorporation. Anything they have to file their return. Sir, they have a loss, please file return. They have an income, please file return. Sir, they are not doing any business, sir, need to file the return mandatorily. Yes, who? Company partnership firm LLP. Now, remaining others, whoma? Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, they have a basic exemption limit. They have an basic exemption limit. Now I will tell you, listen carefully. I am taking the gross total income. Gross total income means how many heads will be included? 5 heads. Set off and clubbing effect also done. But ignore 54 series exemptions. Can you tell me? Before claiming 54 series exemptions means in capital gain we can take exemptions under section 54 series. 54, 54B, 54D, 54EC, 54F, 54GA, GB. Before that exemptions, that means gross capital gain please take, not net capital gain. If that is exceeds the basic exemption limit, what we have to compare? Gross total income please take. But before claiming which exemptions? 54 series capital gain exemption. That means gross total income will increase or decrease? Increase. Now, sir, I don't want to this statement, sir. You can start from the total income. If you started from the total income, how you can arrive gross total income? Before chapter 6A deduction means gross total income. Net total income before chapter 6A means nothing but what? Gross total income. Before section 54 series means both the sentences will give the same meaning. Some of the students will remember gross total income before 54. This is a gross total income only. Before 54, please do. If that exceeds basic exemption limit, they are required to file return of income, because these SSCs only having the basic exemption limit. That's why this sentence is fixed for only individual HF, AOP, BOI, AJP. Can I repeat again, Ra? If sentence is started from the gross total income before section 54 series exemptions, we have to check. If sentence started from net total income before two things, what are the chapter 6 here? 54 series exemption. If exceeded basic exemption limit, we have to file. We have to file the return. Next. All of you are comparing the net total income basic exemption limit. That is wrong, Ra. Which thing we have to compare? Gross total income basic exemption limit. That too gross total income before 54 series exemptions with the basic exemption limit we have to compare. Definitely in examination also you can take the net total income versus basic exemption limit. That comparison is wrong. Which things we have to compare? Gross total income with the basic exemption limit. That too gross total income before claiming which exemptions? 54 series exemptions. Done? Now, special cases. Resident and ordinary resident who is not required to file return because of above points. Are ordinary resident, Ra. I am an ordinary resident. I have an only 1 lakh income. Do I need to file return here? No. Because my gross total income does not exceed the basic exemption. Not required. But this fellow having asset in outside India, or he having bank account in outside India. My case, my total income, yes, is just 1 lakh. Gross total income before claiming that exemption is 1 lakh. What is the basic exemption limit? 2.5 lakh in old regime, 4 lakh in default tax regime. Exceeded, not exceeded, not exceeded. Not required to file. But I have an asset in outside India, or I have a bank account in outside India. Definitely you have to file the return of income without checking income limits. What is that, Ra? You have an asset in outside India. For that asset, maybe you acted as a beneficiary or beneficial owner. If you have a bank account in outside India, for that bank account, if you have a signing authority, mandatorily you have to file the return. Mandatorily we have to file the return. Dana? No. Sir, many are having the doubt. Why mandatory, sir? We want to know the foreign assets held by the ordinary residents, foreign bank accounts held by the ordinary resident. That's why disclosure is important. We mandated the return filing for those SSCs even though their income less than the basic exemption limits. Now I have a doubt. Sir, what do you mean by the beneficiary, sir? What do you mean by the beneficial owner? Yes, I will tell you one example. In USA, one house property is there that is purchased by the father. Consideration paid for that house is done by the father. Father is beneficial owner. Simply, who paid the consideration for acquisition of asset, that person is beneficial owner. But son using this asset and he is getting the rental income, he is a beneficiary. Who is using that asset, that person is beneficiary. Sir, who required to include this asset in return of income? Anyone is enough. Both the persons not required. If father included in his return, son is not required to include. If son included, father not included. That's why I given beneficiary or beneficial owner. Third point, special case, remember this without failure. Generally, we are not required to file. But if you are an ordinary resident, if you have an asset outside India, for that asset you are a beneficiary or beneficial owner. Or if you have a bank account outside India, for that bank account if you have a signing authority, mandatorily you have to file the return of income. Next, special transaction. MCQs pakka from the special transactions. Array, without checking the income. If you entered into this transaction, you have to file return. I don't have any income, sir. I have only 10 rupees income during that entire year. But if you entered into this transaction, mandatorily you have to file return. What are that? Deposits in current account. Who can get current account? Who are doing business or proficient, they can get current account. In that current account, deposits exceeded how much? 1 crore. I have 5 current accounts. During the previous years, all 5 current accounts deposits, I have to aggregate it. Not individual current account. During the previous year, all the current accounts aggregate deposits exceed 1 crore. Equal to 1 crore, not required to file. Exceeds only, then you have to file. Second, savings bank. I have 10 savings bank account. All the 10 savings bank account deposits during the previous year equal to exceed how much? 50 lakh. Where that equation is equal to exceeds, that you have to remember. Where ma? Savings related equal to or more. Current more. Akadana. Oh, you can remember more or equal to more, but you will forget this limit. That also you have to remember. 1 crore for current account, 50 lakh for savings. Sir, I am incurring foreign travel expenditure for myself or for my family person's purpose that exceeded how much ma? 2 lakh. If exceeded 2 lakh. Simple. Or if you are depositing this much of amount in your account means you are earning something, please file. If you are traveling to that foreign country means you are doing any other things in the any foreign, that's why you have to pay the what? Tax. That's why file return of income. But these limits you have to check. Exceeds 2 lakh. Electricity expenditure during this year exceeds how much ma? 1 lakh. Next, business turnover. Business turnover. Provision gross receipts exceeds 60 lakh, 10 lakh. I am doing business. My income exceeded 60 lakh. Sorry, my turnover exceeded 60 lakh. If I am calculated income, I have a loss only. But turnover exceeds 60 lakh. Gross receipts of your provision exceeds 10 lakh. You have to file return. In my hands, TDS deducted more than or equal to 25,000. Or I am receiving so and so income. Payer is deducted the tax from my payment. What is that amount? More than or equal to 25,000. If I am a senior citizen, the limit will be increased to 50,000. Now I will ask the limits. By way of checking this, you have to tell me. Savings accounts. I am not asking current. Savings. More than or equal to 50 lakh. Current account. More than 1 crore. Electricity. More than 1 lakh. Electricity. More than 1 lakh. Foreign travel. More than 2 lakh. Gross receipts of provision. More than 10 lakh. Gross receipts of provision I am asking. More than 10 lakh. Turnover of business. More than 60 lakh. TDS, TCS deducted in my hands. 25,000. Not lakhs. 25 lakh TDS means you are earning crores. 25,000. In case of if you are a senior citizen, 50,000. Dana. So now I am saying 4 points. The first point is company partnership firm including LLP. Second one, individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJB. Third point, special case. Fourth point, special transactions. Now 4A. What is it? 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E, 4F. They are given. Different entities are required to file the return of income. 139.4A is talking about trust. Trust is also required to file return of income when their total income before exemption under section 11. Trust can claim the exemption under section 11. Before exemption, what is the total income? If the total income exceeds basic exemption limit, Anna or Akka, any one of you, please tell me what is the basic exemption limit for trust? If they are following normal 2,50,000 or 4 lakh. 115 BSc means 4 lakh. Trust is an artificial judicial person. 115 BSc is default, otherwise normal. Remember, these entities can claim exemption under different sections. Before that exemption, we can check the total income, that we can compare with the basic exemption limit. Like that, 139(4)(b) political party can claim the exemption under section 13A. Before that exemption, we have to compare the total income with the basic exemption limit. If exceeded, we have to file return. Trust exemption number 11, political party exemption number 13A. This I will tell you in a trust chapter. This I will tell you in an assessment of various entities chapter. 13A. Okay. Now, 4C, research association, news agencies, institution under section 35. These are all the fellows will get exemption under section 10. Before this exemption, please check total income. If the total income exceeds the basic exemption limit, these are all the fellows are required to file the return under section 139 4C. 4A for trust, 4B for political party, 4C for research association, news agencies, institution under section 10. Next, university, college, institution under section 35. Scientific research, 35 means scientific research, 35. Yes, they are required to file return of income mandatorily. Don't check anything, total income, basic exemption limit, everything is lapsed. Directly you have to file the return of income. Business trust, mandatorily business trust is required to file the return of income. Investment fund, mandatorily required to file the return of income. Sir, other entities, I discussed 6, 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E, 4F. 4A for whom? Trust. What is the exemption? 11. 4B for whom? Political party. What is the exemption? 13A. Next, research association, universities, news agencies, institution under section 10. Yes, section 10 exemption before the total income we have to check. Next, university, college and institution under section 35 mandatorily, business trust mandatorily, investment fund mandatorily. These are all the fellows are required to file return of income. Answer, who is required to file we discussed. When they are required to file, we'll discuss now. Yes, okay. How many due dates now? 3. Okay, last to first we can go. If any SSE involving in the international transaction or specified domestic transaction, for them transfer pricing provisions will apply. If any SSE entered into international as well as specified, I know you don't know anything about it, it is transfer pricing chapter related. Can you tell me who is involving in the international transactions, specified domestic transactions? They are required to file the one audit report under section 92E. That fellows required to file return on or before 30th 11 of an assessment year. Sir, I have an international transactions. Now, for which provisions are applicable for me? Transfer pricing provisions. Now I need to see a report I have to submit. For me, what is the due date? 30th 11 of an assessment year. Next, company, tax audit SSE. Yes, sir. Tax audit SSE. Suppose partnership firm is required to go for tax audit. That partners also required to submit return on or before what date ma? 31st October. 3 SSEs. First, company. Second one, tax audit SC. Tax audit for partnership firm. Partners due date also what? Individual capacity. Partners also can file return on or before 31st October. Now I will tell you the logic. Sir, partnership firm is there. Tax audit is applicable for the partnership firm. Due date is what? 30th October. For partners, individual returns also they can file on or before 31st October only. What is the reason? Why we are maintaining the same due dates for the partners as well as partnership firm if partnership firm having the tax audit? Reason? Are simple. I think in your foundation, first we have to close the partnership firm accounts, then only we can close partners accounts. Accounts. Okay, first we have to close the partnership firm. From the partnership firm, what is the share we can get, we know. Then only we can close the partners books of accounts. That means After filing the return of the partnership form only, partners can file the return. Another logic I will tell you, it is difficult to understood, but try. Partnership form P&L account, ra? What is the tax rate for the partnership form? 30%. Ra. That's why always partnership firm wants to decrease their net profit to that extent maximum possible. Why? 30% tax. If I am earning 100 rupees, 30% I have to pay it as a tax. That's why we want to reduce. By using these two deductions, they want to reduce this net profit drastically. What are that? Interest to the partners, salary to the partners. Others I don't want to make more payments. Partners only I want to make the more payment. What are that? Interest on loan, salary to the partners. But one section 40B is restricted these things. Why? If I am taking more and more, net profit will reduce. This is taxable at 30 only. Partners, if they are resident, they can get rebate also. And if taxable also, they will pay tax by using slab rates. This is an undue advantage partnership form and partners are taken. So that's why what is a provision introduced? 40B. How much amount you want to take deduction, that amount is not available. They are given some limits, how much you can take it as deduction. In case of partnership form is paying the interest to the partners and remuneration to the partners. Here suppose 5 lakh deduction is taken. 40B limits also okay. The same amount is taxable in the hands of partners under which head of income? PCBP. Here how much deducted? 5 lakh on both the things. That is accepted by 40B also. Same amount is in income to whom? Partners. Under PCBPY. In business only these amounts are getting by the partners. Many are interest, income from other sources, salary, income from salary. No. In your business you are taking these receipts. That's why that is taxable under the PCBP. So here how much reduced? 5 lakh. Here how much we have to increase? 5 lakh. Simple, right? If both the parties are filing the return of income on the same due date, AO can compare both the things. Here how much deduction is they got? Here that amount required to tax. If they are filing the return of income on the different due dates, how we can correlate these two things? That's why the same due date they given. If no tax audit, here also the same. If they haven't tax audit, partners also can file the due date on what? 30th October. Simply I will say, partnership firm wants to take the undue advantage about the two deductions. What are the two deductions? Interest to partners, remuneration to partners. How much amount they want to take it as deduction, that is not permissible. Limit given under section 40B. How much limit? Suppose 5 lakh. Here 5 lakh is reduced, that's okay. But this same 5 lakh is income to the whom? Partners. Taxable under the PCBP. If they are filing the due dates, if they are filing both the parties return of income on the same due date, our AO can cross verify these two things easily. So that's why they are maintaining the same due dates. Understood? What is the section number? 40B. In assessment of various entities, assessment of partnership firm, I will discuss this. Provision and limit how to calculate also I will tell you. Now how many due dates? 3. Remember, remaining SSEs 31st 7. I don't start from the beginning. Please read this provision from the end to first. Then you will get any other SSE means who. Paka ఆకలి అవుతుందా? తెలుగు ఒక్కలకు కూడా రాదా అమ్మాయికి తప్ప? వచ్చా? Okay. If you are not giving the response properly, I will take the class in Telugu. Okay. You can understand Telugu also, na? Okay. Now, sir, previously in this place of partners, there is a provision working partners. No such restriction now. Now, any partner also, partnership firm having the tax audit due date 31st October. All partners also having the due date 31st October only. Not working partners, all partners. Clear? Now. Huh? Tax audit. Both the parties required to file 31st 7. But in individual capacity, partner having tax audit, that partner will file 31st October. If both the parties doesn't have any tax auditor, 31st July. Now, next section 139 1C. Relaxation from filing of return of income. What is that? Relaxation from filing of return of income. Central government, if notified some persons are not required to file the return of income, they will get relaxation, no need to file the return. Second one, specified senior citizen. Amma, senior citizen means whom? More than or equal to how many years of age? 60, right? But what do you mean by the specified? Resident and having the 75 years or more, that fellow is specified senior citizen for this section. Generally senior citizen means you know, but in this section they asked that what ma? Specified senior citizen, how much is? 75 or more and a resident. And if that resident senior citizen or specified senior citizen having the two incomes, ma? One is pension income, another one is an interest income. Example, pension means nothing but you are retired employee, you are getting some pension, or old age fellows can get the some pension. But if they haven't deposits in their account, on the deposits they can get the what ma? Interest. One twist is there, these two things should be credited to the same bank. In our example, we can take that bank is called as specified bank, SBI. Imagine, you are a specified senior citizen, you haven't two incomes. The two incomes also credited to the same bank account. Now, SSC is given the declaration to the specified bank. I have only these two incomes. Other than these two, I don't have any other income like capital gain, house properties, any other income I don't have. I given declaration, if tax is deductible, please deduct the tax. Tax required to deduct under section 194P. 194P. Remaining amount will be given to whom? SSC. Suppose in your bank account 5 lakh is there. Not 5 lakh, 50 lakh is there. Example. This amount in bank account comprises of these two things. Suppose 4 lakh tax is required. They will deduct the tax. How much amount left in the bank account? 46. That 46 is related to SC only. Every year who will deduct the TDS from the specified senior citizen bank accounts? Bank itself. You only given the consent to deduct the tax. Now I will ask the point, this is a relaxation for filing what? Return, not for tax. Tax already deducted by the bank during the previous year itself. This is a relaxation only for filing of return. No need to file return because already you crossed the age of how many years? 75 or more. Okay, if I am asking the return of income, due dates pressure, etc., maybe next year we can't collect the tax properly if anything happened to him. So that's why we are not giving any pressure to that fellow. Smoothly we are collecting the tax without knowing them. And after introduction of this provision, many specified senior citizens are asking to me, sir, there is a provision in income tax you don't know. No need to file the return of income, no need to pay the tax also. The statement is correct? No. Payment of tax is mandatory in the form of TDS. Return of income only, no need to file. Clear? This is very important. Again, we'll discuss in TDS chapter under section 194P. Akka understood 1 or 2, 3, 4th middle. Huh? Pakka? Huh. Now, so in this chapter we have to discuss different types of returns. What are the different types of returns? First I will give the different types of returns section numbers as well as different types of return names. One by one we can discuss. How many types are there? 139.1. What is that? Original return. I don't want to discuss anything, already done. Who is required to file, when required to file also we discussed. Next, what is that return? Loss return. 139.3. 139.4. Belated return. 139.5. Revised return. 139.9. Defective return. 139.8A. Update return. I will tell you this update return as a separate chapter, not now. Because some assessment procedures knowledge and advanced tax interest knowledge also required. So that's why we'll discuss at that end. Now how many types of returns we can discuss, ma? These 5 types we can discuss. Already 139, 1 is over. Now we have to start 3, 4, 5, 9. What is the 3? Last return. What is the 4? Belated return. What is that 5? Revised return. What is that 9? Defective return. Shall we? Okay, before break I will conclude only last return. Only which return? Last return. I will discuss the questions also. But if you know the concept, then questions discussion easily. Directly if you want to attack the questions, tomorrow onwards you can do that questions on your own only. Okay, if you know the concepts, easily you can understood which concept we have to write it as an answer. Directly we can attack. Some students can study in that way, that is also correct. But if any new question is came, that is wrong. So now, last return, just I need in 10 minutes time, 1:30 I will give a break, till 5, 2:30. Okay. 10 minutes plus or minus. Minus is also there. Last return. Which section? 139.3. Sir, if I have an income, I will file return of income. I will pay the tax. If I have a loss, why I need to file the return, sir? To carry forward. First thing, you got loss now. What is it proof? File the loss return. Okay, now you have a loss. In next year, if you have an income, you can carry forward and set up this loss against the next assessment years. So that's why you have to file the loss return. Remember, sir, for filing the loss return, is there any separate due date? No. Same due dates under section 139(1) only. If you have a loss, you have to file the loss return on or before the due dates, whatever we discussed under section 139(1). How many due dates? 3. What are that? 31st July, 31st October, 30th November. Yes. Why? In order to carry forward the losses of current previous year to next assessment years. By head these 4. Business loss, speculative, normal. Another business loss, specified business loss. Capital gain loss. Losses from owning and maintaining of race horses. Amma, I want to tell you, there is a huge difference between these two words. Winnings from horse race means you are placing a bet in a horse races, that winnings is casual income only. Yes, taxable under the head what my income from other sources, taxable at the rate of 30% under BB. First chapter we discussed 115 BB. Tax on casual incomes. Simply this word if you got, it is an casual income. Another word they can give in an exam. Owning and maintaining of race horses. I will purchase the horses, I can train that horses for races, I can give the food also, and maintenance also I can do. Simply I am doing business. I am purchasing some horses, I am given the training and I am given the food and the training and everything, maintenance also. If anyone interested to conduct the races, they will purchase from me. This is not an casual income. This isn't just like business activity, but subsidiary to the bettings. That's why it is also taxable under income from other sources, but taxable by using normal tax rate. Now I am talking about this point, not this point. If any loss from this activity is there, you can carry forward to the next years if you file the loss return up to the due date. These losses cannot be carried forward. I have a loss in cricket betting, sir. Can I carry forward to the next years? No. This loss, yes, you can carry forward. How many losses you can carry forward to the next year if you file the loss return within the due date? 4. 2 business head, normal business loss, speculative, specified also. Capital gain losses. 4th one, other sources related. What is that? Loss from owning and maintaining of race horses. Race horses, not horse races. Race horses. Horse race means simply you are placing a betting. Clear? Now, These two, what are the two? House property, unabsorbed depreciation. Even though loss return filed after due date also we can carry forward. For this, within due date we have to file. Within due date we have to file. For this, within also okay, or after due date also okay. But last return filing is mandatory. Last return filing is mandatory. Within, yes, for this purpose within the due date is required. For this, within also okay, after also okay. But last return filing is mandatory. Understood? All of you. Many are saying that, sir, without filing also we can carry forward. No, no. Filing within also okay, after due date also okay. Any loss if you want to carry forward, loss return is mandatory. But for these losses you have to file within the due date. For these after due date also okay. What is that? House property loss, unabsorbed depreciation. 4 marks, repeated question always they are asking that. So one example, then after we can take a break. Okay. Mr. X, for the previous year and assessment year, on this date they have to file the return, but on that time due date extended to this 31st August. So definitely you have to file on this, but department given the extension, so that's why you have to file the return on or before what 31st August 2026. But this fellow is very busy person. He having many activities other than return filing. So that's why he filed the return on which date? 1st September. 1 AM, just 1 hour later. Because of that 1 hour. Yes, sir. But finally, if you file the return, what is the loss involving in that return? 3.2 crore. Are you have an 3.2 crore loss? You have to file the return of income properly within the due date, then you can carry forward to the next year. Okay, he is trying to file return from the 9 PM. Okay, due to internet connection, due to site error issues, he is unable to file within the time. After 1 AM, he filed the return. Genuine reasons or not genuine? Genuine reasons. He is rigorously trying to file the return, but because of unexceptional cases, he is unable to file within the due date. Right? Now, he is asking with the department, sir, please allow this loss to next years for carry forward and set off. Will department can do this thing? Yes. If that isn't genuine reasons, we can condone the delay of filing of loss return. Condone means nothing but we can accept it and you can carry forward and you can set off against the next year's income. Now, how many genuine reasons means 1 day only. After 30 days I am filing a return. I am asking, sir, please condone the delay of filing of loss return. So that will not case. In case law, Lodhi Properties Limited, they given the, in question I will give the case law name again, Lodhi Properties, they given genuine hardships or genuine reasons means 1 working day is genuine. 2 or 3 working days after that if you want to file the return and if you file the loss return, that will not at all acceptable. Genuine hardship means 1 working day. Now, previously, if you want to ask the condonation of delay, you have to ask with the first CIT, PCIT, Commissioner of Income Tax, Principal Commissioner of Income Tax. Next one, CCIT, Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. Next one, PCCIT, Principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. Next one, CBDT. These are the limits earlier, but the limits are amended after this date. Now you have to remember the amended dates. Sorry, amended limits. Yes. If your loss is up to 1 crore, you can ask with the CIT, PCIT. If your loss is 1 to 3 crores, you can ask with the CCIT. If your loss is more than 3 crores, you can ask with the PCIT. But in our case, to whom he can make an application, PCCIT, he has to make an application for getting the condonation of delay in filing of loss return. These are earlier limits you can ignore. What are the amended? Up to 1 crore CIT, PCIT, more than 1 crore to 3 crores CCIT, more than 3 crores PCCIT. This is a 7 mark question. We can get this question in workbook. Clear? Now, loss return points, just I will repeat. What is the purpose of filing the loss return? If you want to carry forward your current year losses to the next assessment years, you have to file the loss return. If you file loss return within the due date, 4 losses you can carry forward and set off to the next year. What are that? Business loss, speculative, normal, specified business loss, capital gain losses, your losses from owning and maintaining of race horses, not horse races, race horses. But after the due date, if I file the loss return also, I can carry forward the 2 losses, house property loss, unabsorbed depreciation. So, is there any provision in that act, a condonation of delay in filing of return? Yes. Genuine reasons, genuine hardships, we can condone the delay of filing of loss return. How many days? 1 working day. Can you tell me limits, Ra? Up to 1 crore, CIT, PCIT, 1 to 3, CCIT, above 3, PCCIT. Don't think about these authorities. In one chapter, I will give you everything. And many of you are now remembering the every authority name and permissions, etc. No need to remember. Tomorrow or day after tomorrow, I will start the income tax authorities. In the chapter, within 5 minutes, you can remember every authority's hierarchy also. No need to by heart everything. Just remember these limits amended only. Ignore these old limits. Okay, in exam, if they are asking after this, yes, you have to write it up. Mostly they will ask the amended limits only. So after the break, we can discuss the remaining. What are the remaining things? Belated return, revised return, defective return. Yes, thank you. Take a break. Up to 2:30. If total income before chapter 6A means gross total income only. This is also same. Same only. Huh? Both on, in exam maybe if they are given the total income, before chapter 6A we have to take, that means that is a gross total income only. After 54 exemption, both the sentences are correct only. Before these 2 things I have to check. If they are giving gross total income, before 54 only.
think 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes they will give books. And tomorrow morning you will get handwritten also. Already they posted. Yes, in the last session we discussed original return as well as loss return. Now we can start with the belated return. 139 subsection 4 is talking about the belated return. Shall we? Yeah. Suppose example number 1. What is that? Example number 1. So I will take the total drama in the assessment year. Why? Return of income always will be required to file in an assessment year. Assessment year 26-27 I taken. Okay, Mr. X, tax audit applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. If tax audit was not applicable, what is the due date? 31st 7. But within the due date, he is not at all filed their return of income. So that means within the due date, if he is unable to file the return, we are providing one more chance to file the return in a belated manner. But for that belated return also we have to give the restrictions of time limit. Otherwise he will file the return belatedly after 20 or 30 years also. So that's why one restricted time limit we imposed. What is the time limit? I will tell you two things, whichever is earlier we have to take. First one A, second one B. I will tell you these two things. The first A, 3 months prior to end of relevant assessment year. Can you tell me what is the 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year? 31st/12/2026 in this example. Exactly 3 months prior to the end of the relevant assessment year. Or assessment completion. Very important. Assessment completion. Sir, even though you are not filed the return, assessing officer can complete the assessment on their own judgment basis. That is only best judgment assessment. Okay, based on available bank records, he can compute your total income and he will send the demand notice for you. After this, we don't want your return of income. Already assessment completed. I don't want your return of income again. So that's why please take these two dates, whichever is earlier, 30th 11 of 2026 is earlier. So that means at any time you can file the belated return, yes, before this date. In exam they will give you assessment completion date. We are not a god star. So we cannot compute the assessment completion dates. This will be given in your exam. Sir, how you taken these dates, sir? That will be given in exam. Okay. So now we have to take the two dates, whichever is earlier. The first one, 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year. Second one, assessment completion. Within these two dates, whichever is earlier, assessment completion is earlier, on or before this date, after due date, within this time, at any time, SSE can file the belated return. Second example I will take. First example understood, all of you. Second example. Example number 2. Mr. Y, for him tax audit is applicable. Entire drama in which year? Assessment year. What is the due date? 31st October, because tax audit is there. Within the due date, he is not filed the return. So that's why he can file the belated return. But time limits, can you tell me what are the time limits, sir? Hello? First A, 3 months prior to end of relevant assessment year. Can you tell me this is only 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year means nothing but what, 31st December 2026. 3 months prior to end date. Assessment completion, I given this date. You are not computed, examination also will give this date. Now A or B, whichever is earlier, 31st 12 is an earlier. So Mr. Y can file the belated return within this date. Very, very, very important time limit for filing the belated return. Simply earlier of the 2 dates. The first date, 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year or assessment completion, whichever is in exam, earlier you have to remember. Okay. Otherwise, if you return later, qualification also will come. Remember, belated return under section 139(4) can be submitted within the time limit 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year and assessment completion, whichever is earlier. Now, who can file the belated return? If anyone is unable to file the return under section 139(1) within the due dates, they can file their belated return. Understood? Yes. Now, next we have to start the revised return. Time limit is very important in 139(4). Okay. Revised return. What do you mean by the revised? Changing. We filed return properly within time limit. Or we file loss return. We file belated return. After filing these types of returns, we found some mistakes in that return. I forgot to take one chapter 6A deduction. Okay. I forget to include one income in my return of income. That is a mistake only. Later, if you discovered any omission or mistake, now SSC having chance to file the revised return. Now, I will ask a question. Which type of returns can be revised? Any return can be revised. 139(1) original return revised. 139(3) loss return can be revised. 139(4) belated return also can be revised. Pakka. Now, but revised return also you have to file within the date. What is the date? Same time limit as like 139(4). There is no separate time limits. You have to simply copy and paste it from the earlier provision. What is that? 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year or assessment completion, whichever is earlier. I will take example now. Shall we? Books iche intention ledentra alagi. Vastunaru. Wait. I think lift is not working. They are carrying everything. Okay. Mr. X. Tax audit applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. Entire drama we have to take in which year? Assessment year. Entire drama will take in assessment year. Now, tax audit not applicable means what is the due date? July. SSC filed return or not filed? Not filed. If he not filed the return, he can file the belated return, right? Belated return time limit, A or B, whichever is earlier. A is nothing but 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year. Assessment completion, whichever is earlier, assessment completion is earlier. Listen. Now, I file the belated return on this date. Whether this return filing is correct or incorrect? Correct only, because before this date at any time I can file the belated return. Within the time only I file. But after filing this return, I found some mistakes. In belated return, I found some mistakes. That's why, can I revise this belated return? Yes. So that's why 139(5), 31st 8. This is also within this time limit only. 139(4), 139(5) having the same time limits. Now, after filing this revised return, again we found some mistakes. Can I revise the revised return? Yes. But within the time limit. Can you tell me? Again I am filing the revised return on September 15. That is within the time? Yes. Like this, how many times I can revise the return? Unlimited times. But you have to file the within the time limit. Which type of returns can be revised? Original return, loss return, belated return, revised return also can be revised. Within the time limit. Now, finally, AO will do the assessment on which return? Latestly whatever you filed
On this only he will do assessment. That means whatever this return will substitute whatever you filed earlier. That is only the first point. It substitutes the original return. This note points given in old examination for 4 marks. That's why listen carefully. Second, shall we? Yes. ESSC. Yes, sir. ESSC received a notice from the assessing officer. What is the notice? I will tell you. Within the due date, we are not filed return. AO will send the one notice, sir, please file the return of income. Your due date already crossed. That notice only called as which section? 142.1. In assessment procedures, I will tell you more detailedly. Within the due date, they will not ask anything. They will wait for due date crossing. After due date, they will send the notice under section 142.1. They will mention in that notice, sir, please file the return of income. Now, in response to this notice, our hero filed the return. Can I revise this return? No. Whatever return you file, that is final, you can't revise. Why? Sorry? Not filed within the due date. In this question also, he is not filed within the due date, but we revised. B letter return also we can revise. SSC on his own, he filed everything, that's why he can revise. Here, in response to assessing officer notice he filed. So that's why that type of returns cannot be revised. If you filed on your own, original also, belated also, revised also, that you can revise. In response to AO notice, if you filed any returns, that returns cannot be revised. What is the notice? 142.1. When we can issue this notice? If after due date only. Before due date, if you send notice also, SSC will argue, I haven't due date, I will file, I know my duties, get lost. These are only the things can be delivered by the SSC if we send the notice within the due date. After the due date only we can give the slaps by way of sending the notices. Clear now? How to file revise the return? Example I will say. I filed return earlier, original return only. Now I found some mistake. Now I will take the piece of paper and I will calculate everything in revised manner and I will send it to the assessing officer through post. Can I call it as revised return? No. If you want to file the revised return, you have to log into that e-filing website. You have to click an option given under website under section 139.5. You have to fill all the particulars in a revised manner. If you given the letter, paper, anything to the AO, that cannot be considered as a revised return. 4 mark question. That cannot be considered as an revised return. 4th point. Example. 139.1 I filed the return. A refund I want 50,000. Yes. Processing also done. Processing means nothing but computerized verification. They are also given the refund 50,000. Issue closed or not? Yes. I filed return. In the return of income, I placed a refund. They are also given the refund. But after receiving refund, after receiving intimation, I realized I am eligible for higher refund of 90, not 50. After completion of processing or after receiving of refund, can I file the revised return? Yes, you can file, but within the time limits you should file. What is the time limit? 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year or assessment completion, whichever is earlier. Within the time limit, anything you can do. Even after completion of an assessment also, you can file the revised return. That is only. Revised return can be filed even after receiving the intimation, even after receiving the refund. But you have to check whether the time limit is available or not. Last. I forget to claim 80C. I filed return. Now I want to claim this thing before AO. Every deduction I claimed in return, but I forget to claim ATC. Now, how can I claim this thing before AO? AO will complete the assessment without considering the ATC, but I want to take the ATC deduction now. How can I take? Simple. A fresh claim of deduction you can take only before AO by way of filing the revised return. If you send paper, letter or post, they will not accept. If you want to claim any deduction other than you filed in an earlier return, you have to file a revised return. Repeat these 5 points. It substitutes which return? Original return. Second one, in any return filed in response to the notice under section 142 subsection 1, that return cannot be revised. Third one, if you want to file the revised return, you have to log into the website, and through the website only you have to file the revised return. Letters, revised statements, piece of papers will not be considered as a revised return. Next, after receiving the refund, after receiving the intimation, can I go for the revised return? Yes. Last one, if you want to claim any deduction or any claim before AO freshly other than return, now you have to file the revised return. Done? So, revised return also done. 139.1 original return, 139.3 loss return, 139.4 belated return, 139.5 revised return done. Now we will take the defective return. What is that section number? 139.9. Just I want to know something. Now if you file the returns, I am claiming ATC deductions. Do I need to submit any proofs? Proofs means nothing but entire documents we have to attach along with the return. No. HRA related rental receipts or rental payments I have to give? No. Whatever amount you can take deduction. But reference numbers, now they are asking for cross verification. If you given the wrong reference numbers also, they will accept. Correct? Means nowadays we are filing the annexureless ROI. Annexureless means nothing but no need to attach any proofs to the return of income. Just return of income filing is enough. No need to add any sales statements, stock statements, etc. But few things you have to attach. What are that? Books of accounts, proof of payment of tax. If tax audit is applicable, tax audit report, and other books of accounts related annexes, you have to submit. Some things you have to submit properly. If you not attached anything in the given list, whatever return you filed also, that return will be treated as an defective by whom? AO. Tax audit applicable for you. Tax audit done. But you are not submitted the tax audit report along with the return. Your return will be treated as what? Defective. Sir, once AO treated your return as a defective, he has to give this intimation along with the reason also. Sir, for this reason we treated your return as a defective. Okay, now what SSE required to do? Go to e-filing, click on 139 subsection 9, then he has to rectify the defect within how many days? 15 days. In some genuine cases, they can allocate more number of days also. Generally, how many days? 15. After 15 days, your return will be treated as void ab initio. Void from beginning. That means you not at all file the return. How many days? 15 days. Now, can you tell me the section numbers? 139.1, 139.3, 139.4, 139.5, 139.9. Last, 139.8a. This is a concept of updated return. I will discuss it as a separate chapter after discussing these two chapters with you. Okay. Now, consequences of non-filing of return of income. So nothing but if you are not at all file the return of income, what are the consequences you have to face? Suppose, imagine yourself, within the due date you are not filed, belated return also you are not filed. Then what is that consequences? First consequence, penalty you have to pay. Under which section? 271F. Second, you have to pay the interest under section 234A. Third one, Are if you file return, on that return I will do assessment. If you not at all file return, then how I take the assessment? On my decision I will do assessment. That is only best judgment assessment you have to face. Last one, you have to pay fees under section 234F. How many consequences you have to face if you not at all file the return? 4. Penalty, I will discuss in penalties chapter. Interest, I will discuss in advanced tax and interest chapter. Yes, a best judgment assessment you have to face. Simple ra. I asked multiple times to file return, but you are not giving any response. Definitely I can check your bank records or any other things. Based on that I will compute the total income and I will complete the assessment. The type of assessment only known as best judgment assessment. Last one, fees. In this chapter I will discuss what is it, fees under section 234F. Very very important. In this chapter this is an important, in this chapter this is an important, in this chapter this is an important only. We are unable to take these things now, but I will tell you in a separate chapters. 234F fees now we cover. Fees under section which? 234F. Yes, this drama will be taken in assessment here. This is a due date. If you file the return within the due date, no need to pay any fees. If you not at all filed, or if you filed in a late manner, I will charge the fees how much? 5,000 fees. It is not a penalty, fees, separate charge. But 5,000 is huge amount. If your total income does not exceed 5 lakh, then fees payable will be 1,000 rupees. Generally they are saying 5,000 fees. But if your total income does not exceed 5 lakh, the fees will be 1,000 only. Clear? Now, I will take some analysis you can understood easily. Can I start this analysis now? Yes. Case 1. Before due date, you filed return. Before due date, you filed return. Now I want to revise the return. Do I need to pay any fees under section 234F? No. Sir, I filed revised return after due date only, but which thing I am going to revise? Which is filed before due date. Second case, return of income is not filed within the due date. So that's why you want to file the B later return. At the time of filing the B later return, what is that fees we have to pay? 5,000, 1,000. But that return now I want to revise. Yes. Now no need to pay the fees under section 234F. Why? Already I filed the B later return. For this I paid the fees. That return only now I am revising. So that's why no need to pay the fees. Finally I can say one conclusion to you. At the time of filing B later return only you have to pay the what? Fees. At the time of revised return no need to pay fees. 234F, when we have to pay the fees? At the time of filing of B later return. Sir, B later return I filed, sir, but I want to revise the B later return. Can I pay the fees? Not required. Only when you have to pay the fees under section 234F, 5,000 or 1,000? At the time of filing of B later return. At the time of revised return, original returns, fees is not required. Sir, you can distribute now, sir, no problem. Sir, you can distribute now, sir, no problem. Even though if I am taking class also, you can distribute, no issue. I don't want to give any break, sir. Please give in this class itself. No problem. Understood? So what are the consequences of non-filing of return of income? 4 consequences. One consequence now discussed in the class only. The remaining consequences will discuss in a separate chapters. Penalty is there, fees is also there, interest also there, best judgment assessment also you have to face. Comfortable akka? 1 or 2, 3, 4th bench, 4th row first. Comfortable? Okay. Tomorrow boys can shift to this and girls will go for that place. Tomorrow. Day after tomorrow again swap. Okay, just I want to register every person face. Okay, if these fellows are there in this place, automatically camera only, in this way only I will look at more time. Tomorrow you can come, day after tomorrow swap only. Okay, వస్తారు అందరు రేపు tomorrow and day after tomorrow all will come or any others will take gap. I will give backup at the end of the sessions. Remember that. This is a set, sir. Each and every person, these 2 books we need to give. Next, tax return preparer. Akka, what? Tax return preparer. What is the shortcut? TRP. So nowadays, if you want to file the return of income, you can file your return on your own. No need to take any other help. No need to take any signature from CA or CMA also. You can file your return on your own. Self-assessment tax. That means you need to compute your income, you need to compute your tax, you need to file your return. But, okay, as an commerce students, you know everything about return of income. Then what about science background all? Definitely they need to take an assistance of CA or CMA. That is a costly affair. That's why the department is created. One concept of tax return preparers. Yes, TRP. Yes, nothing but who can act as an TRP. Whether you are in this qualification scenario or not, you have to check. If any person qualified CA, enter. Next, CMA, enter. Next, CS, enter, or any other recognized degrees like BCom, etc. Plus, if you got the training by the central government, then you can work as a TRP. All of you now you can take the TRP certification after training and you can do filing of return of incomes. Yes, you can. But why sir training is required? I know everything about return of income. But you know everything about return of income, but how to behave with the clients you don't know. How to get money from the clients we don't know properly. So that's why tact, behavioral science, etc. they will give it as a training. Now, next. Sir, okay sir, I will take the certification. Can I do return of incomes for all? No. For specified class of persons only TRP can file returns. For whom? Specified class of persons only TRP can file returns. Who are specified class, sir? All persons other than company tax audit. Company related returns TRP cannot file. Tax audit returns also TRP cannot file. Or a CMA only tax audit cannot be done. How TRP can do? We don't have tax audit power. Sorry, you don't have tax audit power. Okay. Next, sir, these 2 things can be done by the CA holding COP. Because attestation function is required in these cases. So that's why these things can be done by the CA, not CMA. In future, you will get an attestation regarding tax audit. Mark my words. In future, not now. Future means future, not near future. Okay. One question, last attempt only they added tax audit chapter in curriculum. How you will get tax audit? Last attempt only in CA final they added tax audit, but they are not asked any question in December exams. Why you need tax audit? And one more thing, I think many students are worrying about tax audit only. Many other works are there. If you use 24 hours effectively, we can earn more than tax audit functions. Personally, okay, I haven't tax audit. I didn't sign any tax audit also till now after my qualification. I'm not at all given any tax audit signatures also to my friends also. I don't want, because in teaching I'm earning more. You can also do anything. Only tax audit. Many students are asking, sir, before joining CMA, there is no tax audit function attestation. You haven't cost audit. That's enough. You can earn anywhere. Anyways also there. Apart from CMA, you can earn anything. You can start any business also along with me. No. Next. Sir, can you tell me, following persons cannot act as an TRP. Hura, CA, lawyer, cannot be acted as TRP. And officer of scheduled bank. Example, all of you having bank account in my bank, SBI. I am acting as a manager for that bank. I can't be acted as an TRP for you. For others, I can act as an TRP. I am a manager of SBI. You are all are my customers. I can't act as an TRP for you, but I can act as an TRP for others. Next, specified class of person. Already you know what do you mean by the specified class of persons. Who? Okay, other than company, other than tax audit. Example, our institute is not a company and tax audit is also not there. Our employee can file returns for our institute? No, because employee of the specified class of person cannot be acted as TRP. Suppose I am an employee of one partnership firm. For partnership firm, there is no tax auditor. Because I am an employee, there is no independence, so that's why I can't file the return for my employer. I can act as an TRP for others. Example, a partnership firm, I am an employee. I can't file return of a partnership firm in the position of TRP. Why? I am an employee. If they are saying anything, I have to file. There is no independence also. That's why they are giving the deleted list. Who cannot be act as TRP? CA, lawyer, officer of scheduled bank, employee of specified class of person. Specified class means nothing but other than these two. Example, partnership firm, there is no tax audit. Employee of partnership firm can act as an TRP for them? No. Why? There is no independence between employer and employee. So they can ask the 4-mark question. Like how they can frame the question also I will tell you. SSE is having the tax audit requirement. He wants to file the return by using the TRP services. Can he do? No. If he having the tax audit and the company SSE will go with the CA holding COP only, not through TRP. Done. Now, ITR forms. This is only the huge difference between CMA and CA. We have every ITR form in our syllabus. You have to learn which ITR form is applicable for that, which SSEs also for MCQ purpose at any time they can ask. First of all, generally I want to know how many ITR forms are there? 10 na? Hurry. 7. ITR 1 to 7. Okay. ITR forms, this content is not given in our act, this is given in rule. Can you tell me what is the rule 12 is given the what? Details about the ITR forms. You can download any ITR form PDF. Within the top of the ITR form, you can see this rule number. You can see that rule number. I want to drag that. I don't want to drag the discussion. You can download and you can check. Rule 12 is providing the which SSC required to file which ITR form. This ITR forms given by the who Anna? CBDT chapter starting only we discussed. Shall we? Okay. Don't open anything. You can write your name, Akka, no problem. Okay. ITR 1 to ITR 7 we have. 1 to 7 income declaration and tax payment form numbers. We have an ITR V also. This is a verification related form. Totally we have 8. Income declaration 7 only, you are correct. But one more form is there for verification. Shall we discuss one by one? There is an amendment also. Listen carefully. Mark my words. You will get one MCQ from this. Because if anyone following CA classes, they will not write this. Okay, practically if they know, then they will write it down. No problem. Yes. ITR 1. Another name for this form is their Sahaj form. On the top left corner, you can see the form numbers on PDFs also. If you downloaded the any ITR form numbers, on top left corner you can see form number as well as other name. Other name is nothing but Sahaj. Why they are given the name as a Sahaj? Most of the fellows will follow this. This is a Sahaj form. Okay. I think Urdu or Hindi, I don't know. Okay, they given name as a Sahaj. In exams also they can give the form number Sahaj. Form name Sahaj. Who can file? ROR, individual if he is a resident and ordinary resident, if he having that income from salaries, income from house property, how many houses ma? One house, income from other sources except casual incomes, long term capital gain 112A up to 1.25 lakh. Why da? Exempt. If you have a long term capital gain 112A, that is financial assets, listed equity shares, equity oriented mutual fund units, units of business trust, this is entirely exempt. And if you having agricultural income up to how much ma? 5,000. And altogether if you compute a total income up to 50 lakh, then you can file your return by using ITR 1. They will give you, these are all the details. They will ask which ITR form is required to file. What are the details? Individual ROR. Salaries income. House property, how many houses? One house. Income from other sources except casual incomes. Long term capital gain until up to 1.25 lakh. And agricultural income up to 5,000. That means if I have a business income, I can't go with the ITR 1. If I have in the capital gain incomes, I can't go with the ITR 1. Remember that point. I have in 2 houses, I can't go with the ITR 1. Total income does not exceed how much? 50 lakh. Now I will take ITR 2. If an individual HUF having business income, they will go with the ITR 2. Individual having the business income, nothing but if any not having the. If any individual not having the business income, meaning capital gain. I have a salary income. These are all incomes I have, but plus we have a capital gain income. But we don't have any business income. Which ITR form is suitable? ITR. Individual HUF not having PCBP. Remaining all other incomes, no problem. Total income exceeds 50 lakh, no problem, we can go. There is no condition of total income like in ITR 1. Total income 80 lakhs is there, I don't have any PCBP income, you can go. ITR 3 and 4 combined. ITR 3, 4. Simply, if you have a business income, ITR 3, ITR 4. Sir, what is the difference? If you declare that income, business income based on presumptive provisions, ITR 4. Sugam, easy way. Form Sugam. Next, ITR 3, if you declare the income based on books of accounts, ITR 3. Sir, now I have a business income and I have a capital gain also, I need to go with the any of these 5. Simple, I have a capital gain income along with the business income. What are the ITR forms for 3 or 4? I don't have any business income, but I have a capital gain income. Which ITR? 2. Understood? Now I will ask you questions. I have a salary income. I have a capital gain income. Business income on presumptive basis. Which ITR form? ITR 4. I have a capital gain income. Salary income. Business income declared on normal basis. Only capital gain income, I don't have any other income. ITR 2. Salary income, one house property, income from other sources other than casual incomes, long term capital gain 112, agricultural income up to 5,000, total income 65 lakh. ITR 2. Clear? Now. But here ITR 4 also, total income up to 50 lakh, agricultural income up to 5,000. These things are dumped from the ITR 1. ITR 1 also the same conditions are there. Total income up to 50 lakh and agricultural income up to how much? 5,000. Now, I will go with the first ITR 6 and ITR 7. ITR 5 is there, I will tell you. Okay? ITR 6. Companies. Up to now we discussed individual. Okay. Next, individual HUF. Here individual partnership firm other than LLP. Here I am excluding the LLP. Here I am excluding the LLP. Now companies. For companies we have an two ITR forms. What is that? 6, 7. Section 8 companies, you know, na? Non-profit. No. If that companies, yes sir, two things are there. Normal companies, other than companies claiming exemption 11. Exemption 11 for whom are trust. In this chapter I discussed exemption 11 for whom are trust. Nothing but section 8 companies, if any there. Other than that, all companies required to file what are 6. Then what about section 11? That is including companies. Including companies, yes, 4A, trust related. 4B, political party. 4C, yes ma, research association, news agencies, institution under section 10. Universities, college and research associations. So these are required to file ITR under ITR form 7. Simple normal companies ITR 6. If the company want to claim section 11, if company wants to claim section 11, ITR 7. Done? Sir, company covered, individual covered, HUF covered, okay, all covered. But other than individual, other than HUF, other than partnership firm, other than company, other than persons filing ITR 7, whom trust, political party, yes, these are all. Other than, who are there? LLP. The mainly LLP can use ITR 5. Shall I revise everything now as of now? The first one, ITR 1 for whom? Individual, that too resident and ordinary resident, if he having the salary income and one house property income, income from other sources other than casual income, long term capital gain 112A up to 1,25,000, agricultural income up to 5,000, altogether the total income does not exceed 50 lakh. Second one, ITR 2, individual HUF who is not having PCBB income, mostly capital gain income. Business income related, we have in 2 ITR forms, individual HUF, partnership firm other than LLP. LLP will go with the ITR 5. Okay, if they have an income under the head PCBP. Okay, what is it? ITR 3, ITR 4. Normally declared ITR 3, presumptively declared ITR 4. Next, ITR 5 other than residuary, the simple. ITR 5 is an residuary. ITR 6, general companies. ITR 7, for companies who are taken section 11 exemption, other companies, other than company, political party, research association, universities, all are required to file ITR 7. Now ITR V I have to start. What is it I have to start? ITR V. Income tax return verification form. I will tell you one story. Based on that, I will tell you the linkage also. You file your return. Okay. How that return is reached to the department? Electronically or physically you posting? Electronically. I think after filling all the particulars, whatever the ITR form you chosen, at the end screen, you have to submit Aadhaar enabled OTP or electronic verification code, etc. That is only your signature. That is only your signature. Simply, we are giving self-declaration. We computed our income and we computed our tax liability. Simply, you are given the self-declaration. On behalf of you, if I am filing, I am taking the consent of you and I am given the OTP. Correct? Now, everyone is doing the same. But my mother is not having any bank accounts. My mother not having any linkage of Aadhaar and mobile number. How can I verify my mother return? By using ITR V. Simply, I am filing ITR 1 for my mother. After filling all the details, I will take the xerox of that. Then after, I will download the separate ITR V, that is in 1 or 2 pages. I will download it and I will fill all the details. And that, and along with the return, I will send it to the Bengaluru Central Processing Center through registered post. So physically that return now I am sending for verification. Nidraboku. Nidra means sleeping. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. ఇప్పుడు దాకా బాగానే ఉన్నావు, ఇప్పుడు నుండి కూడా అలానే విను. ఓకే, రిమెంబర్ ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ వెరిఫికేషన్ ఫామ్. ఎస్ రా, ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ రిటర్న్ ట్రాన్స్మిటెడ్ ఎలక్ట్రానికల్లీ. సేఫ్ సైడ్ I will take the Xerox. I filled everything in a system only. The data will go for the verification. But I am unable to take the signature by using Aadhaar enabled OTP. That's why I will send what? ITR fee. Simple ma. E-verification you can do. Sir, if e-verification is not possible, we can send the which form physically? ITR V. Verification V means. That is not in Roman number 5 ra, V. Okay. Next, physical copy I will send through the speed post. Example, 99% electronically verified by using OTPs. In one case, if I am unable to verify electronically, data I will send electronically only, whatever the details through website only I will send. But without verification I will send. Now for verification purpose I have to use ITR V. Okay, there is much restrictions now. You have to within the lines only you have to give the signature. That all the things they will scrutinize properly. Clear? So declaration, income declaration, we have an ITR 1 to 7, but verification purpose we have an ITR V. Now, modes of furnishing. Okay sir, we have different types of ITR forms. With electronically we have to submit. In paper form, yes, in paper form also you can submit. So that's why how many modes are available. First and foremost, paper form ra. You can download whatever that ITR PDF is there. Within that blanks you can fill everything and you can file your return. But this paper form, I am given the A reference. Paper form is accepted only for these fellows ra. Who ra? Individual having the 80 or more, super senior citizens, and if they are filing the 1 or 4 ITR forms, 1 is nothing but Sahas, 4 is Sugam. Individual senior citizen, sorry, super senior citizen, they are filing ITR 2 ra. They will go with the paper now. Paper form also available. You can file, but who can file the paper form? Individual having 80 years or more, and if they want to file ITR 1 4. Done. Now second, electronic return with digital signature. Electronic return with a digital signature. Who can? Definitely companies, political party, firm, LLP, individual, HF who having the tax audit must and should, they are required to file the return electronically. So we have to send the data electronically through website. Signature also we have to send in which way? Digital signature. OTP is also not allowed in these cases. You have to give digital signatures. Can you repeat that which cases? Company, political party, firm, LLP, individual having the tax audit. Now, most famous one, electronically we are transmitting data. So whatever the data we are filling, income from salaries and all the income details will submit. Tax payment details also will submit. But verification I am unable to do electronically. That's why physically I will send which ITR form? ITR V. So whatever example we taken in earlier case, my mother case, data I will send only. But this is for whom? Yes sir, this is for whom? C. Who? Individual having the more than 80 years or equal to 80, if they want to file ITR 1 or 4. Next one, any other person also can do. But company, political party, partnership firm, LLP, individual who having the tax audit, then must and should go with the ITR, sorry, electronic return with a digital signature. Most famous one, electronically we are submitting transfer, submission of OTPs, electronic verification code, simply OTPs. Yes, Hura. D. D. Sir, this fellow want to go with the digital signature. We will allow na? Yes, most secured way for verification is digital signature. That's why digital signature will followed by all. They will not ask, but you have to know. I will ask company, how they will file. Electronically they will send the data, digital signature. Partnership form having tax audit, same. Political party, same. They will ask a question in exam, who can file the paper return? Individual having 80 or more, and if they want to file ITR 1 or 4. Other persons, yes, they can go in any mode. Other person, they can go in any mode other than what ma? Paper. How many modes are there? 4. First one, paper. Second one, electronically send the data, digital signature. Electronically send the data, ITRV. Electronically send the data, submission of EVC, electronic verification code, OTP. So now, 26 AS. Can you tell me what is the 26 AS though? Okay, I will tell you. If you downloaded the 26 AS statement from the income tax website, you will get these details. This 26 AS is available on annual basis or monthly basis ma? Annual. For the entire previous year, these transactions will reflect. So first will reflect what ma? Whatever the taxes we paid in the form of advance tax, self-assessed tax or regular assessment tax. If any TDS is paid on behalf of, example, if you downloaded my AS, 26 AS, you will get whatever the TDSs are deducted from my income also, you will get an idea. Next, if any refund issued by the department to me, and last year I received some refund, the details also you can check. Remember GST 3B. GSTR 3B. What is the return? Monthly return. In monthly return, whatever the sales and the turnover, that means nothing but whatever that outward supplies you recorded, that will be auto populated in this. Sir, in CMA book, it's given total income exceeding. Okay, I will check. Next, details about the statement of financial transaction. That means nothing but some statements of financial transaction we have to check. In that example, banks. Banks also, yes, if you have any deposits, if you have any investments in shares, if you received any dividend, these are all the transactions also you can get in 26 A's. Done? Yes, remember these details. This is a feature you have to remember practically also. If you downloaded 26 A's, if you have a business or profession, the turnover or gross receipts related also, you can get in 26 A's statement. Now, this I don't want to tell you in the class. What are the functionalities are available at an e-filing website? That means if you download it, if you log into the e-filing portal www.incometaxgovernment.in, so these are all the features you can enjoy. You can check it out at least once. What are the functions or what are the facilities are available in our e-filing website. Now I want to check the next one, PAN, very important. If you don't have PAN run, just after this provision, if PAN is required to apply, go and apply the PAN. Sir, if individual has an income exceeding 5,000, he opted for presumptive taxation, his total income under 50 lakh. So rules will apply, he can go with the ITR 4 only. Presumptive means he can go. Just they are saying conditions, some exceptions also there in the rules, we can go with the ITR 4 only on that case. Now we'll check. PAN. Ignore that ITR forms related, just in practical cases we can interchange the ITR forms also. Yes, by mistake only I filed another ITR form, they will process it, no problem. They will process it. Don't think about, sir, wrong ITR forms, wrong selections, much things. The reason, next assessment year we have a different ITR form numbers. Now only for your examinations you have. If you file the mistaken ITR forms also, they will process it, they will verify. Otherwise, they will consider it as a defective, then you have to rectify the defect. Give me some motivation, sir, feeling very low. Are compared to you, I am in Laura. How can I give the motivation? Okay. I think you have my number, you can message me after class. Okay, we can demotivate with each other. Now, yes, listen, so now I will tell you who are required to apply fund and obtain fund. If you are falls within the list, yes, after the class you can go to the Me Seva and you can apply the PAN. If you already have, that's okay. First, following persons required to apply and obtain PAN, optionally or mandatorily? Mandatorily. My number is public, everyone have. Okay. In Telegram group you can ask, many persons can save. Now, every person who is accessible to tax. Every person who is accessible to tax. Example, I am required to pay the tax. I need to obtain PAN. Personally, I don't want to pay any tax because I don't have any income. On behalf of my father, I have to pay the tax because I am a representative SC. In an individual capacity also, in representative capacity also, if you are accessible to tax, you have to obtain PAN. Okay, example, as of now I don't have any PAN. For this year, I am accessible to tax in any capacity. On or before which date I have to apply? Assessment year on or before 31st May. So if you got PAN on or before 31st May, you can file return in June as well as October or in November. In assessment year or previous year? Assessment year. Next. I am carrying business or profession. My turnover or gross receipts likely to exceed 5 lakh in any year. I have to apply PAN. This is nothing but within the end of the previous year you have to apply. There isn't time for this, but here before the end of the previous year only you have to apply. Many persons have confusion in this area. Turnover or gross receipts exceeds 5 lakh, you have to obtain PAN. PAN purpose turnover gross receipt limit is nothing but how much 5 lakh. Return purposes we discussed at the end, the starting of the earlier session. Turnover 60 lakh, gross receipts 10 lakh. That is for return purposes, special transactions. Here we discuss a turnover gross receipts 5 lakh for applying and obtaining PAN. Next, trust. Mandatorily trust required to apply. Before applying for the trust itself, you have to create your PAN. That's why they are not given any deadline for the applying. Next, fourth important, resident person other than individual. Can you give me some examples for the resident person other than individual? Company, partnership firm. If they are entering into the financial transaction 2,50,000, suppose partnership firm enter into the transaction of 2,50,000 rupees or more. They are purchasing one land. That value is 5 lakh, more than 2,50,000. That partnership firm required to apply for PAN. Not only partnership firm, their partners also required to apply. In case of company, the directors also required to apply. In case of local authorities, etc., principal officer means main officers in that entity required to apply. What is the date? On or before 31st May of an assessment year. In two cases, they given the deadline assessment year May 31st. Here also assessment year May 31st. In one, they are given the end of the previous year. In one, they are not given any deadline because that is a mandatory to get the PAN. Trust definitely required to get the PAN before going for registration of the trust itself. Clear? Now, sir, okay, sir, we got our PAN number. Where we have to quote this PAN number? Where we have to quote the PAN number? Shall we discuss? Yes. In all returns, just I will go in a speed way, just for MCQ purpose, it is very important. All returns, or every return, definitely we have to quote our PAN number. Challans, at the time of making the payment of tax in the challans, we have to enter our PAN number. If you want to purchase or sale of motor vehicles, means buyer and seller, both the persons required to quote the PAN number other than two-wheelers. Two-wheelers, not required, but precautionarily you can mention, no problem. Other than two-wheelers, definitely you have to mention your PAN number. Opening of current account, yes. Application for debit card and credit card, yes. Applying for demat account, just you can create any demat account in any, yes sir, apps like Angel One also, Upstocks also, Grow also, definitely they will ask PAN number. Next, yes sir, just remember, don't buy hurt, whatever given in an order, just read it out, automatically you can remember. Sir, I want to purchase the two-wheeler, sir. Do I need to quote? Not required, but precautionarily you can quote, no problem. Next, 7 and 8 points are very important, listen. I want to make the hotel bill. I want to make the payment of hotel bill. If you are doing in online, no need to quote the PAN number. If you are doing in cash, that amount is more than how much? 50,000. Sir, now I think within these days, if I am paying the hotel bill, 40,000 in cash, they will not ask anything. If I am paying 55,000, they will ask PAN number. I am doing 55,000 in online, they will not ask any PAN number. Provided if they are running everything properly. If they are not running properly, they will not ask any document also, except money, they will not ask anything. If any hotel management doing properly, they will ask PAN number if you are making the hotel bill payment more than 50,000 in cash. Next, I am purchasing foreign currency. If you want to purchase the dollars, you have to pay the what? Rupee. For foreign travel also, I am incurring some amount in cash. If that amount is exceeding how much? 50,000. Definitely I need to quote the PAN number. These two payments, if done in cash more than 50,000, and now I require to quote my PAN number. Done. Next, 9th and 10th point. Any mode, if you are making the payment more than how much? 50,000. Sir, online I made the payment. Cash I made. Any mode also. If the payment exceeding 50,000, we have to submit PAN. What are these two? Payment to mutual fund and the purchase of units. Payment to company for acquiring the debentures and bonds, not shares. Debentures and bonds. Shall I repeat these four? Cash payments, what are they given? 2. Hotel bill, payment of, purchase of foreign currency or payment for foreign travel. If more than 50,000 in the form of cash, we have to submit PAN number. So any mode, if I am making more than 50,000 to mutual fund or company for purchase of units as well as debentures or shares, I need to submit our PAN number. Why they will ask? Sir, online, sir, everything is perfect. I am making the payment through net banking or UPI. Everything is perfect. Why I need to submit my PAN number? UPI, Pakka PAN number will be linked with my UPIs. Why they will ask separately? In cash, they can ask. For deducting dividend related TDS on this. I invested, in future I can get dividend. On dividend income, they will deduct TDS. That's why they need what? My PAN number. That's why they will ask. Next. Okay. If you want to deposit the cash with the bank more than 50,000 in a day, One student asked the doubt, sir, I deposited in my bank account 65,000 in a day, sir, but they are not asked any PAN number. Are at the time of creation of your account itself, you given your PAN number. Why they will ask every day, right? If you are not given at the time of creating the bank account, they will ask. If you given at the time of creation of bank account itself, your PAN number means every day they will not ask. Next, if you are paying the life insurance premium exceeding 50,000 in a year, not daily. Life insurance premium I am paying 65,000 during the year. Definitely they will ask PAN number. Now, immovable property sale or purchase, goods or service sale or purchase. Immovable property per transaction 10 lakh, sale or purchase for transaction how much? 2 lakh. Definitely I need to submit the PAN number. Immovable property limit 10 lakh. Goods purchase or sale related 2 lakh. Now, these 3 points: cash withdrawal, cash deposits. During the year, if all the deposits, first I am talking about the withdrawals, if you are withdrawing every month one time, 12 months, 12 withdrawals, aggregatedly you have to check. In a year, if that exceed 20 lakh, from all your bank accounts and cooperative banks, I have 5 accounts, all together I withdrawn 25 lakh. Definitely you have to submit the PAN number. Same thing you have to apply for deposits also. Deposits aggregatedly if exceeding how much in all bank accounts? 20 lakh. Now, if you want to open current account and cash credit account, so nothing but current account, you know, business persons. Cash credit account for exporters they will give. Yes, with the cooperative banks as well as banks, definitely for opening these things also they will ask your PAN number. Yes, in the deposit case, withdrawal case, opening of cash credit current account case, at least 7 days before you have to submit your PAN number to the bank authorities. This point, PAN needs to submit within how many days? 7 days. If you want to enter into this transaction, you have to submit the PAN. Clear? Yes, sir. Now I will ask a question. You have to tell me. I am paying the life insurance premium throughout the year 70,000. Do I need to submit the PAN? Yes. Payment of hotel bill in electronically I am doing 75,000. Do I need to submit the PAN? No. Hotel bills I have to check whether that is paid in cash or not. I have to check. Next, I am purchasing the two-wheeler motorcycle. Do I need to code our PAN number? No. Opening of demat account, coding of PAN number is mandatory. Opening of cash credit account, within how many days before we have to submit the PAN? 7 days. Now, 139A is PAN. It is not in our syllabus, but they are asking questions. 139A, PAN. First we discussed who required to apply and obtain the PAN. Then after we discussed quoting of PAN. Next we have in 139AA, what is that? Aadhaar. 139A is PAN. 139AA is Aadhaar. Shall we? Yes, sir. I want to ask a question. How many of you are already having PAN? All of you. Okay. Just remember, when you got your PAN number, before this date or on or after this date? Please check and tell me. Some of you before, some of you after. Super. Now, in my case, I got PAN number before this date only. I think in 15, 16, I got my PAN number. Just example. I don't know when I got also. Okay. On that occasion, I applied PAN number. I got PAN number also. But on or after this date, there is a major change in the PAN application. If you want to apply PAN, they will give an application. In that application, they given one major change. What is that major change? In PAN application itself, they given the one column Aadhaar number. You can quote your Aadhaar number at the time of applying PAN. Previously, there is an option to quote the Aadhaar enrollment ID. Now they are cancel this option in order to reduce the fraud cases. Aadhaar enrollment ID means simply, I need to apply Aadhaar. Provisional Aadhaar number they will give you. That is only Aadhaar enrollment ID. 28 digits will be there. Now also you will get Aadhaar enrollment ID, but you can't quote the Aadhaar enrollment ID in the PAN application. Last 2 years back, we have an option to quote the Aadhaar enrollment ID also in PAN application. Now, so example, Mr. X got PAN after this date. Already his Aadhaar number and PAN linked or not? Yes. Because at the time of PAN application itself, we submitted Aadhaar number. But in my case, whether linkage is there or not? No. Definitely, I need to create a linkage of Aadhaar and PAN. Many persons, they are already happy because of what linkage done. Reason, yes, God will not do link, manually you only provided the Aadhaar number in PAN application. That's why linkage already created. If anyone not created the linkage of Aadhaar and PAN, they given due date for linking, already due date crossed, what is that, 31st March 2022. If you not linked within the due date, fees under section, which section? 234H. Previously, which section we referred fees? 234F we discussed. Now 234H. If you are not created the linkage between the Aadhaar and the PAN, what is the fees? What is the fees? 1000. Personally, I paid already 1000 because Aadhaar applied by my father, PAN applied by my mother, my brother. So I haven't different names in Aadhaar and PAN. Okay, different names. In 10th certificate, another name. Only one certificate, I given the name, that is an icmai, ICA. So now I am unable to create the linkage at any time if I am trying also. Yesterday also at an airport, they rejected my Aadhaar. I given ICI membership card and anyhow I travel. Next time they will give a warning also. Next time I will check your IDs also, because frequently I am traveling to Chennai every year 2 times or 3 times, Coimbatore, etc. Easily they are travel history they can check and they will restrict also. The reason, every time if I am entering into the changes also, mobile number, my father mobile number linked to my Aadhaar and PAN, etc. Always there is a barrier. So that's why I taken this date as a light, very light. Okay, after that, for filing of return of income purposes, they given mandatory to linkage. After this date only, I created linkage. I paid 1000 rupees fees also under 234H. I paid. After that, they given refund of 500. I don't know on that time, but after reading the provision, I understood why they given refund. Act saying that 1000 rupees fees, but in rules, they saying, if you created linkage after this date within 3 months, fees will be 500. After these 3 months, if you created linkage, 1000. But I created within these 3 months. That's why my fees will be how much? 500. But already I paid how much? They given refund. Understood? If they asked act related fees, 1000 only you have to pick. But if they are asking as per rules, first 3 months, if you created linkage, 500, afterwards 1000 only. Understood? Now, this provision is not applicable. That means linkage is not required in the following how many cases? 4. If any person resides in Assam, Jammu and Kashmir, Meghalaya, reason? If any person situated in these states, no need to create the linkage between Aadhaar and PAN. What is the reason? They didn't? Yes, sir, Aadhaar is not fully implemented in that states. At the time of my CA final, there is another state, Sikkim. There is another state, Sikkim. That removed now. In future, these states also will remove because Aadhaar implemented everywhere. Next, non-resident, he will not get any Aadhaar perfectly. That's why, if any super senior citizen is there, we don't want to create struggle for that super senior citizen. He will not go anywhere. You can collect the tax slowly. No need to create the pressure for that persons by way of Aadhaar and PAN linking. Next, not a citizen of India. If he is not a citizen of India, he don't have any Aadhaar, how he can link the Aadhaar and PAN?
Non-applicability of this 139AA linkage of Aadhaar is not applicable in 4 cases. If any person situated in Assam, Meghalaya, Jammu and Kashmir, if any person having the 80 years or more age, and if he is not a citizen of India, if he is a non-resident for that year. Clear? Next. 139A PAN, 139AA Aadhaar linking. Now, I think last section 140 very important for MCQ. Verification of return. Sir, how we need to verify the return? Already you know, electronic verification. Physically we can send ITRV. Next, digital signature. These are all our verification. Who can verify? Example, individual himself he can verify. Individual is not in India. Individual is mentally incapacitated. Now in this case, any person on behalf of him, nothing but authorized person can give the signature or verification. Understood? Sir, example, if you want to file your return, you can verify. That means you can submit your OTPs, you can send ITRV, you can give the digital signature. But if you are not available, your authorized person also can do on behalf of you. HUF related, who can sign? Karta. If Karta not present, if Karta is mentally incapacitated, now any adult member, Anna, male also okay, female also okay, adult is adult. Example, your father is not available for signing the HUF ITR. Your mother is elder in your family, your mother can sign, there is no gender bias at the time of signing. They can give the statement also, adult male member can sign, that statement is wrong. Any member, that too adult. Next, partnership form, who can sign? Managing partner. What do you mean by the managing partner? Working partner. If no managing partner, all are sleeping partners. Who can? Any partner can sign, but not being a minor. You know, minor is not responsible for the obligations. Only for benefits he can become the partner. How we can allocate this responsibility to minor? LLP, designated partner, means working partner. If there is no designated partner, any partner can sign. Next, domestic company, managing director. If there is no managing director, any director, if company goes for the liquidation, liquidator can sign the ITR form. Once liquidation order passed by the court, directors' positions will be cancelled. In the position of directors, who will appoint? Liquidator. That's why liquidator will sign. If corporate insolvency resolution process, I think in law you know already, under IBC code, insolvency bankruptcy code, corporate insolvency resolution is initiated, who can sign? IRP, insolvency resolution professional can sign. Who can sign? Insolvency resolution professional can sign. Foreign company, agent, who having the valid power of attorney, simply agent can sign. They will ask this mostly, remember. You can, so corporate insolvency resolution, maybe you can tempted to pick the answer, liquidator, but you have to pick insolvency resolution professional. This will be appointed by the adjudicating authority. Next, political party, CEO, local authorities, principal officers, main officers. Yes, in any other case, authorized person can sign. Now I will ask a question. Foreign company, who required to sign? Who having valid power of autonomy, simply agent. Company is under liquidation, liquidator. Company, corporate insolvency resolution process initiated under IBC 2016. IRP, insolvency resolution professional appointed by adjudicating authority. So there is no managing director in the company. Who can sign? Any director. Done. Last section for this chapter. 140A, what is that? Self-assessment. Check it out the screen. We paid the tax on this date. Yes sir, belatedly we paid, or within the due date belatedly.
because after the due date 139.4 belatedly we paid. We calculated on our own and we paid this. But assessing officer computed everything. He is saying your tax liability not 1 lakh sir, 1,25,000. How this is a 1,25,000? Yes, they given the breakup details also. Fees, late filed, you filed the return in a late manner, 5,000 fees. Next, interest under section 234A, 25,000. Balance tax they given. Sir, how we computed this tax liability also, they will give in an assessment order clearly. Now, whether we paid shortly or more short. If self-assessment tax paid shortly, first you have to adjust your self-assessment tax against what fees. Now, out of 1 lakh, 5,000 is over. How much left? 95,000. Second preference you should give in to the interest. It is in fees. Next interest. How much 25,000. How much balance is there? 70,000. Now, how much balance is available for adjusting against the tax? 70 only available. If I am setting off this 70, finally how much you have to pay in cash? 25,000. That should be you have to pay from your pocket. This is a most important MCQ. This point will played a crucial role in the advanced tax and interest chapter 1 question. If I am paying the sufficient self-assessment tax, that's okay. If I am paying more also, I will get refund. If you paid short, first it should be adjusted against fees. Second, interest. Third, tax. The balance you have to pay in cash. That is, and how much you have to pay in cash here? 20,000. Understood? Dana? Next. So please open the workbook. Please open the workbook. Yes, return of income workbook we can discuss one by one. Listen carefully. Question number 1. It is a basic question given in the past examinations. So they are asking whether, write the correct answer for the following statements based on 139.1. First, read that. Mr. Rahman, salaried employee, Kolkata, based company, taxable income 4 lakh for the previous year 25-26, whose due date of filing of income tax return is 30th November. Are this statement is correct or incorrect? Incorrect. You have to correct this statement. What is the due date? So, if he is a salaried employee, he has to file the return of income on or before 31st July of 2026. So, please refer second question. Raghav, salaried employee of Tata, and he having that income, how much 8 lakh. So, he fails to file the return within the due date. So, that's why he wants to file the belated return. Time limit for filing of belated return, they given it as an 31st March 2027. No, the maximum due date we can offer 3 months prior to end of relevant assessment year. What is that? 31st December 2026. Understood? Next. ABC, Kolkata based partnership firm that books of accounts required to get audited under Income Tax Act 1961, they are given due date as on 31st July. That is correct or incorrect? Incorrect. What is the due date? 31st October 2026. Because if tax audit is there, due date 31st October. Next. Ankita is a working partner of the partnership firm, and accounts of partnership firm is audited. For partnership firm, now what is the due date? 31st October 2026. Now for partners also we have to follow the same due date, but the given due date in this way, that is correct or incorrect? Incorrect, and we written the correct thing. Easy or difficult, right? Very easy. 8 mark question, past examination. Some cases they can allocate the marks. Right? Now next question. They are asking following persons must be filed the return mandatorily. Whether these fellows are required to file the return of income mandatorily or not, they are asking. Ra. Yes, question number A. Gross total income. How much? 3 lakh. Total income 2 lakh. We have to check total income or gross total income? Gross total income before deductions, that is on gross total income only. SSE exercised option to shift out, opt out of default, means SSE is following which rates? Normal tax rate in this question. Every SSE is following which tax rates? Normal tax rates. Now tell me, if you following normal tax rate is 52 years, means what is the basic exemption limit? 2.5 lakh. Gross total income exceeded the basic exemption limit or not? Yes. So that's why he is required to file the return. Understood? Amma, he opted out or shifted out from default, means he is following normal or optional. Second, partnership form. Already you know, company and partnership firm mandatorily required to file the return irrespective of size, turnover or income or loss. We discussed the first point only in 139.1. Partnership firm, company, yes sir, partnership firm, company and whom? LLP required to file the return mandatorily irrespective of size, turnover as well as the profit and loss status. Next. Srimati Bose, 62 years, they given total income, but can you tell me total income they given? It is only, we can assume it as a gross total income. What is the basic exemption limit? 3 lakh. It is exceeded, not exceeded? Not exceeded. That's why not required to file return. Not required to file return. Next, Rambo India Limited, registered company in India. Company, mandatorily required to file. Company, mandatorily required to file. Next one, Srimati I Singh, 50 years, total income before adjustment of business loss. But total income 2,40,000 is there. Before adjustment of unabsorbed business loss. Okay, if you absorb the business loss, how much your income? 1,40,000. Not required or required? Not required. But loss is there. So that's why loss return, if you file, you can carry forward to next year. So that's why SSE is not compulsorily required to furnish the return of loss. If you file, you can carry forward. Yes, sir. They are saying you can't carry forward if loss return is not submitted within the due date. That means you can suggest to file the loss return within the due date. Why within the due date? Business loss, if you file loss return within the due date, then only you can carry forward. House property loss, unabsorbed depreciation after the due date, if you filed also, that's okay, you can carry forward. Clear? Next. Question number 3. Question number 3. Sir, whether they are required to file the return of income or not, they are asking. Shall we check? First question. Please read and tell me. Alan is a resident individual. He is how many years? 81 years. Yes, SSE is following normal tax rates. That means what is the basic exemption limit? 5 lakh. 5 lakh, right? Okay. Total income, how much is there? 3,10,000. He claimed deduction 1,50,000. Now you can add this deduction to the total income. What is the gross total income? 4,60,000. Are you understood, ma? For total income, I added chapter 6 here. That's why I will get gross total income. In this gross total income, this capital gain already included or not? Yes. Gross total income means aggregation of 5 heads. Already this long-term capital gain included. Now compare gross total income, basic exemption limit. Exceeded, not exceeded, not exceeded. Return required to file or not required? Not required. Many are asking the doubt, sir, please add back this also. Why I need to add back? Already in gross total income, this amount already included. If you add it, then your answer will be reversed. Marks also will reverse. Understood? For gross total income, please add chapter 6. Sorry, for total income, please add chapter 6 here. Then you will get gross total income. In this 4,60,000, already this included. Done? Next. They are asking one more question. Will your answer change if Alan paid 1,05,000 electricity? Then definitely I will change. Why? Electricity bill, special transaction, if exceeds how much? 1 lakh, we have to file the return mandatorily on or before due date. On or before due date. Next. Second question. Partnership form. What is your answer? Even though business loss also, profit also, partnership form, company, LLP, required to file the return of income irrespective of the losses, profit, size, turnover, etc. Next question. Association. Yes, sir. For eligible for exemption, income under house property is nothing but how much, 4,30,000. Association of persons like that. What is the basic exemption limit? Yes, sir. They are not giving anything. Which regime we have to follow, they are not given. That's why I can assume 115 BSc. Clearly, in this question they given normal. In this question they given any rates? No. I can assume 115 BSc. What is that 115 BSc as per basic exemption limit for association of person? 4 lakh. Whether it exceeded the basic exemption limit or not? Yes. So that's why we have to file the return. Understood? If they are not saying anything about tax rate, I can assume default tax regime. Definitely they will mention. If they are not mentioned, 115 BSc. Next, this is an important, and listen and tell me. Salary income before standard deduction, how much? 2,40,000. Income from savings deposit, 2 lakh. Interest on public provident fund, 68,000. Listen, please check it out the screen. Salary income before standard deduction. They are saying anything about regime? No. So that's why I can assume 115 BSc. What is the standard deduction under section 115 BSc? 50, 75? 75. Under normal? 50. Okay. This is salary amount. How much? 1,60,000? How you will get 1,60,000? 1,65,000. This is salary. 1,65,000. IFOS, how much? 20,000. What is the GTI? 1,85,000. We assumed he is following what? Interest on public provident fund. You have to remember from basic level of understanding, it is exempt. It is not an taxable income, exempt under section 10 subsection 11. Interest on public provident fund is taxable or exempt? Exempt. Now, if it is exempt, not included in the total income, that's why what is your gross total income? 1,85,000. But can you tell me it is exceeded the basic exemption limit or not? No. So that's why not required to file. How much total income? 1,85,000 is not required to file return. But you can calculate in this flow net total income also, where chapter 6A deduction is available against this income 80 TTA. How much? 10,000 maximum you can take. This is 1,75,000 is a net total income. For filing of return of income is required or not, for that purpose we have to check gross total income or net total income. Gross total income we have to check. We have to check gross total income. This isn't just additional declaration, not required for answer also. They given this thing also in your answer. Clear? Ma, in this question you have to remember public provident fund related interest is exempt. Standard deduction normally is 50 ra. In case of other optional tax rates or normal tax rate, basic standard deduction is 50. 115 BSc 75. Next question. Trust having hospital, they received the annual receipt 505 lakh. Exemption under this section 3,10,000 total income. Ma, before exemption under section 11 and 10, we have to check total income. How much total income ra? 2,40,000. If I am adding this, how much I will get ra? 5,50,000. Before exemption, what is the total income? After exemption total income they given 2,40,000. But before this exemption, what is the total income ma? 5,50,000. Ma, trust 139.4a. Before claiming the exemption under section 1011, I have to check how much I will get the total income before exemption 5,50,000. What is the basic exemption limit under 115 BSc for trust? 4 lakh. It is more than basic exemption limit or not? Yes, that's why we have to file return mandatorily. But for trust tax audit will be there, that's why due date is nothing but what ma? 31st October. Ma, understood? Before claiming the exemption I have to check. What is that exemption? 3,10,000. After exemption total income. Before exemption you will get 5,50,000. Last one ra. Registered trade union having the income from let property. Must same. This is an exempt ra. Yes, before claiming the exemption I have to check. Yes, registered trade union having house property income which is exempt under this section 139.4c. Yes, what is that 139.4c? Return of income is required when total income exceeds the maximum amount not chargeable to tax without having this effect. In this case, before, that means registered trade union means what is that exemption, basic exemption limit? 2,50,000 or 4 lakh. But before exemption also, how much total income you will get? 1 lakh. That is below the basic exemption limit of 2.5 lakh as well as 4 lakh. So after, without giving this exemption also, total income is below the basic exemption limit. So that's why no need to file the return. Ma, remember trust, universities, colleges, political parties, before claiming the exemption total income I have to check with the basic exemption limit. Here, without taking the exemption also, what is the total income? 1 lakh only we have. This cannot exceed the basic exemption limit of 2.5 lakh in optional, 4 lakh in case of 115 BSc. So, question number 3, past examination question under new syllabus for 8 marks they given one time. Okay, out of this they will give you any 4 for each one, 2 marks, 4 into 2, 8. Understood all of you? Question number A to question number F. If you have any doubt, now only you have to ask question number 3. If they are not given any regime, which we have to select? Default we have to select. If they given in the question, that only you have to take. Yes, in this question, for which questions they are not given? This not given 115 BSc we can take. Public trust also they are not given 115 BSc. Yes, Williams related also they are not given 115 BSc. Nilgiri association related also we can take the 115 BSc. Basic exemption limit 4 lakh. Shall we? Yes. Srimati Gandhi, 49 years, business of growing, curing and roasting and grounding of coffee. I think you know agricultural income chapter in intermediate level, composite activity. In PCBP I will tell you, but anyhow, but I want to tell you in detailed way. So they are in the business of growing, curing, roasting of coffee. After mixing the one item, they had an income of how much from the business? 6 lakh. she consult you regarding the opinion whether she is required to file the return of income for this year or not. What you will say, Ra? Remember, Ra? This is not an entire business income also. This is not an entire agricultural income. We have to apportion in which ratio, ma? 40-60. Now, this 6 lakh we can apportion in the 40 is nothing but business portion. 60 is nothing but what, ma? Agricultural portion. Can you calculate 40 means how much, ma? 2 lakh 40. This is an 3 lakh 60,000. How much? 3 lakh 60,000. Now I have to check the business income only. Yes. Can you tell me? Not required to file the return. What is the reason, Ra? 40% of this and other sources income is equal or less than the basic exemption limit. So that's why not required to file the return of income. Please let me know, 6 lakh related 40% if you computed 2 lakh 40,000, that is less than basic exemption limit. Yes, which regime SSC followed? 115 BSc 4 lakh. 2 lakh 50,000 in case of normal. In both the cases also SSC and less than the basic exemption limit only. If you compare directly with the 6 lakh, you can write the answer required to file. That is wrong. Business income only you have to check. Agricultural income we don't want to ignore. Simple reason, right? Agricultural income exempt, not included in total income. Our total income means nothing but 60% or 40%. 40% only. 60% is always exempt because that is an agriculture portion. Understood? Now, one more question they asked. What would be your answer if she traveled to USA and incurred 2,20,000? Ignore about past question. Now she is traveled to USA. She incurred how much amount? 2,20,000. That is more than 2 lakh. That's why required to file. Understood? They will ask definitely 2 questions in one only. Here they asked about the agricultural income, business income composition. Our answer not required to file. Then they give an extra question. They are asking about whether again required or not required. Answer is what, ma? Required, because foreign travel expenditure more than 2 lakh. Next question. This is a question given for 8 mark in the past examination December 2023. New syllabus. Sorry, old. If I am given within the bracket PQ means past examination question, PQ means. Okay. Reason whether the return of income required to be filed or not. First question you have to check and tell me, Ra. Ma, what is the total income, Ra? 2,80,000. 2,80,000. They are not given any regime, Ra. Can you tell me which regime we can take? 115 BSc. Exceeded, not exceeded? Not exceeded. If you are taken the assumptions are old regimes, sir, what is the basic exemption limit, ma? 3 lakh. Here also we can write not required to file. But bank account held in outside India, resident and ordinary resident, generally not required to file. If they have a bank account outside India, for that bank account, if they have a signing authority, and if they have an asset outside India, for that asset, that SSC may be beneficiary or beneficial owner, required to file or not required to file? Required to file. Answer is required to file. Understood? Next question, ma. B. Ma, rental income related TDS is not applicable, Ra. Rental income related TDS is not applicable. I will tell you, because the TDS 50,000 per month exceeds, then only TDS will be there. Yes, sir. Nothing but I am receiving some rent from you, Ra. I am an owner. When you can deduct the TDS, if the rental amount is more than 50,000 per month, you can deduct. Here that not exceeded, that's why TDS is not applicable on rental. But TCS is applicable. The given rate also 28 lakh into 1%. How much, ma? 28,000. More than 25,000. In my hands TDS is deducted, how much ma? 28,000, that is more than 25,000. That's why definitely TDS is, definitely return is required to file. Understood ra? Yes, 28,000, more than 25,000, she required to file the return mandatorily. Amma, sir, why you are not considering the rent, sir? You are receiving the rent. On this also TDS required to deduct. But remember, 194 IIB is saying that rent 50,000 per month exceeds, then only TDS is applicable. Here does not exceed. That's why TDS not deducted on that. Akka, okay. 8 mark question. I don't know why they are given this question for 8 mark. For others it may be difficult, but if you properly read, it will be easy. Next ma. ITR 1 and ITR 4 cannot be used by some persons. Okay, I am not covered in the handwritten notes. I will give you some reference of concept book. You can check it out in your own time. Same list. These are the persons cannot file return by using 1 and 4, Sugam as well as Sahaj. I will give the concept book reference. Please open the return of income. In ITR forms I given. Yes sir. ITR 1 clearly I written, following persons cannot use the return. Following persons cannot use this ITR form. ITR 4 is not applicable as mentioned above, but additionally I given 1 point. Negative list for ITR 1, ITR 4 on your own you can read. It is 2016-17 exam question I think. ITR forms, yes, 1 and 4 you can use, but they are given negative list. You can check it out at least once these things, because it is involving in our workbook. Generally if you read these points you can understood on your own. Simple. If you have more than one house, ITR 1 is applicable. No. Understood? Next. 7. Shall we start 7th question? Ma, please read. Business loss is there, long term capital loss is there, house property loss is there. Manu required to submit the return? Yes. We can suggest to file the return. Why? Then only losses can be carried forward. What is the consequences for non-filing of return? If you are not filing the return, your losses will not be carried forward. What is the due date for submission? 139, 1 due dates only. But I will suggest this, for carry forward of this return, within due date you have to file the return. Even for house property loss, you can file return after due date also, okay, but last return filing is mandatory. This is also exam question. If you know loss return concept, easily you can understood. Loss return is mandatorily for business losses, capital losses, owning and maintaining of race horses, you have to file return before due date. House property loss, unabsorbed depreciation related carry forward purpose, after due date also you can file return, but due date return filing is mandatory. There is a question already we discussed as an example in the loss return. Yes, ma? Can you tell me, 1 day delay is happened, what is the business loss in this example? 3.10 crores. To whom I require to apply? Yes sir, 3 crores above PCCIT. Yes, they asked one more question. Discuss whether they have an power to condone the delay in filing of return. Yes. Definitely PCCIT have an power to carry forward of the whatever loss filed in the return, that is a condonation of delay in filing. But one case law I told you, Lodi Properties Company. Yes, can you tell me the delay only 1 day can be considered as an what? Reasonable as well as genuine. Understood? In this case, since the delay for the 1 hour, that is less than 1 day only, and due to genuine justification reason, network problem, because of the network problems only he is unable to file the return. So that's why PCCIT can grant the condonation of delay in filing of loss return. Examination question, new syllabus only. Assessing officer issued the notice under section 142 subsection 1. Can you tell me 142 subsection 1 can be issued after the due date, before the due date? After the due date only. After the due date, AO will send the notice to the assessee required to file the return of income. Now, in response to said notice, but you have to write it down one important line for this. This issued after due date. In response to this, assessee filed the what? Loss return. Can he carry forward the business loss, unabsorbed depreciation? Business loss, you can't carry forward. Why? This return also filed what? After due date. A notice itself after due date means loss return also filed what? After due date. Loss return required to file within the due date for carry forward of business loss. But what about unabsorbed depreciation? After due date also, okay, we can carry forward. And this is only the question they given for 5 marks 2 times in exam. We are ignoring this question simply. First you have to know this notice will issue after due date only. That means return also filed after the due date. If loss return filed after due date, which loss you can carry forward? Unabsorbed depreciation and house property only you can carry forward. This will not carry forward. What will not carry forward? Business loss. Understood? Next. They are asking a question, important. I am an assessee. I filed the return, but I forget to set off the earlier year losses. Or in this year I have a loss in one head and a profit in another head, but set off related things I am not done properly. If I am set off the earlier year losses, present year losses against the income, my income will low. I require to pay less tax only. But I am not at all doing these things properly. Now, assessing officer can do this. Yes sir, I have a loss of 4 lakh, profit 12 lakh. What is set off effect? 8 lakh income. But I am not doing set off. I declared income 12 lakh directly. At the time of assessment, AO can do this adjustment. We can say no easily. But yes. Always we are thinking department as a villain. No. They have a duty or they have a bound to give the instructions to the SSC, and we can reduce his tax liability in a reasonable way if he is not doing properly. That is whose duty? The assessing officer duty. Now you can check. Assessing officer bound to allow set off of brought forward losses even if SSC not claimed in the return. Last year losses are there, but we are unable to set off. But system automatically will do set off. There are nonsense questions they will ask. Okay. System last year you haven't lost. It will be auto populated in the present year returns. Automatically it will be settled. But if anything is there, if we forget to take the last year losses against the current year income, yes, assessing officer have a responsibility to settle. Yes, this statement is correct. But we cannot accept these words. It is difficult to accept. Duty of an assessing officer. We can apply the relevant provisions of the act for knowing the true figure of the total income and tax liability of an assessee. In order to compute the correct figure, we have to apply every provision. Merely because of not claiming the set off, it cannot relieve the assessing officer duty to apply 72. If SSC not applied now, yes, you have to apply. That is your duty. But no one can do practically. For exam purpose, you have to write it down. Right? Yes, if you forget means they will pass the assessment order without seeing. Even though they have a duty also. This is as per CBDT circular, they given another view. One duty, you have to apply every provision in income tax to calculate the total income of an assessee. Second, they given, you have to give that assistance to the assessee in reasonable way, and you have to provide the relief and the refunds also, and you have to guide the taxpayer. But these are all nonsense only, it will not done practically, but they given everything in a CBDT circular as well as in act also. Now the statement is correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Assessing officer is bound to allow the last year business losses even if that assessee not claimed in the return. It is a technically very good question. I am taken this question from ICAI module. I think reference also given in your book, ICAI. That means if we are not taken any deduction also, assessing officer is bound to give the deduction. Possible or impossible? But we have to write in an exam as in this way only. Next, question number 11. Already we discussed, if you want to claim anything freshly before AO, how can I file? By way of filing the revised return only, not otherwise. The statement is correct. Sir, not otherwise means what is that? In this case law, SSE filed the revised return. Sorry, SC filed revised return, then only you will get the what? That fresh claim. There is no power available to the assessing officer to allow anything other than revised return. Example, you given the statement or you given the piece of paper. Can I allow this? No. If you file revised return, then I will allow that. Otherwise, I can't allow, because that is also happened in one case law. What is that? Indian Limited versus CIT. This is also very good question. He filed return but forget to claim ATC. He filed revised return by using letter. Will it be correct? No. We can't treat that letter statements as an revised return. The assessing officer was completed assessment without allowing the deduction. Sir, he sent a letter, sir, but we are not considered that letter. We given an assessment order without considering that deduction. Assessing officer work is justified, not justified? Justified. Because revised return means you have to log into website and you have to click on that 139.5. Then only assessing officer will consider the deductions. You are not doing such. They are also not considered. That is justified or not justified? Justified. Already this is a basic theory question. What is that? List of person who should apply for the PAN and how to obtain the PAN. Next. Raghu paid 75,000 cash to the travel to Saudi Arabia. Can you tell me, foreign travel purpose he paid more than 50,000 in cash? Definitely PAN required to submit, but he is not required to submit, or he quoted the PAN wrong number. Yes, penalties chapter I will tell you. 272B, yes, is levying the how much percentage? Sorry, how much amount as an penalty? 10,000 per each instance. First, you have to understood here required to submit. He submitted wrong number, or if he not submitted also, what is the penalty? 10,000 per instance. They are given the next case. He is traveling to Nepal. Nepal also what? Outside India, foreign only. So that's why, yes, same. Answer would remain same. Yes, sir. If I am given instead of Nepal, Delhi, how it is foreign, so that's why no need to quote. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Before levying this penalty, we should provide an opportunity of being heard to that SSE. Why you are not submitted PAN, or why you are not submitted the wrong PAN number, we can ask. After that only we can levy the penalty per instance. How much amount? 10,000. 272 BP. Last question, I think. TRP. Here SSE is an tax audit SSE. Yes, he wants to furnish the return of income by using TRP. Will it be possible? No. If he done this, what is that penalty? What is the penalty? Penalties on all the things, we'll check it out, but he cannot furnish the return of income. I will tell you penalties in the penalties chapter, ignore that. TRP can file the specified class of persons returns only. Specified class means any person other than tax audit SC, company SC. Here tax audit SC return cannot be filed by the TRP, that only you have to write it out. Yes, I compiled everything. In your ICMI material, there is no question in return of income, but I compiled everything from different sources, 15 questions. One question in updated return, combinedly 16 questions related to return of income. Enough. Everything is covered. Every section is covered if you observe. ITR forms also covered. Now, whether we are perfect in this or not, we can know only by way of doing MCQs. Shall we start? Yes. Please open MCQs. After these MCQs, I will give you a break. Don't cry. Yes, MCQ number 1, look at this screen and tell me that answers properly. Person is required to file the return of income under section 139(1) for the assessment year. He furnished a return belatedly or within the due date, belatedly. Total income is 4.5 lakh. Then what is that fees? 4.5 lakh means how much? 1,000 rupees only. Why not 5,000? Total income does not exceed 5 lakh. Then fees will be 1,000. Next, which of the following form used to furnish the return? For filing of return of income, we have an ITR 1 to 7, and for verification we have an ITR V. Above things is not correct, that's why answer is none of the above. Next, Damage Private Limited filed for the corporate insolvency resolution, and adjudicating authority also admitted this. Yes, who must sign on the return of income? IBC code related. Whom? Insolvency Resolution Professional, IRP, appointed by whom? Adjudicating authority. Yes, sir. Total income exceeding 10 lakh, files return of income in January 27, belated. Okay, beyond belated. Now what is that fees we have to pay? 5,000, because total income is more than 5 lakh, that's why 5,000. Next, a person total income does not exceed 5 lakh, what is that fees we have to pay? That is not FLIRA fees. How much? Total income does not exceed 5 lakh means what is that fees we have to pay? 5? Sorry, 1,000. Next, SSC discovers the omission or wrong statement. Yes, he can file the revised return. What is the time limit, correct? 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year or before completion of assessment, whichever is earlier. Karta of HUF is an absent from India. So now who can verify that return? Any adult member, male or female, that's okay. Everything, if you remember the provisions, then only you are perfect in the chapter. After revision, not now. Next, assessment not completed. Belated income tax return can be filed for that assessment year 25-26. Can you tell me? What is that? This is an assessment year 25-26 question. What is that? What is that assessment year end? 31st March 2026. Before 31st December 25. But okay, we can change this. Okay, we can change. That is the correct thing. Understood? Yes, just assessment year 25-26. That means assessment year end, from that end of the relevant assessment year before we have to check 3 months. Answer 2025. Next, which form number can be used for the individual having the business income? ITR 3, 4, which is available 3. If you are having business income 3 or 4 only, here given option 3 only. PAN number quoting is required. Immobile property limit 10 lakh. Time deposits 50,000. LIC premium, life insurance policy premium, how much ma? 50,000 during that year exceeds, then we have to quote the PAN number. Revised return can be filed, assessment if not completed 3 months prior to end of the relevant assessment year. Okay. If assessment not completed, that is a maximum time available for you. Next one ma, if company is deriving the loss for that any assessment year, return of income can be filed under section 139(1). Ma, even though they have a loss also, for all companies required to file the return. Now, this point is not for domestic company, foreign companies. For every company, even though they have a loss, profit, anything also, they are required to file return of income. Not only company, partnership form also, LLP also. Next, what is the due date for the partnership form? Partner of the partnership firm required to get tax audit. Yes, 31st October. Partnership firm 31st October, because that having tax audit. For partners also we have to maintain same due date. These are the following returns cannot be revised. Every return can be revised. That why answer will be none of the above. Individual is absent from India, then who can sign? Duly authorized person. Duly authorized person means any relatives or any person who given the power. 139(4) return is belated return. Yes ma, this I will tell you in an advanced tax and interest chapter, not now. This I will tell you in an advanced tax and interest. If return not furnished within due date, we have to pay the interest under section 234A. That I will tell you in an advanced tax and interest. Now they are asking 234F fees. Can you tell me what is the 234F? Ma, total income exceeding? Yes, what is that? 5,000. Next, form 3CEB. Yes, if any company is required to submit the CA report under form 3CEB, what is the due date? 30th November. Yes. Next, following can be carried forward even if the return of income filed after the due date. Unabsorbed unabsorbed depreciation or loss from house property. Which of the following returns can be revised? Every return can be revised. Return of income for the individual who are not having the tax audit 31st July. Return of income after filing the due date is called as what ma? Belated return. Return of the various entities prescribed within how many due dates? 3. Various entities having the different due dates. Totally how many due dates are available? 3. Return of income of the company is verified by the managing director. If managing director is not available, any director. Next, company having the business loss. Even though company having business loss also, they have to file the return of income. That is nothing but 31st October. Company tax audit assessees, partnership form having the tax audit partners. The same due date 31st October. I think these two questions are one and the same. I will tell you one and remaining things you can do. 27. Who not mandated to file the return? Yes sir, private company, definitely we have to file the return mandatorily. Okay, while a company mandatory to file return. 66 years of age, total income before 80C, this is a gross total income. Automatically more than basic exemption limit, return of income is required. Travel to Dubai, foreign travel expenditure more than how much? 2 lakh required. Last one. Foreign assets are India and foreign assets are there. Can you tell me? Still not required. Why? This point is applicable ROR, not for non-resident. Are a non-resident having the Indian income, foreign incomes, no problem. If ROR having the assets outside India ROR having the any bank account outside India, then only required to file. Here they are given that SSC as an non-resident, that's why not required to file. The same, yes, the same question they repeated again. They are changing the just names. Here company required to file. This fellow also more than basic exemption limit required to file. Foreign travel expenditure more than 2 lakh. Here non-resident. This provision, special case provision is applicable for the resident and ordinary resident having the asset outside India, having the bank account outside India. But in this question they given that as an non-resident. Next. Question number 29, last question. Just check it out. This is a last attempt MCQ. Last attempt. Vinayak is a reputed medical doctor, is a non-resident. Remember, non-resident. Gross receipts from the business 12 lakh. Gross receipts exceeds 10 lakh. Total income 2 lakhs only. If total income definitely below the basic exemption limit. Total income below the basic exemption limit. Non-resident basic exemption limit is how much? We can check the 2,50,000. If default tax regime means 4 lakh. Anyhow, that is below the basic exemption. Whether he is required or not required? Required. Why? Special transaction. Gross receipts of a profession is more than 10 lakh. That's why answer is, he has to file the return mandatorily since gross receipts from the profession exceeds how much? 10 lakh. Understood? So now, while discussing any question, maybe if any the voluminous of the question is used, maybe you can't understood that particular question. Again, compare the provision, compare the MCQ, you will get a knowledge. As of now, we made one change to this. What is that? One date for that MCQ we changed in the return of income. MCQ number 8 we changed the answer in 2026, instead we written 25. Okay. Next we can take a break for half an hour. 5:15 we can meet till 7. First you can come, then we can decide. Break up to 5. You can go and enjoy. Next chapter I don't want to say. If I say no, then you can take choice. I don't know which chapter I need to start also. Then come and we can decide.
சாமி காமிக்கிறது எங்கே போனாலும் சாமி வச்சா ஏதாவது நெசசிட்டி எங்கேயாவது முடியும்னா எப்போதான் சாமி வைப்பாங்க. சாமி வைக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. ஏன் அந்த சாமி வந்து வெளில போகவே விடாது. எப்படியாவது என்ன தடுத்து இது கூட சொல்லியிருந்தாங்கப்பா, உனக்கு சாப்பாடு தான் வைப்பேன், நான் ஃபுல்லாக உங்களை வைக்க மாட்டேன், எனக்கு தடுத்து நான் கணக்கு அது எதுவும் போக சொல்லுறது அவ்வளோ கொஞ்சம் 7 o'clock இருக்கிறது நல்ல கிளாஸ் அட்டன் பண்ணதால எனக்கு அந்த இதெல்லாம் தெரியல. எனக்கு தெரியல லாஸ்ட் அந்த கொஸ்டின்ஸ் டீ காஃபி தான் அதுவும் லிஃப்ட்டு அப்படியே போகலாம். எதுவுமே இல்லை தெரியும். ஏன் ரொம்ப தப்பால மோஷன் வந்து என்ன விஷயம்னு தெரியல. இதுல டக்குனு போகுன்ற மாதிரி ஒரு இது தெரியும். தூக்கிட்டு ஏதோ ஒரு அவசரம் போகணும். அப்போ அது நட மாட்டேங்குது. திறந்துட்டு போகிற மாதிரி இருக்குமா, நமக்கு அது மாதிரி இதுவாக இருக்கும். ஃபுல்லாக திறந்தா தான் இதாகும். அந்த கான்செப்ட் அந்த கொண்டே வரல. ரெண்டு சாப்டர் முடிச்சு மூணாவது சாப்டர் ஆகிட்டாருமா மொத்தம் எத்தனை பாஸ் ரெண்டு நாள்
మళ్ళీ
6:30 you need to go, or we can extend. So if starting onwards, if we taken 1 hour or 2 hours, etc. every day, then easily we can complete everything. Otherwise, you have to watch any other chapter recorded. Hmm?
Sir, recordings actually you mentioned no in video to be provided in the same day itself. So we are working actually, we can't come Friday around.
Okay. We'll discuss. Which chapter we want to start, right? Yes, any idea? DTAA. You can on any AC except this. Now, yes, ma'am. Now we can start the new chapter, chapter 6A deductions. Okay. Sir, you are telling only inter chapter, sir. Do you want to start the final chapters? I will start. First, in this session, now we can take the new chapter, that is in chapter 6A deductions. Sir, hardly we can expect one MCQ from this chapter. Only 1 or 2 MCQs you can get. Separate questions from these deductions they will not give you. Sir, again, why we are required to start? If we know chapter 6A deductions, then further 2 chapters will become very easy. Because in next 2 chapters, they will give you adjustments related to chapter 6A. What are the 2 chapters? DTAA. In every DTA question, they will give you chapter 6A adjustments. Sir, already we know we can do, but for my convenient purposes, I will discuss chapter 6A first. Sir, how many questions we can get from DTAA? Not MCQs, questions. 6A, 6B, 14 marks, they will give from the DTAA. Sir, least cases they will give you 1 question. So just I written 6A, 6B based on past trends. They can ask 2A, 2B also DTAA. We can't do anything. Wherever they given DTAA questions, we have to do it. But approximate weight is 7 to 14 marks. Sir, what is the next chapter, sir? Tax planning. Akka, settle on fast. ఇగో రిమోట్ దీనిలో ఉంటాయి బ్యాటరీస్. అక్క దానిలో బ్యాటరీస్ లేవు అక్క. యూ కెన్ టేక్ దిస్. ఇన్ దిస్ వీ హ్యావ్ అన్ బ్యాటరీస్, వీ హ్యావ్ టు ఎక్స్చేంజ్. లిజన్, ట్యాక్స్ ప్లానింగ్. ఎవ్రీ అటెంప్ట్ దే ఆర్ గివెన్ ది 2 questions, that is 3A, 3B. Yes, how many marks? 14 marks. Without chapter 6A deductions also we can do some questions, but not all questions. Means tomorrow's chapters you know already. These 2. How many marks weightage? I don't want to run away from these chapters like speed manner. Tomorrow if I completed only DTA also, I am very happy because 14 marks in your hands. If I started tax planning, only tax planning completed also, very happy. Both are completed, na? 28 marks tomorrow sessions. Based on your flow only, I will start Arabic. Okay, I can say in speedway also, but I don't want. We have 12 days time. We can save every day 1 to half an hour, etc. Okay, now, shall we start deductions? Now you understood the purpose of the chapter. Many are asking, sir, in workbook you are not given any questions related to chapter 6a. They will not ask any direct questions from chapter 6a, but they can ask MCQs also. Just MCQs they will ask. Shall we start? Yes. Tomorrow morning at any cost you will get handwritten notes in your hands. Sir. Some of the students are already, okay, for some students we dispatched already. Tomorrow we will dispatch every student hard copy related MCQs. Soft copy already shared. Workbook and concept book everyone already got. Now. So I given chapter 6a deductions at the end chapter. Now we can open chapter 6a deduction. Don't worry, whatever the content till 6:30 is done, I will give a break. Okay. 6:30 we can close. If half of the chapter done or one section done, two sections done also, I will give a break. Tomorrow sharp 9. Okay. I don't have any other work. Chapter 6a reduction. Listen carefully. Ma already dispatched chapter 6a reduction. Now, you know already these points. We can calculate the gross total income. From that gross total income, if you remove the chapter 6a deduction, then you can arrive at a net total income. If you computed net total income, our output always 0 or positive. Why we will get 0 or positive? Forever unto the video YouTube lo, okay? Forever, if you want, you can watch. I don't want to private my videos especially, then remaining faculty's videos, their wish only. Okay? You will get the answer as in what ma? 0 or positive. You will not get net total income as a negative. Reason. Chapter 6a deduction shall be equal or less than gross total income. Sir, here I have 10 lakhs, sir. Can I get more than 10 lakh here? No. Sir, I am eligible to get more, but we can take only equal or less to the gross total income only. The first and foremost point we need to remember this. Second, on this net total income we have to calculate tax liability. First point already we know. Aggregate. Aggregate means nothing but what ma? All chapter 6a deductions you can aggregate during the year. It shall not exceed what gross total income. Equal okay, but it shall not exceed. Example we can take previous year 25-26. Gross total income 1,50,000. 1,50,000. Now available chapter 6a deduction based on your investments ma. 80C you can take 1,50,000. 80D you can take 50,000. Total 2 lakh. But can I take 2 lakh here? No. You can take maximum 1,50,000. That's why your net total income 0. Sir, here 2 lakh. Already I used 1.5 lakh. Unused amount how much is there? 50,000. Can I carry forward to next year? No. There is no such facility of carry forward of chapter 6a deductions to the next years. Understood? Just expressions అన్నా ఇవ్వండి. ఓకే, తెలుగు ఎలా అర్థం అవుతుందరా? ఓకే, in context only you are understanding the words, sir. Now, no carry forward of what ma? Unutilized chapter 6a deductions to the next year. Next, chapter 6a deduction you cannot claim on casual incomes, 111A, 112A, 112. In capital gain, these three are taxable at a special tax rate. One income is there in capital gain taxable at a normal tax rate. What is that? Short term capital gain other than 111A. On that you can claim chapter 6A deduction. On special incomes, you can't take the chapter 6A deduction simply. My salary income 6 lakhs. How much? 6 lakhs. My house property income,
My house property income 7 lakh. House property how much? 7 lakh. I have an long-term capital gain under section 112 and 112A combinedly 3 lakhs. What is that GTI? Hey, GTI. Combinedly, please tell me 6 plus 7 plus 3, how much? Huh? 16. 16, 1, 6, one and the same. Okay, 16 lakh. But chapter 6A deductions, maximum you can take on these two incomes only. You can't claim chapter 6A deduction on 3 lakh. So that means maximum we can take how much? 13 lakh. How much? Net total income 3 lakh. Sir, many students are misunderstanding this provision. If we have a special income, we can't get chapter 6A. That is not correct. On these incomes alone, we can't get chapter 6A. On remaining incomes, we can claim chapter 6A deductions. Understood? Next. Fourth point. I am given just a list of sections. 80I series, very important, 80I series, 80JJA, 80JJA, 80LA, 80M, 80P, 80QQB, 80RRB. So these are income based chapter 6A deductions. Mostly. You can take these deductions if you are filing your return of income on or before due date. Remaining 80C, 80D, 80E series, etc. we have. You can take directly. But these deductions you can take. These deductions are based on what? Income. While you are receiving income, department is giving deductions. These deductions you can claim if you are filing your return on or before due date. Sir, in which section they are saying? In which section they are saying? 80AC is given this content. 80AC. Yes, given the content. These deductions, if you want to claim, please file return of income on or before due date. Done? Next. So directly I will start the deductions one by one. I know, sir, deduction started with the 80C. But if I am saying 80C, your interest will lose directly. So that's why I haven't one order. Easy to difficult or difficult to easy also. We can complete one by one deductions. Don't by heart this, just listen and ignore. Sir, if I listen and ignore, how can I apply? Tomorrow we can test. Okay, tomorrow we can test by using the questions. Easily you can remember, believe me. And if you have that feeling, automatically you can remember. If you haven't tension feelings, etc., easily I can also forget. If I have any other feelings like tension, anxiety, etc., automatically we can lose everything, whatever we read also. Be confident, everything you can remember. But don't overconfident, just confident. Now, first we can start the 80 TTA. What is that? 80 TTA. Next, 80 TTB. First we'll close the 80T series. How many sections are there in 80T series? 80 TTA, 80 TTB. Many of us having the savings account, but there is no interest on savings accounts, but we have a savings account. If we accumulated huge amount in your savings account, automatically you will get what? Interest. That interest is taxable under which head of income? Income from other source. Simple. If any person having the income under income from other sources related to savings bank account related interest, on that income he can claim one deduction. What is that? 80 TTA. I am talking about savings bank account. Who can take this deduction? Eligible SSC. Whom? Individual, HUF, resident also okay, non-resident also okay. Many are thinking individual only will get this deduction. No. Savings account can be opened by HUFs also. Company can open savings account.
Partnership forms? No. These two fellows only, that's why they are only eligible. Many are by-hatting these things, just apply logic. How can I give the savings account for companies? Savings can be done by these fellows only, that's why they can maintain savings account, they can get interest, they can only get deduction. Now, eligible income, on which income we can give deduction? SSC total income includes interest on savings account under which head of income? IFOS. Now you have a doubt, sir, which type of bank, sir? Bank also okay. Post office banks also okay. Do you know post office also can maintain the banking activities? Third one, cooperative banks also okay. What is that amount of deduction we can get, sir? Actual interest. That means suppose how much amount included in IFOS, that you have to take here. Second, 10,000, whichever is lower. Maximum amount of deduction here, 10,000. Even though I have a 1 lakh interest on savings account also, but they will give you 10,000. Done. Next, 80 TTB. Sir, 80 TTB, 80 TTA is linking provisions. Just remember, here savings, above what? Savings account. Now, interest on deposits. Are deposits means anything. Fixed deposit, term deposit, time deposit, savings deposit also. Bank deposits simply. But this section is available only for individual, not HF. That too, resident senior citizen. Resident senior citizen is eligible SC. HF can go only 80 TTA. If you are a resident senior citizen, 80 TTA is available, TTB is also available. But savings related only 80 TTA. On all deposits you can take 80 TTB. Eligible income, just remember, SSC gross total income includes interest on deposits. Deposit means everything will be covered here. Yes sir, everything will be covered here. One is an bank, another one cooperative bank, third one post office bank. What is the amount of deduction? So actual interest or 50,000, whichever is lower. Now I have a doubt. I am a resident individual. Now I can take both the sections, right? I am a resident senior citizen individual. Can I take both the sections? No. If you take an 80 TTB, 80 TTA will not be available. If you are an eligible to take both, automatically you will tempt to take the 80 TTB because of 50,000 limit. If you take an 80 TTB, TTA will not be available for you. Yes, that is only written here. If deduction under 80 TTB is availed, automatically 80 TTA will not be available to such SC. HF can take only what? TTA. Resident senior citizen eligible for both. Automatically he will take TTB, TTA will not available. 80T series is done. If you have any doubt, you can ask. Both 60,000 will not available. Automatically, if in practical cases also, if you filled this will be showing as an error message. Practically also not possible. If you want to cheat also not possible. Done? Now, 80 TTB done. Now I will take the 80U. What is that? 80U. We'll go in a different way, but at the end we can revise everything in order. 80U. Many SSCs are filling this deduction also in their return of incomes. They don't know how much funny thing it is also. If you have disability, then you can take this deduction. If you have disability, if any person suffered with a disability, he can take this deduction. Eligible SSC are a disability for natural born person. That's why resident individual having disability. 80 TTA for non-resident also. TTA, TTB resident senior citizen. 80U resident individual. Now, what is the condition, sir? You have to procure a medical certificate first. Disability means you have to procure a medical certificate.
Second, that medical certificate definitely you have to send it to AO along with the return of income. Now, why medical certificate is required? For two purposes: genuinity of the disability. Second one, percentage of disability will mention in the certificate. So if you don't have any hand or leg, so full leg or half or anything, they will measure and they will give you the percentage of disability in that certificate. That is very important. Okay, if you know any disabled person, you can ask directly what is the percentage of disability. They will tell you directly because they know. So partially blind or fully blind, everything they know. The percentage can be measured by the doctors. They will mention in the certificate. Now, deduction also based on that percentage only we can take. If that is 0 to 39%, we can't consider it as a disability. 0 to 39, for public it is a disability. For claiming this deduction, that is not a disability. 40 to 79, normal disability. 80 to 100, severe disability. Now, if it is a normal disability, flat 75,000, you can take it as deduction. No need to incur any amount for this deduction. Directly they will give. Severe disability, 1,25,000. Can you tell me normal disability 39 to what? Sorry. 42, 70. This one? Sorry. 80 to 100. Sir, in exam, they can give you within the bracket, the person having disability of 25%, can he get deduction? No. That also can be tested in future, remember. Disability means no need to take directly. Percentage of disability we have to check for claiming deduction. Understood? Now, remember, if you are disabled, you can claim in your return ATU deduction. Otherwise, you can't touch this section. 3 sections done. Easier. Maybe you can have a doubt, sir, you are covering everything. I covered everything, right? Okay. In these notes also, I covered everything. You can open ICai material, not ICMI. ICMI final material does not having any chapter 6A deduction chapter. ICai CA final material you can open, you can compare. Everything will be covered. First you can learn this, then after you can go for the circulars, rules, case laws, etc. Next. Now we can start the 2 sections QQB. Next, Superamma. It is QQB. Next one ma RRB. These two also income based chapter 6A deduction. If you are receiving royalty income, you can claim it is QQB, RRB. Which income? Royalty. Royalty income is taxable under which head? IFOS. Okay. Now, sir. 80 QQB, if you are receiving royalty from books, 80 QQB. If you are receiving royalty from patents, RRB. Royalty income only from books, QQB. Patents related, RRB. Now, we developed one book. So we don't nothing but who is developed the book, that person will called as Aadhaar. I don't want to print that book. I can give these rights to any other publisher. On the number of books sold, they will give royalty to the Aadhaar. For Aadhaar, royalty is income or not? Yes. Taxable under IFOS. Now he can get deduction. Income based chapter 6A or expenditure based? Income based. While you are receiving income, you are eligible to take deduction. Who will take this deduction? Publisher or Aadhaar? Aadhaar. Now, just I want to ask the question, in books we can get profit or loss, in our books, Two things, if you are going with a small quantity, loss. If you are going print of a huge quantity, bumper profits. Color books based on batch, they will charge the amount. For me, break even. Because I released the soft copy with an intention to print only less copies. Just within result time, after result till now, I unpublished books course also. The reason I know everything,
Our staff is most efficient. They will not dispatch the books properly. I know everything. That's why I unpublished everything. But it happened. I will try to rectify everything after completion of Chennai batch. I don't want to think anything now, admin issues, etc. That's why I don't want to attend any calls. E. Srinivas sir will take everything on that time. After I am back to that Hyderabad, I will take all the things. Now, this deduction will available for the resident individual. Other individual only. This deduction only for individual. Other only can write, sorry, individual only can write books. Companies and a group, artificial entities will not form the books. Only this deduction can be taken by now. Eligible income, royalty income from books. Deduction, eligible royalty 3 lakhs, whichever is lower. Now I want to know the, sir, what do you mean by the eligible royalty? I will tell you. But in simple way, whatever income you received, that is eligible royalty. Compared with the 3 lakhs, whichever is lower. They can give the trap in exams. Here, books means, yes, sir, literary, artistic, scientific nature. I think in your childhood we have a star book, all-in-one guides, scanners, etc. That books will not eligible for deduction under 80QQB. Magazines, brochures, textbook, other books is not eligible for this section. Books means only 3: literary, artistic, scientific. This point if you forget, then we can lose the marks. They will give you author of textbook received this so and so royalty, not eligible for deduction. Textbook, magazines, brochures, other books not eligible. Only 3 books eligible: literary, artistic, scientific nature. Now, so royalty author can receive in 2 ways. One is in installment, another one lump sum. Okay, every day you are selling 10 books. Now what is the percentage of royalty? Please set it. Every day we are receiving, that is installment wise. Yeah, the year end they are given the lump sum. That is second way. Now, if royalty not receiving as a lump sum, not receiving as a lump sum means nothing but can I take it as an installment? Now, here eligible royalty you can take maximum, must not exceed means maximum 15% of books sold during this year. Lump sum means lump sum amount you can take as an eligible royalty. At the year end they given 6 lakhs lump sum. I can take here 6 lakh. But if they are given in installment wise, I can take here eligible royalty how much? Maximum 15% of the book's sale price. This you have to remember, but they will not test you this much of depth. Yes, lump sum you can take directly. If they are giving installment wise, what we have to take? Installment wise totally you can take, but that installment wise amount should not exceed how much? 15% of sale price of books. Next, sir, some cases we can receive the royalty from outside India also. Our books can be sold in outside India also. Now, that amount of royalty we have to repatriate in India within 6 months from the end of the previous year in which we are earning the income. Such a time limit can be extended by the RBI, etc. MCQ important point. Some cases publisher may be in outside India, or books purchased person may be outside India. Yes, we can receive the royalty, but royalty now receiving from outside India, that means you have to repatriate means what ma? You have to receive the royalty amount within certain duration. What is a certain duration? 6 months from the end of the previous year in which you earn that royalty income. What is the date? 6 months. Some cases it can be extended also. Now similar provision, resident individual, royalty from patents. Here eligible royalty means there is no such a complication. Directly you can take what is the royalty amount comparing with the 3 lakh, whichever is lower.
But here also they are given the restriction, if the patents related royalty is earned outside India, you have to repatriate that amount within how many months? 6 months. Books related royalty only you have to take care properly. What is that? Lump sum, lump sum. Installment, installments, totals you can replace here, but that cannot exceed how much percentage of books sold? 15% of books sold. Next. As of now, we discussed what are the sections, Anna? Super. 80 TTA, 80 TTB. Next, 80 U, 80 QQB, 80 RRB. 5 sections done. Next. Now we can enter into 80G, 80G series. First section I don't want to tell you now. To be honest, first section is 80G, donations related deduction. I will tell you at the end of the entire chapter. Then after I want to start the 80GG. Ma understood? This is pending. Now I will give you separate identification for this. Tomorrow or day after tomorrow or after 12 days we can discuss this. Now 80GG, now we can discuss. Can I? Deduction with respect to rent paid. Sir, now we are staying in a rented house. What is that amount we have to incur rent? For that you can claim chapter 6A deduction 80GG. Okay. Now, if you are a salaried employee, if you are a salaried employee, if you are receiving HRA from your employer, HRA means what? House rent allowance, then you can claim 10 subsection 13A exemption. HRA exemption, tomorrow tax planning chapter, in that I will tell you how to calculate exemption under section 10 subsection 13A for HRA. I think you know the list of the following is exempt. Actual HRA received 40% or 50%. In case of metro cities 50%. There is a computation we can discuss tomorrow in tax planning chapter. But I don't want to take this HRA deduction. Sorry, HRA exemption I don't want to take. The entire HRA will taxable. If you are not taking HRA exemption, then you can take what? 80GG. If you are receiving HRA from your employer, you can take section 10 subsection 13A. You can't take 80GG now. If you are not claiming this, then you can take 80GG. Arey, my worst employer is not giving HRA. Now what I need to do? I can claim 80GG. If HRA received this one or this one, anything only you can select. HRA not received, 80GG you can claim. Just a sample, you can go to ITR 1, you can fill the HRA exemption. In chapter 6A deduction 80GG column, there will be an error message if you want to enter any value. Any one only you can take. Both benefits are not available for same purpose. Now, I am not a salaried employee. I am doing my business, but I am staying in my rented house. I am incurring rental amount. Now you can take 80G. First, who can take? Salaried employees also. Other than salaried employees also, this deduction is possible. Salaried employee can claim both the benefits of HRA and 80GG? No. Other than salaried employee, there is no concept of HRA. Directly he can claim 80GG. Shall we take? Now, what is that amount? Eligible SSE is an individual, not HUF, only individual. Conditions. Important, listen carefully. Conditions. The first condition, accommodation occupied by the SSC for which purpose? Residential purpose, not for business purposes. SSC means salaried also, not salaried also. Second one, I will take simple example. Right? So my work location Chennai. I don't have any house in my name. Okay. So that's why I take a rented house. I am paying rent. Definitely I am eligible to take 80 GG. But my spouse having house in Chennai. Why I need to take rented house? My wife I already having house in Chennai. I need to stay in that house only. So in order to control this type of fraudulent things, SSC, spouse, minor or HUF should not own any accommodation where we resides job or where we are doing the business or profession. I am doing business or profession in Chennai. I am taking rented house, I am paying rent also. That is not genuine, just that is not genuine, fake only. I am not at all taking rented house, I am not at all paying also rent, but I am showing as an paying rent. But in the same city, I am doing business or profession, my wife, minor or my HUF means my family members having one house. Now this exemption is not, this deduction is not available for you. Why? You have to stay in that house only. Why you need another house? Clear? Third one, that's two conditions is enough. First condition, residential purpose. Second condition, you should not own any other accommodation in the same town, same place or place where you are resides, where you have taken job or where you are doing the business or profession. Okay sir, if conditions also satisfied, genuinely I am paying rent sir. For my residential purpose, genuinely I am paying rent. Now, what is that amount of deduction? Lower of the following. Lower of the following. First one, huge amount of deduction. How much? 5,000. Can you give any house for 5,000? Even the one, only just one RK also we can't get for 5,000. Maybe in some villages we can get 5,000 per month, not annum. That is great thing. Per month they given 5,000 limit anyhow. Second, rent paid minus 10% of ATA. ATA means adjusted total income. Third one, 25% of adjusted total income. Compare these three, whichever is lower you can take. Now I have a doubt, sir. This 5,000 per month easily we can compute. Rent paid also we can know easily. Adjusted total income, if you know, you can complete these two also. How to calculate adjusted total income for 80 GG purpose, not for all section. Only for 80 G purpose, how to calculate adjusted total income. For total income, we have to do some adjustment. That is only adjusted total income. What are the adjustments we can do? Gross total income. From this, how we can arrive the total income? By way of removing chapter 6A. All chapter 6A reduction, please remove. But we don't know one section. What is that? 80 GG. For this section only, we are computing. That's why we don't know. That is only adjustment we have to do. But if I am removing everything from this gross total income, I will get what? Total income. Just one adjustment. Before 80 GG, total income only called as adjusted total income. Now I am saying adjusted total income definition for 80 GG purposes. In some other sections also we have to refer adjusted total income. That format and computation is different. Understood? Tell me whichever is lower. First one, 5,000 per month. Second one, rent paid minus 10% of adjusted total income. Third one, 25% of adjusted total income. Super, whichever is lower. Now, adjusted total income means what? Gross total income minus all chapter 6A reduction except 80 GG. Okay, 80 GG done. Further we have an 80 GGA, next 80 GGB, 80 GGC. 3 sections we have. Shall I write? GG next ma? GG. Super. 80. GGB. Next. 80. GGC. What is your query? Demo class only, obviously. First 2 classes only live telecasted through YouTube. The remaining will be in our application. Live demo only. Next. Shall I start 80 GGA? Donations if you are doing. What ma? If you are doing donations. For what purpose? Scientific research purpose or for rural development purpose? Ma, if I am doing business or profession, if I am doing what? Business or profession, I can claim deduction under section 35 series for scientific research, section 35. For rural development, 35 series, some sections will be there. If you have a business income, you can claim these deductions directly in that business head. What is that? PCBP head. But if you are not having the business or profession, you cannot take PCBP deductions. Example, I am doing business, I am given these 2 donations, I can get these deductions in PCBP head only directly. But I am salaried employee, but I am giving the donations for these 2. Can I get section 35 series deductions? No, because I don't have any PCBP income. For you, 80 GGA will be available. Now, any eligible SC, any SSC except who having the PCBP income. If you have PCBP income, you can claim section 35 deductions. If you're not having PCBP income, you can't claim this. That's why for you they are given the 80 GGA. Sir, in section 35 explanation, I will cross reference given to this also. Yes, in future we can start PCBP also with your help. Okay, on that time I will give the cross reference. If you have an PCBP income, you must and should take the deductions also under PCBP head. If you don't have PCBP head, automatically you can take 80 GGA. What is the deduction? 100%. Why they are given 100%? In PCBP also you will get 100% deduction. Now here also 100% deduction. Now, sir, conditions. Donation amount, if that is more than 2000, you should do the donation in an electronic mode. Up to 2000, you can give in the cash also, no problem. More than 2000, if you want to give donation, please give it in an electronic modes. Dana, what is that 80 GG? GG, rent paid. Deduction with respect to rent paid. GGA, donation to scientific research, rural development. Now, GGB, GGC, I given the same heading. Please look at contributions by companies to the political parties electoral trust. Contributions by any person to the political parties electoral trust. What is the difference, ma? If political party contributions are done by the companies, we can get the 80 GGB deduction. That means companies, if given the political party electoral trust contributions, they can take 80 GGB. Other than company, we are in individuals, we are given the donation to the political parties electoral trust, we can get the deduction under section GGC. Understood? Political party contributions only. Depending upon donor, section will differ. GGB for company, GGC for others. Shall we take this section? Yes. Eligible SSE is Indian company. Eligible SSE is Indian companies who are following the normal provisions. Meaning, if the domestic company is taken BA, BAA, BAB, yes, this section is not available. If they are following normal provisions, means 25% or 30% tax if they are paying, then only this deduction will be available. If company opted any one of this section, this deduction is not available. Donation amount deduction 100% of the donation. Yes sir. Condition, contribution in cash shall not be allowed. 1 rupee also you should do in an electronic way. 2000 limit is available for the scientific research, rural development. Come to class please. Next. Now donations will be in two types. Directly, second one indirectly. Directly means I can give it as a donation or subscription, monthly I can pay, or payments to them directly. Indirectly, I can advertise in political party brochures, souvenirs, pamphlet. I am given the advertisement. So nothing but one party is given the brochure. In that brochure, I can give my business advertisement. For that, totally I require to pay. Indirectly, you are given the contribution in terms of these brochures, pamphlets, banners, etc. This is also eligible for deduction. This is also eligible for deduction. Directly you are contributing, eligible. Indirectly you are contributing. How sir? Advertisement in the political party related brochures, pamphlets, souvenirs, etc. Directly. Sir, here I given 5 lakhs sir. Here I given 2 lakhs. Entire amount you can take deduction. Understood? For companies only. Directly you can take. Indirectly if company is given the contributions you can take. Next. GGB. Sorry, GGC. Hura. Any person other than Indian company, because Indian company already covered in 80 GGB. How much? 100%. Donation in cash, automatically you can't take deduction. But other person means here there is a risk. Local authority, AJP. If these local authorities or AJPs are funded by the government, automatically they should listen government votes. Example, ruling party is there. Ruling party only given the funding to the local authorities as well as some artificial judicial persons like bankings, etc. Now if you created a pressure, definitely they will give contributions. That's why they are saying these fellows, if given the political party contribution also, deduction available or not available? Not available. Sir, independent local authorities, sir, they are not depending upon any political party. That is independent. There is no funding from the state government or central government or any party. Now they can give contribution, they can take deduction. If any local authority, AJP, is funded by the political parties or funded by the government, they can't give donations first. If they given also 80, GGC is not available to them. Clear? Now how many sections are done as of now? In 80 G series 4, in 80 QQB, RRB, 80U, 80 TTA, 80 TTB. Pakka. Now, what is that 80 GC? Rent paid. What is that 80 GCA? Scientific research, rural development related. 80 GGB, political party contributions, electoral trust contribution by the domestic companies. Here, others. But others, negative list. Local authorities, AJPs are funded by the government. Here, domestic companies can take this deduction, but domestic companies following only normal tax rate. If they are following 115 BA, BAA, BAB, 80 GGB is not available. Clear? Now, we can take the next series. 80E series will start. Sir, in 80E, one is 80E, another one 80EE, 80EA, 80EEB. Totally how many, ra? 4. Shall we write what are that 4? Anna, please. 80E, 80EE, 80EEA, 80EEB. Super, ra. Shall we start? Here 80E totally talking about interest expenditure, you can claim it as deduction. In this entire series we are talking about the interest. Here the mostly donations, here mostly royalty, here mostly interest related. One series is given the preference to the one income or expenditure based deduction. Now here we'll talk about what, ra? Interest. Shall we? One good news, ra? Last series for today. ముందు పెట్టుకో తీసుకొచ్చిలైతే. Just you can keep that clock in front of you. Now, listen, and I need to start class at 9, ra? Plus or minus 10 minutes only. Please come to the class at time. Okay. In Hyderabad I have many works, ra? I can go to that class in a late way also. That possible. Here I don't have any work. Okay. If I want to roaming on roads also, no one will be there with me. So that's why. If I am asking, they will send staff. I don't want to roaming with the staff. Okay. Now listen carefully. Now we'll start with the 80E. Deduction with respect to what, ma? Interest. Why we are paying interest? We are taking loan for what purpose? Educational purpose. Main important point, that education you can do in India also or in abroad also, no problem. Educational loan, that's enough. Whether you are pursuing education in India or in abroad, that's okay. Now, loan entire amount you will get deduction, or loan related interest amount you will get deduction. Interest portion only you will get deduction. Now, who is an eligible assessor? Individual. Now I want to know example. Your father is taking the loan for your studies purpose. Who can take deduction? Father. Who is paying interest? Your father. That's why he can take deduction. Now, loan should be for the higher education, ra? Can you tell me what do you mean by higher education? After 12th class. Here 12th, na? After 10, in our states, there is an intermediate first year and second year. Here, +1, +2. In your language only they mentioned, ra? Okay. After class 12. Now, higher education you can do on your own, no problem. SSC can himself take the loan for higher education, for spouse purpose or for children purpose. But you are a legal guardian for other student. For that student purpose also you can take loan. Okay, for himself, herself, spouse, children. So student for whom you are acting as a legal guardian. Loan should be taken from relatives. No. The loan should be taken from the bank or financial institution or approved charitable trusts. This is a very important condition. From my relatives I am taking loan for my daughter education. Can I get deduction? No. I am paying interest, genuine only, but I will not give any deduction under 80E. Period of deduction. Sir, how many years we can take deduction? Important. Generally, I will say one thing, right? If anyone wants to do that MS in US or any other countries, they will take the loan. But when they will repay the loan amount, right? After their education. MS will be 2 years. After 2 years, they need to start the repayment of the installments, repayment in installment wise, along with the principal and interest. Can you tell me, after completion of education only they will ask the repayment, ra? Now you want to pursue BTech, ra? After giving the loan immediately, how they will ask the repayment? I will earn only after completion of my education. So that's why loan repayment also will start after education. Now, okay, this year I started repayment. This year and next 7. Totally how many years I can take this deduction? 8 years. Can you tell me? When you are starting the repayment from that year, consecutively in order, how many years interest you can take deduction? How much? 8 years. There is no restriction on amount of interest. If you paid 5 lakh interest also you can take it as deduction. There is no amount restriction in this section. If you paying 5 lakh, 5 lakh you can take, no problem. But only limited time they given. If you are taking the repayment, if you are paying repayment for 12 years duration also, but they given 8 years only deduction. 80 understood all of you? Next 3 sections combinedly we can discuss. EE, EEA, EEB. Okay. Now, 80E, E and 80EEA for same purpose. What is it? Interest on housing loan. Interest on housing loan. Again, but by using that interpretation of provision, so house is a basic necessity for all. Okay, if you are purchasing any house by using loan, on that loan you have to pay interest. That interest you can take it as deduction. Here, my analysis, not construction of house, purchase of house only. But while filing the returns, anything also you can take. But my assumption and ICMI point of view, suggested answers also is taking the purchase, not construction. Don't argue with me with that any other faculty notes, etc. I will show you tomorrow one MCQ, then you can decide. Okay? Purchase. That word of the word given in that act also talking about only purchase. But at the time of filing of returns, fake also they are accepting. Construction related, loan related interest also they will accept genuinely. But the provision is restricting only purchase. If you purchased any house with a loan, on that loan if any interest is there, you can take deduction. Both the sections also the same. 80EE, 80EEA. Now, eligible SSC whom individual. First I will talk about the 80EE. What is that maximum amount of interest? Here they are given the restriction, 50,000 per annum. Conditions. First condition, Akka, please read. Loan should be taken from the banks or financial institution. Purchase price of the house. Purchase price. They are not saying construction cost. They are saying purchase price. How much? Less than or equal to 50 lakh. Next, loan sanction less than or equal to 35 lakh. Sir, then what about remaining 15 lakh with your own money? So if I purchase the house worth 50 lakh, but the loan will be less than or equal to 35 lakh. The remaining your own money, down payment. Next, loan sanctioned should be done in these dates. Sanction, not disbursement. Sanction date is different, date of disbursement is different. Today they sanctioned, after 5-6 days they will disburse, they will credit that amount to your bank account. We have to check disbursement date or sanction date. Sanction date. In which year? 16-17 year. SSC should not own any other house on date of sanction of loan. Are I given this deduction for fulfilling the basic need, but already you have one loan on the date of sanction, then this deduction under 80E you can't take. Now, interest deduction you can take, not principal amount ma, interest amount only we can take it as deduction. First you can claim 24B under house property. I think you know house property format, GAV, municipal tax, NAV, from that standard deduction, from that you can claim interest on borrowed capital, that you can claim. Balance, if any interest if you want to claim, then you can claim under 80E. Suppose 2,60,000 deduction, interest is there. How much? 2,60,000. In this section, maximum you can take 2 lakh. Balance how much is there? 60,000, but that is restricted to 50,000. The section limit how much? 50,000. Don't think about the, sir, I don't know income from house property formats, this 2 lakh how it will arrive. No problem. Tomorrow our target is that 2 only. In tax planning, I will tell you house properties salaries chapters. Not total, whatever that important for exam point of view, I will tell you everything. Next. Okay, they given 80EE, but here one twist is there. Loan sanctioned in this year, that fellows only will get deduction. Next years, they given new section 80EEA for individual only, purchase of house loan, purchase of what ma? House with the loan, that interest is eligible for deduction, but now limit increased to 1,50,000. Interest limit 1,50,000. Condition same, first condition same Akka please, same. Purchase price instead of that they given the stamp duty value, how much ma? 45 lakh. There is no loan amount restriction. Previously there is a loan amount restriction of 35 lakhs less than or equal. Here there is no loan restriction. But they given sanction period 19 to 22. That means 1922, 21-22. Any year 1920, 2021, 21-22. In these 3 years, if loan sanctioned, then you can take the deduction. So same condition, SSE does not own any other house on the date of sanction of loan. Deduction first you can claim under which section ma? 24B. In house property head, you can take maximum 2 lakh. Balance, if any amount is there, that balance amount you can restrict to what? 1.5 lakh. Same purpose, but how to differentiate these two? Simply based on sanction of loan. Next, conditions almost same. Purchase price, here stamp duty value. Loan sanction limit is there for 80EE, not for 80EEA. Okay. Next, 80EEB. Electrical vehicle purchase purpose, if you taken loan, you can pay interest. That interest you can take it as deduction. Many are assuming electrical vehicle loan we can take deduction. No. Electrical vehicle loan interest you can take it as deduction. Now individual maximum how much ma? 1,50,000. In order to promote the electrical vehicles, they given this deduction. Okay, anyhow you will purchase the vehicle, purchase electrical vehicle. I will give huge amount of deduction of 1,50,000. Or if you purchase it 50 lakh worth car also, interest will be nominal only. Okay, but nowadays that car's worth is more, then you can claim full amount of deduction 1,50,000. Loan should be taken from the banks or financial institution. Loan sanctioned in these years. 1 year extended, I think, right? 1920, 2021, 21-22, 22-23. Maximum amount of deduction how much? 1,50,000. Understood? 80E, educational loan related interest. 80EE, 80EEA, housing loan related interest. Last one, 80EEB, electrical vehicle loan related interest. Done? Next. Okay, tomorrow we can meet and we can conclude within first 1 hour or 1.5 hour deductions. Then after any one of the chapter we can take DTA or tax planning. Thank you.